Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everyone, all our colleagues joining us from far and wide. It's so wonderful to have you in the session today as we continue then the program for the 14th Sports Africa Conference. We've had a great 2 days and we're hoping that we just continue in that tempo and continue hearing some great presentations from our panelists. We've had some wonderful keynote speakers as well. And today we've got Advocate Newton who's going to be sharing his thoughts and reflections with us. My name is Nobu. I've been part of the program on day 1, and you've seen my face occasionally as well, and you've seen me typing in the chat section as well, engaging with everyone. It's wonderful to be part of the network, but today I'm wearing the cap of facilitator and just helping the flow of the program today. To start us off, I'm going to call up Dr. Gerard from Sports Africa Network, who's just going to give us then the announcements and a welcome for today. Gerard?
Thank you, Nobu. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the 3rd day of Sport Africa Conference, the 4th one. I'm very pleased to have all of you here, and we are very happy that we managed to make it happen this year. Last year, it was supposed to happen with COVID and our own challenges. We decided to push it back to this year. And it's happening today, and we are very pleased with the past 2 days. And today we are going to have another good one. And hopefully we'll have the last session, which will be more social. We had a short one yesterday. And that will be it for this year for the conference, because we remain active. And to continue, I encourage all of you to join our network space. We call it social. The URL is social.sportsafrica.org. Please join. It's a place where we are just trying to make people connect to each other based on their intellectual, academic, and personal interest in African sports. It's accepted only on demand. Then feel safe, you will feel safe, and we will monitor it to make sure that there's no unpleasant moment on the platform. And this said, I would like to share with you a study I was part of based on my own background in sports. I was part of a study on the ecosystem of sport in Africa. The reality for all of us who try to use data on African sport, there's not much available because there's not much research done, especially when we are looking for quantitative data. And this study was, I consider, one of the first attempts to provide very specific data on African sports outside the big organization, the big agencies like PwC, who provides report. And in this report, Africa is always mixed with either Europe and the Middle East. And the specificity of the continent is always not there. And we cannot compare the sport environment in Africa to the one in the Middle East, even less in Europe. But many reports have that mix. They call it, I think generally they call it EAM to say Europe, Africa, and Middle East, because they don't have data specifically on Africa. And this report is trying to fill up that gap. I'm going to share my slides, very short. It's not a long presentation. It's just to share what the report provided and what the results were. Okay, here it is. Moving to, okay. This was a sports ecosystem in Africa, from development potential to a development driver. The narrative, very common on the sports space today, it is sport is a big business sport is a development tool. Sport is a development as a development capacity. But in Africa, can we say that clearly? And what allows us to say that sport is a big business in Africa, or can be a big business in Africa? And what allows us to say that it can also be a factor of development? We all know from our own experiences that sport is a factor in individuals' people's life, and is a factor of personal development. But can we say it's a factor of community, country, society development in Africa? And this report is trying to look at the factors that can answer this question. And out of it, it was a 500 respondent questionnaire, 500 people from different areas, gender, region, sport affiliation responded to this survey. And the result came out, and these are the areas that clearly emerged from the answers: information, investing, and creating more data collection in African sport, education, governance, that is always mentioned, and our keynote talked about it yesterday a little bit. Business environment, because that's what can justify any sport business. The consumers, where are they, who are they, what are the possibilities, and the capacity for African sport to innovate. I'm going to share with you just the 16 recommendations that came out of the report. And the first one is about data and education, and to develop human capital. The reality is, when we try anything in African sport, federations, confederations, association, clubs, there's very limited data available. We can't find data because most of our sport organizations don't have a sustained way of collecting and keeping data. And because of the way they are run also, they don't have headquarters, they don't have capacity to consolidate this data. And this is a big gap, and that appears in the study. We cannot do anything if we want to, we have the ambition to develop any ecosystem with economic and business capacity without this data. And I'm not going to go through each point. I'm just going to browse through it because it's not a formal high presentation. Sport as a commercial product, how can it be done? Some of the questions were about that. And these are the recommendation, like creating a legal and fiscal and economic environment conducive to investment in sport. They found the consumers, who are they, how to take care of them, what are the gaps. This came out also in the study. Create a holistic business for innovation and collaboration between private and public sector. Another big theme, and we hear a lot when we talk about African sport, private and public sector collaboration. Easy to say, but it happens, it's not easy to implement. And can sport also contribute to the SDGs from the United Nations? All are things that came out of the report. There's some recommendations about it because the respondent said, yes, it can and it should, but how to do it? These are big questions. And the report is the beginning of an attempt by these organizations to provide data about African sports. And I hope the effort continues and it is aligned with what we do with Sport Africa, and what we want to achieve is to make research part of sports life and to support what we do, what decision we make. and social studies. It has a big importance, although quantitative is important. The anthropological, historical, all type of studies, interdisciplinarity is critical in sport because sport touches all aspects of life in societies. That's why it's important for us to continue this project. And I'm going to stop here, just show you the contact of the group who are authors of this report. The report is available. If I can find a PDF, I'll share it in a chat box during the sessions. And that's it. That is my contribution to this morning. I don't know if we still have any time. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And then we can move on to the keynote. I'll leave the mic, pass the mic to Nobubele.
Thanks so much, Gerard, and thank you for that presentation. We look forward to getting those contact details just in the chat so that everyone can connect as well. All right. So moving along, as Gerard has said, we're moving now to the keynote address. And just to announce then our keynote speaker, can I call up then Professor David Bohopa from Nelson Mandela University? Prof? Right, we'll just give Prof a few minutes to adjust. I'm sure he's going to join us in a bit. Thanks, Prof. We can see you now.
Thanks, Nobu. Good morning, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. Yeah, I can see our keynote speaker. It's ready, Advocate Newton. But as Advocate Newton is preparing to address us, let me abuse this opportunity as a local organizing committee member to announce the following, that post this Africa Sport Conference, we will be keeping in touch with the presenters regarding a book project. We've already secured an ISB number and the book will be peer reviewed, but the details of the book project will be shared with the colleagues post conference. Without wasting any time, I would like to present our keynote speaker for today, our last day of the conference. I'm sure many of you are feeling tired as we already started on Thursday. So allow me to present to you Advocate Darren Newton. Advocate Darren Newton is currently a director in legal services within the Nelson Mandela University. His work life started in the early 1980s, first as an article clerk and then as an advocate of the Cape Town Bar. This was a time of turmoil, according to Advocate Newton, a time of protest, bombing, burning, and detentions without trial. With the possible exception of bombing, his practice reflected this. With only 2 Black colleagues at the bar at the time, working life was a college of political trials across the country. Who doesn't remember their first case? That is a crucial question that Advocate Newton is posing. And in response to that, is saying his first case was to represent 400 women who were arrested in Crossroads for breaching the influx control laws in joining their husband in the Western Cape. So that was his first case, to represent 400 women. This was in the old commission court, a court of blacks, and we pleaded not guilty 400 times to compel full hearings and clocked the court roll to the next year. All cases then had to be withdrawn by the state. Furthermore, he ventured forth to United States to complete his master's degree at Georgetown University. The land of the free, what an awakening. Free to say whatever you want to, free to go wherever the road takes you, and free to watch a whole sector of American society being criminalized by a war on drugs. And many interesting stories. The Black Supreme Court nominee and the public hair on the Coke can, the incoming President Clinton, who was a governor, had condemned Black prisoners to death after the prisoner had undergone lobotomy whilst on death row. So Advocate Newton joined a law firm in Washington, D.C. and practiced in the International Trade Department. He returned to South Africa in 1994, having had enough of freedom. And Advocate Newton has been with Nelson Mandela University ever since. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give Advocate Newton a platform to address us today. Over to you, Advocate Newton.
Thank you, Professor Bohapa, for that introduction. It's an honor to be here. Thanks for the invitation as well. I just want to also pose the question as to, I always wonder why, when a speaker is selected on a particular topic, as to why they would give the topic of cheating to a lawyer. It happens. It happens very frequently. But I accept, David, I accept your good faith in the allocation of the slot, and I'm obviously thankful for the opportunity. Now today, in the little time allocated, it's now 18 minutes, but I will keep an eye on the time. I will try and give us an overview of cheating with specific reference to age cheating and doping in sport in Africa. Now, just to set the scene for you, that all papers of this nature start off with the sentence that cheating in sport is as old as sport itself, okay? Now, we all know that because from we have documented proof that in 338 before Christ, BC, Eupolis bribed 3 fighters to take a dive at the ancient Olympics. In 776 BC, at the Circus Maximus, we had athletes that chewed just about every form of plant material and dog as well as sheep testicles in order to gain an advantage over their competitors. Now that word there is very important. Gain an advantage, because that is at the core of cheating, is that drive to gain the advantage, that drive to be, if you are ranked number 100th tennis player in the world, Then there is that drive to get into the top 10, because that's where the money lies. That particular drive is driven by various factors. The most important factor, of course, is the fact that sport had moved to professionalization. The first speaker, the president, spoke as to there being a lot of money in sport. Sport is a business. It's a multi-billion dollar annual business. So as soon as we professionalize the sport, move to professionalization, then we found that as commercialization improved sport, integrity and honesty plunged to new depths. Okay? We know that in sport, what has become even more valuable in sport than the player on the field of play, is, for example, the merchandising of that player's shirt. And we know, for example, that David Beckham, over a 3-year period, sold shirts, as many shirts in China alone, as to constitute 15% of Manchester United's annual income. Now, the player, him or herself, then concentrates on not only gaining the advantage, but to maintain that advantage. And the reason is, once again, the professional nature of sport. Let's take the last Olympics. Any company in the world would use its marketing budget to promote or let their products be promoted by Wade van Niekerk, who won the race in a world record time, and not on the one who came last. Very often, not even on the one who came second. Okay, so that's a problem that we are dealing in sport with cheating. It's driven by this insane mechanism to gain an advantage over others, so that, of course, you can become, as a player, more employable, higher earnings, higher advertising fees, higher merchandising fees, etc., etc., etc. In South Africa, for example, it falls outside of this paper. I have provided the organizers with a copy of this because I don't think I'll be able to cover all in the time allocated. But in South Africa, for example, we had the Hansie Cronje saga, which struck at the very heart of sport. And that is the competitive nature of sport, okay, the competition. Okay, spectators only go and watch sport because of the competitive element inherent in sport. So what we have here in match fixing, when you are predetermining the outcome of a sporting event, invariably what is going to happen is that spectators would lose interest. And in South Africa, under those circumstances, it was such a wake-up call. It was such a wake-up call that immediately our Prevention of Corruption Act was amended in order to include a clause dealing with match fixing, which makes it a crime, gives this country extraterritorial jurisdiction. So even if you were match fixing like Hansie did in India, you can still be prosecuted in this country. The wake-up call was because of the urgent nature of match fixing. Now, I argue that exactly the same approach should be taken with regard to age cheating and to doping in sport. Let us have a look firstly at age cheating. And we'll just have a brief overview as to the instances of age cheating on the African continent. And I'm just at random using a few examples. Nigeria, for example, was banned from FIFA, from all youth tournaments when 3 players were found to have cheated on their age. Their age differed from the age that they had given when they competed in the 1988 Olympics. And then, of course, on this continent, whenever you speak of age cheating, the name of Tony Mumbu from the Cameroon comes up. Tony Mumbu became famous because he had a whole series of identity documents. And as time went on, he actually became younger. Okay, he was a very good defender, by the way, international defender. In 2003, we found that the Kenyan Minister of Sport disbanded the under-17 team. Now, why did that happen? That's before the international tournament. Why did that happen was, and I'm making the assumption, that was because FIFA brought the MRI testing into play during 2003. That was their first little pilot project. So obviously what must have happened that in Kenya, that they used the MRI test locally before the tournament, discovered that most of the players were over age, and then decided to withdraw. And then, of course, we have Gambia. Now, Gambia is not a soccer giant. They're not in the league of Nigeria, Cameroon, Ghana, etc. Note, I do not place South Africa into that category at all. But Gambia is not a soccer giant. But they won the under-17 youth tournament twice, which of course raised many red flags, raised many questions. And then in 2009, it was found that more than half the Gambian team, Gambian team were found to be over age. Now, closer to home in South Africa, a well-known soccer journalist, Thomas Quinaiti, discovered that several South African players at the under-15 team international tournament in France, that several of them were over age. Okay, one of them sued the journalist and subsequently withdrew because the journalist had obtained information, sufficient information, documents to indicate that if that was his real age, then that player must have been 2 years old when he entered school. Now, the next question that we then need to look at once we've set the scene is, does overage or age cheating, does it impact upon the sport? There's a lot of voices out there that says, let us be. Africa is unique because of its circumstances, its location, its poverty, etc., socioeconomic circumstances. Does it really matter, especially within the junior ranks? Does it impact, does it cause harm to the sport? And the only way that I could look at that was to rely upon the works of Malcolm Gladwell, who's a popular writer. And from his first book, The Outlier, what Malcolm does is that he takes the team sheet of the Czechoslovakian national junior football team. Took the team sheet, 21 players, okay? And he looked at their birth dates. Now, let us just bear in mind that the FIFA cutoff date for all junior sport, for your birth date, the cutoff date is the 1st of January of a year, 1st of January. So when he looked at this team list, you find that out of the 21 players in the squad, 6 were born in January, 6 were born in February, 3 were born in March, and 4 were born between May and June. For the second half of the year, only 2 were born. Now, what does that tell you? What does it tell you? It tells you something very interesting. What's the outlier here that jumps at you without even having to do any statistical analysis on it? And this is a trend that was found over and over and over when they analyzed junior sport. Now, what this actually tells us is that, yeah, there's no age cheating. We have to make that assumption. There's no allegation of age cheating here. But what drives Malcolm Gladwell then to conclude that if you are called to the national trials, well, in Czechoslovakia in any event, but most probably the same for anywhere else, if you call to the national trials and you were born in the second half of the year, you might as well not go. Okay? Simply because what we can see from this illustration is that they're all born in the same year. But the mere fact that those who were born in the first half of the year and therefore are older than those born in the second half of the year, they have a distinct advantage. And of course, Blackwell and Gladwell and others extrapolate this research into other areas, more important areas, as they call it, like education, and they find the same trend. Okay, so what we're looking at here is that here we have proof of the fact that if you are older, you have a distinct advantage. Now extrapolate that concept. Just think then, if you then increase through age cheating, if you increase your chronological age, if you increase it by 5 years, by 9 years, by 10 years, and there's documented incidents of that nature, as to what advantage that particular player will have over others. Well, firstly and foremostly, if you're looking at the area of age cheating, the honest player loses interest. All sport codes, the Olympic code, the FIFA Fair Play Code, section 2.1 of that code, speaks to the fun element in sport. Okay? The honest one loses that fun element and is lost to that sport. So I argue, therefore, that age cheating in itself impacts upon the sport because it affects the fun element, and through that process, then we lose many players, both those who have played the sport, who could play the sport for fun, as well as those who could possibly have made a living from that particular sport. Now, another consequence of that, of what I've tried to illustrate through that table, another consequence of that is the fact that when you are age cheating, you are 20 years old, or let's take a different example, a lower age group. Let's say that you are 19 years old and you are playing under 17. You've obviously cheated as to your age. Now that is, of course, a very critical time for all junior players. the adolescence stage and the pre-adolescent stage. And what then happens is that if you've cheated, you tend right from the outset to have gained an advantage. Now that advantage stays with you for the rest of your career, okay? That advantage, in a book by Nassim Taleb, The Black Swan, which I'm sure many of you have read, that he mentions work done by a sociologist, Robert Morton, which tends to indicate that an advantage gained, initial advantage gained, remains with you throughout your career. Why is that so? And the reason is very simple. The reason is very simple, because now because you've age cheated under 15, let's say, you have an advantage over the others. You then receive much better coaching, much more game time. You receive most probably specialized attention. If you're lucky, you might even end up in a soccer academy. We take the example of football, etc., etc. So all those advantages accumulate to ensure that you stay well ahead of your age group, and that stays with you, of course, throughout your lifetime. There's of course a negative to this as well. Many writers in Africa has asked as to what has happened to Nile Lamte, Isaac Asara, Bartholomew Bache, Pius Ikedia, many others, because they were great players when they were in the junior ranks, but they disappeared when they were in their 20s. And the reason is obvious. They were much older and therefore had come to the end of their career. Now, the reasons for age cheating, as I expected, I'm running out of time, but I'm just summarizing. The paper will be available. The reasons for age teaching, of course, are very well documented, very well known. For example, the parents are one of the biggest problems here. Parents live vicariously through their children. And we can unpack that, but I will just, if there's any questions, maybe I can maybe expand on that. The second reason is, and that's important for Africa, in my view, in most developed countries, let's take Canada, for example. In Canada, where ice hockey is a major sport, at one stage they had 5,000 registered scouts. And it was estimated that a similar number would be unregistered scouts as well. So the country is saturated with talent scouts. The youngsters are therefore identified, spotted at a very young age, and then nurtured forward. In Africa, that is not the case. If you live 60 kilometers north of Timbuktu, you might be well in your 20s before you are spotted or identified as a talent. And of course, the temptation then is to change your chronological age. Now, how do we combat age cheating? What we are dealing with here is that we're dealing with a continent where there are different priorities, where there's poverty, socioeconomic problems, some civil wars, etc., etc., etc. If you add to that mix the possibility that poverty and low wages very often lead to corruption, then the corruption by government officials in issuing documentation to that mix brings about a perfect storm. Now, technology is available, firstly. We have mentioned that FIFA started in 2003 with a pilot project with the MRI scanning. MRI determines the skeletal age of a player, skeletal age. MRI stands for magnetic resonance imaging. And FIFA has used it from time to time. Just last year, the under-17 COSAFA Youth Championships was held in Port Elizabeth, Gqeberha, that we call now, Gqeberha. That was held in Port Elizabeth, and 10 members of the under-17 Malawian team were found to be overage. Now that's a bit silly, simply because you're coming to a small city, yes. Gqeberha is a small city, but I can think of at least 5 hospitals that has MRI equipment within the small city. So we see the problem continues, and what we need to be looking at is that cheating itself, if it's viewed with the same importance as match fixing, for example, that it can have the potential to destroy a sport, then we are asking the question as to the unique circumstances of the African continent, given that the countries in Africa have more pressing priorities than buying MRI machines, that sport being a multi-billion-dollar business, as to why are there no greater attempts as to provide national federations with the necessary equipment to do the necessary testing at junior national sport. There needs to be a will on the part of government and many other agencies, including FIFA, including the Olympic Committee, to intervene and channel some of that money in promoting the mitigation of age cheating in sport. Now, let's just briefly look at doping. I only have a few minutes left. Now, doping, as we know, and I'm just going to speak off the cuff on it, doping, as we know, is an age-old problem, and as we try to illustrate as well, that in Africa, we have 47 countries that has ratified the UNESCO Convention. Now, the sport world, once doping became unmanageable, the sports world decided to establish WADA, which is the World Anti-Doping Administration, WADA. But WADA is a private body, it's a non-governmental body. There's no power to bind governments. So therefore, the system was then created of UNESCO, where a UNESCO convention on anti-doping was established. Countries then sign up as signatories to the convention, which is an international legal instrument. And in terms of the convention, then the countries have to implement the WADA rules. Now, these WADA rules require you to establish a huge bureaucracy. Firstly, for example, in South Africa, because we've implemented it, you have to have a statute, a law, setting out, establishing the Institute for anti-doping in the country. In South Africa, it's called SAIDS. Now, once you have established this bureaucracy, then you must also then, of course, implement in terms of this bureaucracy. And what we find is the very first problem that sticks its head out is the aspect that there's only one accredited laboratory for testing on the whole of the African continent. And that is in a godforsaken place called Bloemfontein in South Africa. So if you are sitting on the northern point of Africa, your sample has to travel down all the way to the southern point of Africa in order for it to be tested. Immediately we can see that even though doping has a regulatory framework, okay, that it is still not possible to implement it in this continent effectively. Now, an important aspect with doping is that the wider regulations, etc., they require us, or all sports federation, to follow a certain program of testing, including then what we call the whereabouts test. That's out of season testing where an athlete has to give his or her 60-minute slot ahead quarterly, ahead as to when he or her will be available for testing. Now, this whereabouts test works very well in Germany and in England and in the US and in Canada, etc. That's very difficult to implement in Africa. Okay. It's not very easy, for example, to find people in certain parts of Africa. So what we have here is that, firstly, the regulations don't take cognizance of the prevailing circumstances on this continent. The regulations, for example, requires that certain information must be uploaded onto a system, a WADA system called the Adams system, needs technology, and then also on the registered testing pool, the RTP. It needs infrastructure, it needs technology, it needs a bureaucracy. Once again, that Africa has different priorities. And that's where the problem lies. So whatever we say about regulation, implementation, etc., what I'm pleading for, and I'm busy concluding, Chair, what I'm pleading for is that we need to change, in conjunction with all the MRI tests and the doping regulations and procedures, we need to change culture. We need to instill new values. We know that the Olympic Charter promotes ethics and good governance in sport, that the spirit of fair play must prevail, says the Olympic Charter. The FIFA Fair Play Code proclaims that winning is without value, it has been achieved unfairly or dishonestly. Those are very, very noble intentions. But what part of the FIFA's budget has been used in order to inculcate a value system into the youth, especially on our continent? I thank you. Back to Nobu. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Advocate Newton. My goodness, what a thought-provoking presentation. And I know that the panelists and the attendees as well are really enjoying this. Some of the feedback we're getting as well from YouTube, just how people are really enjoying your presentation and how they are taking in all the thought-provoking reflections that you've given us today. So thank you so much for that. I see that we don't have any direct questions to you, Advocate Newton, at the moment. So we'll let everyone just take in the presentation while we have the panel 8 on inclusiveness and decolonized spaces, chaired then by Professor Derek Katzum. So Professor Derek, you can come up, and then if there are any questions on the keynote, please feel free to direct them to Advocate Newton, who will be the panelists in the panelist side still throughout the webinar. Thanks so much, Advocate Newton. Professor Katzum?
Good morning, good afternoon, and maybe for a lucky few of you, good evening. I greet you from West Texas, where it's only supposed to be about 102 degrees Fahrenheit today. So I shall enjoy that a little later. Welcome to the panel, Transformations, Digitization, and Economy. We have 5 panelists listed. I believe 2 are consolidated into one. One is a presenter, but they're co-authors. Nonetheless, the members of the panel are, and please forgive me for if I mispronounce your name, Khatija Badur, Thandiwe Blow, David Bagopa, Lyndon Boa, and Marion Keim. And I believe they're all here in some way, shape, or form. We haven't had a discussion about this, so I'm just going to go in the order on the panel, and we can clarify where we're consolidated. I believe Thandiwe and David are working together, but I could be mistaken about that. I would, because there are 4 of us, give us about 15 minutes each. I won't be too rigorous. I can't exactly pass notes across, but try to be respectful of the time so we can A, get back on time, and B, so that we can possibly have a Q&A session. So if you need to cut things short, just remember we'll have Q&A. Okay, without any further ado, Khatija Badur, you will go first. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this session. The research that I'm going to be talking about is a research project that was conducted looking at the consumption and opinion on women's football from different football fans in Africa. My co-author, Buhle Dungu, was a little unwell, so he was unable to join me, so I am presenting this on behalf of both of us. Okay, so we hear a lot about women's sport. There's been a lot more attention in terms of women's sport in general, but also specifically looking at football over the last few years, particularly. And when we looked at the last World Cup, a lot of the discussions are just based around the wage gap and should female sports people earn the same as their male counterparts. We know that the US team particularly has been very vocal, particularly given their successes at international level. But instead of just looking at the wage gap, a lot of other players are now talking about the resources that are available within the women's game. One of the challenges is that women often don't have the same quality of pitches to train on. They don't get the same level of expertise or coaching, particularly when we're looking at developmental levels. And this obviously impacts not just the quality of the game, but the progress that the female players are making and the progress of teams as a whole. Now, often when we discuss issues related to women's sports, the general argument is that there is less revenue being generated by the sport, and this is because fewer people are interested in the sport. And because fewer people are interested in the sport, this is why there isn't this need to generate more income or to invest more in the sport, because it doesn't produce any capitalistic outcome or value for people who are investing in the sport. And we end up in this vicious cycle that just continues with fewer resources, less development, fewer opportunities for females to participate in sport, and it might impact the quality of the game. Now, within this, we often look at the consumption generally seen, and that's the reason given for less investment. But when we look at the ability to consume women's sport, their opportunities are a lot less than what we would find for men's sport. There isn't any research looking at a South African context or even an African context, but a study of US sports coverage found that women's team sport was only given 3% of the total attention paid by newspapers. Women's individual sport was only given 5% of attention paid by newspapers. And this was despite seeing an increase in the performance and the legacies of both female individual sports people like Serena Williams, or also the success of the women's football national team. When we're looking at televised matches, it's a little bit higher than the 3 and 5%. So women get a whole 8% of coverage, which still shows that the market share is given very little to women's sport. And this has to impact the ability or amount of consumption that is being granted within women's sports. Even when we're looking at your big tournaments, such as your Olympic Games, where you got both male and female participants, there is a great imbalance in terms of how much coverage and attention is given to the female athletes and female performers. Now, within South African context, like I said, there's no actual published research that gives us an idea in terms of the pure value or an ability to quantitate the differences between males and females. But one thing is clear that when we look at the South African PSL, your male professional players are earning higher amounts of money. They also, at national level, the national team generally has been earning higher salaries and greater bonuses for the past decade or so, or even longer. But we also see a difference, not just when it comes to pay, but things like the men's game was allowed to continue under COVID-19 conditions, whereas the women's league was stopped, and just the champions were based on where the league ended when COVID lockdown set in. The number of executive members within not just the national structures, but even the provincial and regional structures are also greatly favoring male people. When we look at the female side of things, the national women's team in South Africa has produced better results. They've qualified for World Cup, which we haven't seen from the men's team. But despite their successes, the amount of resources being spent on the women's team is significantly less than on the men's team. One of the biggest imbalances we see is the number of sponsors. So the women's team has one main core sponsor that's been there for a while. We're not seeing the same attention given that we see when it comes to the male teams. Again, the percentage of females, not just when it comes to playing staff, but your number of coaches, your number of sports scientists, physios, doctors, members of management is a lot lower than we see within the male compared to the males. Despite the difficulties that we've picked up within this, we do see that there is some growth and development. So we are seeing more women's national leagues, not just in South Africa, but internationally. And we know that CAF have also now embarked on creating a CAF Women's Champions League, which is now happening within the 2021 calendar year. So when we looked at this research project, the one thing that we wanted to look at was what is the impact when it comes to consumption? Do fans actually have an interest when it comes to women's football? Is the fact that we keep getting told it's because of lack of interest that there's no increased revenue in terms of women's football? And we did this by conducting a survey, and we focused on, first of all, whether people would support the women's teams to the same extent that they would support the male teams. We also looked at opinions of male and female football and how they differed. And then we looked at more what would more influence the opinions on women's football. The methodology that we used for the study was, it was a descriptive study. We targeted football fans living in South Africa. They could be of any nationality, but they should have been in South Africa. The reason why we stuck with just South Africa is because the level of exposure in terms of newspapers or broadcast would then be standardized. And we collected the data over 6 weeks. In total, we had 169 participants. Most of the participants, so almost 3/4 of the participants were males. The questionnaire itself was an online questionnaire that was circulated through the use of Google Forms. We used like Facebook groups and other social media platforms to distribute the questionnaire, and relied a lot on word of mouth and asking people to just share it with fellow football supporters. The main sections in the questionnaire was, first of all, looking at the level of support. Both we divided it into African clubs versus non-African clubs. We then looked at the comparison between male and female players when it comes to things like physical ability, football intelligence, whether people believe that male and female players should get equal treatment, equal coverage, and equal access to resources. And then we looked at the influences in terms of what might influence the opinions of the respondents. One of the things we did include was physical appearance, because we see a lot of the time people say that, as particularly when it comes to individual sponsorships, women or female athletes are required to look in a specific way. The objectification levels are often linked a lot more with the revenue that they generate compared to male players. We also looked at where the fans felt they could relate to the players, and would that influence their support of them, the level of play that they would support, and whether they would be like fans of specific people in football. So maybe a former national player is now a coach, so that might encourage them to support the team a lot more. Our statistical analysis, most of our stats were descriptive stats. We did run an analysis comparing the views of males and female respondents, but bear in mind that because of the difference in numbers between the males and females, this data is slightly skewed, and for the chi-square, we placed significance at 0.05. Now, when we looked at the responses, going into the study, we actually expected a lot of people to be like they would not be a fan of women's football, because that's what we've constantly been hearing. It's one of the bigger motivations that people provide when it comes to lack of investment in the women's game. But what we actually found is 66% of people actually stated that they were a fan of women's football. This was a lot higher than we did actually expect. But we do see a big discrepancy between African teams and non-African teams. So you can see in the graph on the left, people don't necessarily know whether the women's teams in Africa, the teams or clubs that they support in Africa, whether they do have a women's team. You can see the percentage is quite high for the I don't knows, and only a small percentage knew that yes, their team does have a women's team linked with it. And this could be a contributor in terms of how to actually help grow the women's game. When we're looking at the non-African team, on the other hand, you can see a large percentage know that the teams that they support, and these were teams that included clubs like Manchester United, Real Madrid, Barcelona. There's a real large percentage that goes, yes, we do know that the male clubs that I support do actually have a women's team. With the African one of the differences might be that a lot of African women's clubs aren't necessarily linked with a male club or a male club of the same name. In South Africa itself, for many years, it was just from the PSL, Mamelodi Sundowns, and Bloemfontein Celtic, who had female clubs that were associated with the brand. So this could be a contributing factor, not just that people aren't aware of the women's teams, but that they don't actually exist linked with them, the men's teams. Again, we're seeing the discrepancy when it comes to the level of support compared to African and non-African clubs. And we can see that the level of support for non-African clubs ultimately is quite high. The percentage of people that said they would follow the team to the exact nature that they follow the men's team might be low, but you can see that the interest in terms of just following the results and seeing where they are and what's happening within the team is quite high. But within the African football, this changes a lot, and we see decreases when we compare the level of support between African and non-African football clubs. Part of the reason for this is possibly just the exposure given, and like we said, the association of a women's team with a well-known brand that is normally seen within the men's game. We looked at the opinions on women's football, and the question was whether they felt female players differed compared to men. Within different parameters. One would expect a difference when it comes to physical ability. If we're looking particularly at physiological ability when it comes to things like overall fitness levels or VO2 max values, you would expect people to see a difference when it comes to men and women, and that is backed by research. But one of the important things that we found is this one here, where it says that all footballers should be treated the same. So there is actually a drive and belief that female footballers should get the same treatment as their male counterparts, as well as equal allocation of resources and increased media coverage. So this does argue a little bit with the arguments that we've seen consistently for lack of interest or investment in the women's game. We also look at factors that influence the perception and opinions of women's football. And one of the big ones does come down to media coverage. So if people are exposed to the content, they are more likely to consume the content. And as shown in the introduction, the percentage of coverage given to women's sport is so low that people can't actually consume more content related to women's football. But it's the same thing when it comes to matches being broadcasted and the level of play. So people are more likely to support international football as compared to maybe regional or provincial football. And then finding more role models within the sport is also an important thing. The physical appearance of players was very little compared to this preconceived notion that female athletes need to live up to a certain physical appearance or a certain standard that society has imposed on them. And this does actually show that this should not really be a factor, even when it comes to things like sponsorship opportunities for female players. When we compared the male and female responses, the biggest difference came down to physical ability, football intelligence, media coverage, and equal allocation of resources. And in terms of perceptions of women's football was the physical appearance. But like I stated before, there was a big imbalance in terms of the number of female responses compared to male responses. Now, when we're looking at women's football, like I said, one of our biggest things in the study was it was a surprise. There was a better level of support for women's football than we expected. The fact that non-African clubs here create greater awareness probably links with the brand awareness and does show that linking up women's football with male brands might actually help grow the game. There's also a great potential for support, and people do believe in equal treatment and coverage. So this idea that it's not something that's wanted or consumers don't want to get involved with women's football does seem to be debunked by the study. Also, the fact that tournaments like the World Cup do create greater attention and getting more people interested in the sport itself should be built on, so people can use that to help build up the individual awareness and visibility of individual players and the team as a whole. So that will then create a greater relationship or interaction when it comes to fans relating with different players and different teams. The conclusion for the study is, first of all, we do need to break the cycle. At some point, we need to invest more into women's football. Women's sport as a whole is a growing market. We are seeing a greater attention in that. There are a lot more economists talking about the potential of the women's sport, not just women's football. So it needs to be treated the same way you would treat any other potential business opportunity. And that will help grow the sport, invest more, create more opportunities for females, not just as players, but in other roles within the sport. And that will obviously increase the quality of the game and the sustainability of the game. There's a lot of possible future research. Like I stated before, we are seeing an increase in the number of women's professional leagues. In South Africa, the Women's League started last year, for example. We need to see and analyze the stats and the impact of the Women's League and find out what the challenges are and how those can be changed. Also analyzing the impact of international women's club matches that are broadcasted in South Africa over the past few years. We saw an increase in the broadcast of the English Women's League. So does that actually have an impact? Are more people consuming these matches? Another thing that's important is also running longitudinal studies. So putting in the investment will not produce results in an impact immediately. Longitudinal studies will provide people to understand how things are changing, how the consumer behavior is changing, how players' development and growth is changing, and there needs to be more investment when it comes to the research side of this. Brand recognition, so linking more male football clubs with female counterparts can help the female clubs actually benefit off the bigger brands and internationally known brands. We need to look more into the women's role, not just when it comes to playing football, but when it comes to management, science, medical support, and all of these other roles that women can play. And we also need to see how different platforms, because we are seeing an increase in the digital space, we're seeing increase in broadcasting online and streaming of games. So how exactly has this impact the consumption when it comes to women's football? How has websites and social media accounts benefited or not benefited women's football? It's important for us that when we assess consumption, it's not just based off the traditional medias, but also the digital media, which is very applicable in today's day and age. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Wonderful work. Really appreciate that. Well presented. And we will move on. We'll have a discussion of everybody's after. Tandiwe Blow, and I think you're working with David Bagopa, but you can clarify that. But Tandiwe, you're up.
Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. Let me just quickly share my screen. Good day, everyone. I will be presenting a joint paper that was done by Prof. Bagopa and myself. The title of our presentation is called An Anthropological Lens on the Impact of Soccer Development on the Economy of the Eastern Cape Province. Just before I start, I would like to mention that this study is still work in progress and not yet finalized. I will be looking at brief background of the study, as well as the research question, the research objectives, research methodology, conceptual framework, literature review, research findings, as well as the recommendation and conclusion. Let me just enlarge this, right? And there is a lack of soccer tourism in the Eastern Cape due to the fact that there is one team playing at the Premier League, Premier Soccer League, and that is Chippa United. Even this team, its future is currently uncertain. As far as the representation at Multi-Choice League, there's also one team there. And representation at Varsity League, it's all the 4 universities in the Eastern Cape, which is the Nelson Mandela, Rhodes University, Forte University, as well as Walter Sisulu University. The research question is, what are the challenges facing the Eastern Cape soccer tourism and the economic growth? The research objectives is to investigate the challenges facing the economy of the Eastern Cape, to contribute within the economic anthropology and anthropology of soccer with specific reference to the Eastern Cape, to come up with the recommendations with the view to resolve some of the problems faced by the Eastern Cape province. Our research methodology is of a qualitative approach. We did some individual interviews, and to collect data, we use an interview schedule as well as observations, and we consulted relevant journals and books, as well as newspaper and electronic articles. In this paper, we are using budget understanding as a conceptual framework to understand the issues of soccer tourism and the economic growth of the Eastern Cape province. And we also find out that there is a tendency by many government departments not to utilize the budget allocated to them to develop the infrastructure in the Eastern Cape. For example, there is a lack of sport recreational facilities in the Eastern Cape. Lavoie is one of the economists who have contributed to sport research by looking at labor economics issues within the context of the United States of America. Swart and Bob also provide an overview of sport tourism generally and investigate sport tourism policy within the context of South Africa. They argue that the focus on events such as the 2010 FIFA World Cup limits South Africa to capitalize on the potential benefits of sports tourism. Our preliminary research findings were that gender inequality, there is gender inequality in soccer, lack of soccer infrastructure in the township in the Eastern Cape. There is also rural communications are still marginalized. There is also a lack of sponsorship, as well as lack of soccer academies in the Eastern Cape, an unfair representation at SAFA, as well as a lack of school soccer development. Recommendation so far is that economic transformation is long overdue. Gender inequality need to be addressed with immediate effect. Infrastructure development in rural settings, an introduction of school soccer leagues is needed, and a public and private sector sponsorship. And also the Eastern Cape representation, it needs to be relooked, as well as the fact that further research is needed in this area. In conclusion, genuine economic transformation and the eradication of forms of exclusion in the Eastern Cape is key in the view to boost the economy of the province and soccer development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And that was fascinating and certainly within time, but we appreciate it. And that was once again, really nicely presented. We'll move on to the third presentation, which is Lyndon Boa. So if Lyndon is available, it's your show.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to to the chair. I will be sharing the presentation with Professor Marion Keim. So I'm still on Tandiwe's blue screen though. I don't know if you can unshare maybe. Yeah, super. Thanks, Chair. I'm just waiting for Tandiwe. Okay. Okay. So we now by lessons from the digitization process of the sport records on Robben Island. So quite a number of things happened in 2009. I was invited to attend a Commonwealth baton relay that would be going to the Robben Island, and at the end of that tour, I had noticed that there were Apple boxes that would be going to the Mayibuye Center at UWC. I then immediately asked what would happen with these boxes, and I discovered that these boxes would be catalogued and packaged at UWC, etc. It then struck me that the information that is in these boxes is pivotal to what we need to show, and what we need to be able to do is to digitize some of these records. And I then contacted the sport department and various others, and then made funding available. They made funding available for the records to be digitized. We then started by looking at the importance of sport and recreation on Robben Island. And what was important for us is to realize that sport and recreation was very, very important to everybody at Robben Island. We then went through a number of processes, and at the end of these, we came to a conclusion. Now, what was important is that we have to realize that sport and recreation at Robben Island was important for the prisoners because it allowed them an outlet, because they were not allowed many freedoms. And there's much that has been written about the sport on Robben Island. We were able to catalog the various boxes that came from the island, and these Apple boxes, as we generously call them, became part of the records that we needed to show. When I first examined these records, they were printed on old Apple box, old yellow paper from the prison, and in fact, you can only deal with them with your gloves nowadays. The records illustrate that the prisoners played things from chess to Ludo to tennis to volleyball to football to rugby, and in fact, well known, they also became the Makana Football Association as well. So I'm going to hand over to Professor Keim, who will look at the findings of the Robben Island digitization. Professor Keim.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer, and thank you, Chair. It's wonderful to be here. This is indeed an amazing project. As you know, Robben Island is a tourist destination, and people don't think much more when they go off besides, what was there in terms of the political history. Very few, only the insiders make that connection to sport and what actually happened on the island in terms of sport and recreation. And for us to be involved in a heritage like that, in a treasure like that, was also for the students and the staff really, really amazing. So some of the findings really showed that sport and recreation was seen as a privilege, or was a privilege on Robben Island. Although the International Red Cross already in the 60s marked the start of some form of sport and recreation activities on the island, what the prisoners felt and how sport contributed actually to their survival is unknown. And it was unknown until we actually saw some of the evidences, and that was material written on toilet paper that is using cardboard for trophies and things like that. It's a very emotional experience to go through those kind of documentation. So sport and recreation was actually seen by the prisoners, and we have ample proof from different sources, as an escape. This is an escape to a normal life, and also a route route of escape. And then also in terms of a normal community space and a tool for physical, spiritual, and mental therapy to actually maintain the focus of the course of the struggle for liberation and withstanding the whole cruelty that the apartheid regime imposed on the prisoners from 1962 to 1991. Some of the documentation where we had, for example, quotes from Solomon Musi observed that houseboat evacuation on Robben Island made the prisoners forget for a moment, maybe during the day, about their real situation in the prison. He said the sport activities played a very important role in terms of relaxing the mood, including the conditions of arcing and of suffering. And I think it was the only time away, it was the only time away from the hard labor where one can dwell on it, some kind of realization, and we played freely. So the sense of playing freely for one moment, maybe half an hour, maybe 15 minutes, whatever was given as a privilege on the island, must have been a feeling that we can't perceive now, that we can only try to understand by looking at these archives, which actually I must say is the biggest digitalization project in terms of prison in Africa, as far as we know. Findings also show that sport and recreation was seen as a school for administration, management, and leadership skills. We have the evidence of the boxes, and they consist of numerous documents of clubs, of referees, of unions, of how to write a constitution, of disciplinary committees and rules in recreation, of an appellant division. And one can really also subscribe to the notion that Robben Island Maximum Security Prison became a real school of sports administration and of sports management. For example, the referee union was one of the constitutional bodies on the island, and it had its motto, service before self. And what was also interesting, although South Africa was during apartheid boycotted from the Olympic Games, we were not allowed to take part in the Olympic Games, the prisoners had Robben Island Summer Games, which were predominantly athletics featured, and it was particularly interesting and analyzed further in terms of sporting codes and annual special events on the island from the Athletics Association, hosted as an annual event. But there were summer games organized by the prisoners with the permission of the officer commanding. And the summer games were governed through the model of the Olympic Games. So although the country, South Africa, was not part of any Olympic Games, on Robben Island, there were Olympic summer games held on a regular basis. And if we see the following picture, you see with what craft and dedication and creativity those prisoners cherish those moments and produce these kinds of certificates. And as I said, we found also trophies made of toilet paper rolls, cardboard, and others. But look at those pieces of art in terms of the Olympic Summer Games on Robben Island during that time. Similar to what we heard before, soccer has always played a big role. Soccer and indoor games evolved fairly early during the stay on Robben Island, and Ludo and draft boards were drawn up with soap on blankets and shells and stones that were used as pieces. Chess was also played, Nelson Mandela also played chess on Robben Island using cardboard pieces with relevant pictures of the kings and the knights and the drawn on it. And Maroba said that everything on Robben Island was a privilege. There were no rights. Even recreation was not treated as a right. However, more than anything, political prisoners created an environment which brought a feeling that they were even outside of prison through their involvement and participation. So to have that feeling that you can put your mind playing chess actually outside somewhere. And the first democratically elected sports minister under Nelson Mandela, late Steve Swete, maintained that the prison authorities were resisting recreation. They would have preferred to keep us in our cells, he says, on weekends, when we are not at work. And that's what they did, in fact, we fought against that we were entitled to recreation. And that was often taken away. We remember also one of the stories where prisoners just wanted to have a packet of sweets as the winners of a soccer tournament, a packet of sweets. And that we found documentation where the stamp was always denied, denied, denied. Johnson Mlamo remembered times when there is a general onslaught against political prisoners and when sporting activities were taken away because they were regarded as a privilege and because at this and that thing which we did or you not supposed to do, we were then penalized. And that was also then used, as a as a regress, as a penalization, taking it away for the whole team if the prison authorities thought there was something that they should punish prisoners for. Again here, the documentation of a Robben Island General Recreation Committee, and you can see even the handwriting on normal paper and the resolutions that were drafted at that, which actually contributed to the learning, to the management, to the school that we mentioned before, and the school for administrators, the school for sports organizers, the school for sports managers. Also the values, I must mention, the values that were upheld, which was fair play, which was excellence, which was teamwork in working together, and joy of effort, and also a balance of body, will, and mind, even in this very, very confined space. We had that, Lyndon, earlier on. That is a, if you can go to the next, please. Yeah, so in conclusion, if anyone, when UWC opens again, the Mayabuya Center, which is located underneath the university, demonstrates or is a house for the apple boxes that Lyndon mentioned, and the digitalization that took place is visible there. And the research project really illustrates a real triumph of human spirit, using sport and recreation as a way of escape, contributing to the prisoners' development of strength, of power, of team spirit, which assisted them to overcome the hardest of adversities. And many of the prisoners involved in this, in sports, obviously became very successful leaders when they came outside, and we also contribute this drive and the strength and the team spirit to something that they have learned and cherished and upheld in prison when they came outside, to assist them in terms of their thinking and in terms of their survival skills that they actually they acquired while they are in prison. So the Research Legacy Project shows that sport and recreation are a reflection of any society's success stories and its miseries, its socioeconomic challenges and its values. And it demonstrates we organize and transform South African sport and recreation going forward in a democratic joint Africa. So yeah, this is our presentation, and we would like to end with a quote by Madiba saying, "Let us move forward with vision and with courage and determination as we educate for empowerment," because the documentation that we found was a real source of education for empowerment using sport and recreation as a tool. Thank you so much for your attention, and we are open for a question. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lyndon and Marion. It's good to see you both again, and a good job. Now, I'm frankly at a loss. I am not used to so many PhDs, and particularly those with actual professor in their title, being capable of sticking to the time limit, which is to say we have almost an hour left in the official time that I have been given. So I hope there will be some lively questions and discussions. And I will use my chair's prerogative to ask a question, and then I'll open it up. I can either give it to the people who ask questions in the chat or in the question box, or else I can ask them. So I'll leave that up to people. I'll ask if they want to ask their question, then I'll ask it if I don't hear from them. But the first question I have ties to all three papers, which is sort of the idea of although it says digitization and economy, really what is most fascinating to me about this is this issue of core versus periphery. If we think of the core as being sort of oftentimes major big time sports at the professional or provincial or national levels, all three papers seem to speak to much more important issues. We might call it the periphery, although that seems to, that might be marginalizing, but more underexplored areas, and frankly where the bulk of participants are in sports. And I'm wondering if you could speak to this. Obviously, when we talk about periphery, we mean peripheralization, the marginalization of some folks over others, and whether it is under the example of Robben Island during apartheid, whether it's the example of the Eastern Cape and underdevelopment of sport sort of more broadly, especially the grassroots level, or whether we're talking about women's sports and the sort of shameful marginalization in a whole host of ways of oftentimes we see, for example, national teams, as Khatija pointed out, far more successful on the women's front than on the men's front. Same thing in the US. The idea that the women's team ought to somehow fight for scraps when they're so much better than the men's team, it's kind of laughable that we have to have the discussion. So I'm wondering if all three of you could maybe, or all five of you with the three presentations, weigh in on these questions, maybe starting with Khatija and then moving on to the other two presentations.
I think when we're looking at the marginalization, and like you said, there is this contingency way to not just linked with gender. Sometimes it's gender, sometimes it's race, sometimes it's socioeconomic status. We do see this constant influx when it comes to it. And it's, I feel part of the thing around the world order right now is there might be a greater drive to promote more equality. The digitization in terms of world sport has helped benefit this tremendously. So you're getting a point where people have a greater voice, even if it's not coming through your traditional media or your news broadcasters or sports news broadcasters or whatever. But the fact that you do have greater digitization means that people who might not have had a voice previously are now given a voice. They're allowed to give their points of view. When you speak to players themselves directly or coaches, a lot of the things that you'll hear from them is often within news resources. They might be quoted out of context, or it's all about clickbait headlines and selling advertising and things like that. But now that you've got a platform that you can create for yourself, whether it is using a social media account, whether it is using something like YouTube, you're now being given your own voice, and you're given a little bit more control over the message that you're sending across, and you allowed to speak more for yourself or for other marginalized groups. And I think digitizing the space so much has led to or contributed to this revolution where we are looking more at equal rights and equal opportunities and giving a voice to the people who necessarily didn't have that voice before. So it has contributed to a change. We're probably still at the start of seeing a broader impact of this, but it's an important contributor to everything.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Tandiwe, do you want to weigh in on Eastern Cape?
Yes, Chair, I'll respond to that.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. I think in our paper, the main issue here is the notion of underspending from the government departments, and it's deliberate. And when you ask crucial questions as to why is it happening, then you find out that many government departments have employed people who are incapable of utilizing the budget, because the central government allocates a budget to all provinces so that they can take care of sport infrastructure development. But you see this tendency of this government department not channeling the financial resources where it's supposed to go. And then it's done deliberately. Hence, we strongly argue in our paper that that is a big enemy in our view, because money is there, but is not utilized. Instead, the money ends up disappearing from government coffers. So that's briefly my comment regarding marginalization of communities, where you find townships and rural communities in terms of sport development infrastructure do not benefit, and yet money is there, and then it ends up being squandered by most politicians and government officials. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Lyndon and Marion, do you want to weigh in on sort of Robben Island as a locus of marginalization / peripheralization?
Thanks. I'll allow Prof to go first, and then I'll come in afterwards. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you. I was just thinking when you mentioned that, Eric, in terms of the whole notion of conflict theory of an elite to really use sport to put masses down, to really exploit masses and use sport as a very dangerous tool for that, and thus marginalize it by taking rights away that should be rights on Robben Island, and using it not as only taking rights away, but also titling it as a privilege and not as a human right, and that is a very much of a concern. And yeah, so that was that came to me when you mentioned that, this whole notion of that we are aware, like in the olden Roman days, we had Braden games when power elites controlled masses. In the more recent time on Robben Island, we had sports that was taken away at any given time, or anything that is healthy, that is happy, that creates a little bit of joy and well-being, was used as a weapon in a way, and could be taken away anytime.
Thanks. Just from my side, I think there has been in South Africa a recognition that there has been marginalization of women and of communities generally. And this has been recognized even in the National Sport and Recreation Plan, where you have a transformation scorecard, which also looks at how many women, how many athletes with disability do you have? Do you have corporate governance? Do you have financial accountability? So those aspects have come in, where people actually look at what you are doing to bring in the marginalized groupings within your particular sector. In our research with Robben Island, we found that the commanding officers use that sport as a tool against the prisoners, allowing, then taking away, depending on the circumstances. So I think the key thing is that all sporting codes are supposed to have transformation plans based on the National Sport and Recreation Plan, as well as their own context, to bring in marginalized groups. So I think, Prof. Chairperson, if that can happen, where you have a follow through of the policy, that could possibly assist. Thank you.
Sure. And I mean, I say this as someone probably as guilty of perpetuating the sin, right? Because most of my work is on national teams or professional teams, sometimes in the US anyways, big time college stuff. But like I'm as guilty of this as anyone. I think this panel is really important for reminding us where sport actually happens in most places, and the ways that, in terms of South Africa's history, certainly these questions of marginalization are tied in with questions of apartheid. And in Khadija's case, how it transcends certainly South Africa. If you look at the sporting model, I mean, whether it's the debate over equal pay for women in tennis, or whether it's the discussions of the US or South African national teams. So these are really, really important questions. Okay, there have been some great questions posited in the 1 or 2 in the question and answer, and then the rest in the chat. And I'm going to give people, I'll sort of call out names, and if I don't hear from you in a reasonable time, I'll pose your question. Vanessa Mitchell, who also asked a couple of really good questions through the Q&A in my panel a couple of days ago, asked a really good question for Khadija. Is Vanessa there, or shall I? All right, Vanessa, jump in if I get going on this and you wanna speak. But her question is about having solely female coaches for female teams. Oh, there we go.
Thank you, Prof. No, it's fine, Prof. You can go ahead and ask the question.
Okay, it's just a really good question. One of those that we see quite frequently, which is it a good idea to sort of mandate or expect or prefer women's coaches for women's teams, women's coaches for girls teams, et cetera, et cetera? Is this does this have merit? Is this something that you've thought about, or is something going forward perhaps?
I think when you look at this, it's more complex than just like a simple answer could give, because one of the big reasons why there probably is a drive to get more female coaches coaching female teams is because there isn't as much opportunities for female coaches to coach in men's teams. So the only opportunities when it comes to female coaches is going to be within the female teams. Right. But for many, many years, we've seen often, even at national level, a lot of the teams are coached by male coaches, or at least part of the technical structure or something. There's a lot of male members involved within that. We don't necessarily see the same kind of balance or gender representation when it comes to male sports. So it does come down to opportunities. It shouldn't be just that because you're a female, you should be coaching female teams, or female players should just be coached by female female players should be just coached by female players. But there is also some of the issues that we've seen, particularly when we looked at like the US gymnastics, where it came down to like issues around sexual abuse and things like that. So creating an environment where whether you have a male coach or not, it is that safe environment for female players. And if you do have a male coach, they do need to understand the context of working with female players. It can't just be, I work in the men's game, so I'm translating to the same treatment I gave the male players, I expect the same from female players, because as much as we want equality, the reality is society doesn't always allow that. So female players who might be mothers still often need to still play that role of motherhood. You know, you've got female players who might miss game time because they're pregnant, or it's physiologically looking at things around like the menstrual cycle or different hormonal levels and how that might impact the training and competition when it comes to female players. You know, whether female players are on birth control and how that might impact their performance and the physiological responses to that. So it's not as just a simple thing as saying, okay, females should coach females, males should coach males. But it's understanding that whoever is the coach, that they do understand the specialization when it comes to working with female players, and they do create a safe environment to work for female players, and to then create more opportunities for female coaches outside of just the women's game. So give them the opportunities to coach college ball, or you know, even at national level. If there are those opportunities, then females aren't just restricted to coaching female teams.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, in the merry-go-round of the NBA coaching carousel, even as we move towards the NBA finals, a bunch of other teams are looking for coaches because they canned theirs, whether because of high expectations or simply underperformance. And I was certainly hoping that Becky Hammon would get serious consideration for the Celtics team. For the Celtics, I'm a Celtics fan, and the Celtics have a long-standing history of progress on race, which many Boston sports teams don't. And so I'm fine with the coach that they chose, but I was sort of hoping that the Celtics would be the one to break that barrier, because I think Becky Hammon's a really good example of someone who absolutely on merit and not as some sort of experiment has earned her way. And I'm hoping she'll get her chance, and that'll probably become my second favorite team, unless they're based in New York, in which case that would be unacceptable. I'm gonna ask them in the order that I have received them. So I'm not trying to give anyone special favors. I just want to make sure that the questions that came in get responded to. And so this is another one for Khatija, and this is from your student Nathan. So if this is in any way cheeky or challenging, I'll let you take out your pound of flesh away from screen. But he wants to know what can be done to enforce or promote male and female equal pay in sports.
Well, at least it's good to see students are attending things that aren't like mark related. So I guess that's a positive for Nathan. I think a lot of it is, it's not just about equal pay. Like I said, it's also linked with equal resources. The challenge for equal pay is the initial investment will have to come from either federations or government level. The corporate sponsors are obviously hiding behind. We don't get enough coverage from it, so we're not going to invest in it. So there has to be an economic model that is viable. I do understand that ultimately investments need to produce results, but some of that investment has to come from government. It has to come from federations. And one of the things that I would consider is when federations do sponsorship deals or something like that, instead of just going, you're sponsoring our national team, can't we go, you're sponsoring the federation as a whole? So that way your junior teams, whether it's male or female, your senior national men's and women's teams are then benefiting from the resources, because it then creates a lot more balance in terms of the way the federations are running their financial opportunities and stuff. And it also means that it's not just the senior men's national team that's getting all the resources. So I feel it's just deriving an economic model that is viable. And yes, you're working off the brands. I mean, you see it with your top European clubs. Your women's team at Manchester United is not earning the same thing as your men's team. And there's been a lot of recent criticism around that. But the visibility, the opportunity to play at an Old Trafford, or for Barcelona to play at the Nou Camp, does help create those opportunities for it. So it's going to come with some sacrifice that might not see initial output or value. But hopefully with that initial investment, long term, we would be able then to see that the value being derived from it.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is where the resource is from. Like it's almost it's a question of it becomes unconscionable for a national team that has the same federation to have pay disparity. It's problematic for Wimbledon where it's all coming from the same resources. A little more difficult when it comes to professional teams owned by, you know, and depending on league salary caps or whatever you might call them, fair play rules or whatever. But those are really important points. I'm going to allow Peter.
Chair, can I also come in on
David, yeah.
the issue of unequal payment?
Please.
Yeah. I think the way forward would be for federations to implement one salary scale for same. That is, if there is a salary scale, for example, if a player is playing at national level, whether it's a female or a male, there should be the same salary scale to say, this is a salary scale for national team, the senior one, for example, Bafana, and then the same salary scale should apply to Banyana because they are all playing for the national team. And then that will resolve problems without even negotiating what Banyana and Bafana should get in terms of payment. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, and I mean, you could also equalize it in terms of performance just based on bonuses for performance in X tournament, right? Because that would then provide an opportunity. You qualify for X tournament, or you advance to the semifinals or whatever. That could be another way to do it. Excellent, thank you very much, Prof. Peter, I'm gonna allow you to phrase your comment in the form of a question, if you would like to, with regard to Chuck Core and Close's book on Robben Island and the use of the digitization process, the documents now that are being digitized. Do you want to pop in here? Peter, reluctant to speak. This is I'm flabbergasted by this turn of events.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
There we go. There we go.
No, I don't really have much to add. It's in my comments. So I'll just, I had a question. Maybe I'll take my moment here to ask the question that I tossed into the Q&A. Can I do that, Prof?
Please do. Yeah.
I remember once doing a soccer clinic at Pollsmoor Prison in Cape Town a long time ago when I had hair. Imagine that. And I was wondering if any of the panelists, including the presenters who have looked at and participated in the Robben Island prison sport project, know about the status of sports in South African prisons today, both among male prisoners and among female prisoners. Is it still kind of ad hoc events, or are there more well-formed structures, leagues, associations, committees along the lines, perhaps even of what the great Makana Football Association did and what Steve Chwete ran on Robben Island? Thank you.
I suspect that Marion, your paper, you guys, Marion and Lyndon, you might have the most insight to this.
Yeah, no, thanks. In most of the prisons in the Western Cape, we don't have as much organized sport as they would have had at Robben Island at that particular time. But one of the interesting things is that in some of the, let's call it the farm prisons, places like Drakenstein out in the Paarl area, where Nelson Mandela spent the last few years, their rugby teams participate in the Cape Winelands Rugby League. So very interesting, some of the prisoners and the wardens would form a team and they would participate on the Saturday afternoon league. And some of those prisoners have also done the referee courses as well. So they've been very organized in that regard. I'm not aware of other organized things that take place at Pollsmoor and others generally, but Prof. Alege, I will be sure to just find out by the Department of Correctional Services, but at this stage, I'm not aware that they play in any of the community leagues, as it were. Thanks, Prof.
You know, and the follow-up question also might be: Are they documenting what they are doing, and trying to gently encourage, you know, that sort of thing? as well. Gerard, you had a question. Are you there for the speaking? You had a good question about the quest for equity and gender balance in football.
Yes.
Go ahead. You're muted.
Oh, okay.
You're muted again. You double clicked, I think.
Okay, it is for Karija, and it's in a general question about equality and equity between men and women football and sport in general. And the tendency is to talk about it as a way that women have to reproduce almost what men are doing, because professional football is just not that fair in general, even among men. And should women not go for a more original and creative system that helps us to get away from this over-commercialized and commodified football that serves just a small population of human beings making a lot of money?
I think one of the things that you just highlighted is a very important one, because you highlighted the imbalance in football as a whole when it comes to the economic benefits. And as much as we look at men's football is like the standard to follow, the reality is within the men's game, those imbalances are greatly there, even just within professional football. We look at a Messi or Ronaldo and look at the money that they're making. But the reality is, if you look at a championship player in England or one of the lower league players, you often see that the financial benefit is not as we expect it to be as fans. We see that there's a lot of football players when it comes to the men's game who retire broke, and it's not just because of bad management or bad financial management. It's the reality is your salaries aren't is those highlighted by the press continuously when it comes to like the big names, the commercial giants of the sport. So I think that's an important thing. And I think what you highlighted that we should maybe when we're looking at women's football is try not to make the same mistakes that we're seeing in the men's game. So trying to find solutions that are more economically balanced. I think that would actually be a very good idea. It's a good concept. We just need to find ways. And some of it might be trial and error. There is not going to be here's a set solution, this will work, but maybe a bit of trial and error to find ways in which we can make women's football more financially viable, create financial stability for female footballers, but also then making sure that there is this trickle down when it comes to recreational level or using football for health, when it comes to females at lower levels or within the townships, within the suburbs, within different schooling systems. I think that would actually be a very good idea, and it's something that maybe people need to look more into, to not just copy the men's game, but actually learn from the men's game and correct the current imbalances that are put in place there.
Excellent, thank you.
Chair, can I also come in there?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, picking up from this discussion, I think as well there is a tendency by many clubs, especially in soccer, where soccer club owners and certain individual players negotiate high salaries at the expense of other players. In my view, soccer is a collective sport which involve 11 players plus 3, and in this particular time of COVID, including 5 substitutes. So if this tendency is not dealt with immediate effect, it's going to kill soccer or sport, because you cannot have a situation where behind the scenes, certain players are negotiating high salaries and other players who are playing within the same team are earning less than the players I'm talking about. Unless that is addressed, then we can have a clear way forward But if those things are going to happen repetitively, then it's going to kill sport. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Francois, you had a question. Are you in here to jump in, or do you want me to ask it? Okay, I'll ask the question for now, and if Francois jumps in, he can take over. What he wants to know is capitalist investment and digitization alone enough of a solution to address marginalization of women's soccer, and perhaps these other questions that we're asking? So whether it be digitization of Eastern Cape Sports Archives or the Robben Island and other perhaps prison archives. Could we not also consider political conscientization? Social movement activism to agitate for gender equality and other equality as well. So I'll open that up to first Khadija, and then anyone else who wants to jump in on this.
I think it is important to bring in the political sphere, because the reality is, as much as you can do a little bit yourself, change cannot just be the dependent on the marginalized population. Political investment becomes very important. The change in the way we're doing things, the exposure that we're giving becomes very important, because the general social climate is often fueled by what politicians are doing, what they're saying, what they're investing in. When we're looking, for example, at the national women's team when it comes to South Africa, we've seen Banyana qualify for the World Cup. But the reality is, the only time they actually start getting attention is once they've qualified for World Cup, once they're now in France playing that big tournament. We're not seeing them when they're building up this journey. We're not hearing the politicians talk about them when they're playing every match. We're not seeing the strive to make sure that every match is televised. And I mean, we do have issues around the men's games being televised, but it's kind of that from a political side, we only get the mention when it comes to women's football when they are successful, but we're not doing enough to help them get to that level of success. We've seen a lot of female players in South Africa move to top brands in terms of clubs in Europe, in Australia. But again, it's once they move, then we go, oh, okay, we have a player playing for Benfica or for AC Milan or whatever. But what are we actually investing to help them get through that journey? What are we doing to help them with their development? And sports development as a whole is not just a social issue. It's not just a capitalistic issue. It's not going to just come from corporates. A large part of the Department of Sports and Rec is sports development. And are they doing enough to invest in giving opportunities, giving females the opportunity to play, a safe space to be able to play, because safety is a big issue in South Africa, where gender-based violence is something we're fighting and talking about every single day. So it's not just, oh, okay, there's a field, then go play, but is that space going to be safe enough? Can girls feel that they can walk to training? Because again, the socioeconomic status means players aren't necessarily driving their cars. Kids don't always have parents who are able to take them to places, because parents are busy working and have other responsibilities. So is it a safe enough space? In the government and politicians, they're playing that role in creating that space, creating the opportunities. And it's not just something going, here's money, there we go, but that the infrastructure, the expertise, the coaches, the socialization into school sports, particularly when we're looking at the disadvantaged sports, because a few years ago they found it's 10% of South African schools have access to sport, or like a structured sporting system. So all of that needs to be changed so that you are actually giving an investment into women's sports. And the responsibility cannot just be based on corporates, and it cannot be just based on females building up their own brand and creating that dialogue through their own digitalized platforms.
Thank you. Any of the other panelists want to weigh in?
Yeah, thanks. I think I just want to weigh in with some of the aspects relating to sport development in South Africa, in particular with the schools. One of the aspects is that each province receives a national conditional grant, and it differs from province to province, the quantum that is made available. But what is also important is to realize that the education department also has a role to play. So in terms of a memorandum of understanding that was signed by the Department of Education's minister in 2018 and the Sport and Recreation minister at the time, it's now called Sport, Arts and Culture, education is responsible for level 1, 2, and 3, which is effectively inter-school league an inter-school league and those district leagues that need to take place. The provincial sport departments become involved when they have to tour and when they have to choose representative teams. So I think there needs to be a joint discussion also by bringing in the education leg of things as well, so that where there are no school leagues, we need to ensure provincially and within cities that and towns that those leagues exist. Because if you do not have a strong schools league in any code of sport, you will struggle to have a viable and sustainable national team. So I think that for me is the important one, that we mustn't divorce sport from the education domain. And I think that is where part of the discussion needs to come in. And I think, Chair, this is also the point that Prof. David made about facilities. And I think that municipalities invariably do not make enough use of some of the funding that is available nationally to actually fund facilities in the various areas. So this is a point of concern, and it's important that perhaps we need to look at facilities in the near future whenever we have an opportunity to discuss facilities, because without facilities, you can't really have development in sport. And facilities is actually the first enabling activity within the National Sport and Recreation Plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, and this ties back to sort of developmental issues where so much of this happens long before you're talking about professionalization and therefore pay, right? So if you have a different mindset about youth sports and school sports and so forth, then it changes the nature of the conversation once you get to the paid level, right? So that, for example, look at the look at the attention given to various schools rugby, for example, and school level sports where theoretically there's no pay involved, but there sure as heck is money involved. It's not a coincidence that who dominates Craven Week, right? It's not a coincidence that 90% of Springboks have come from, a really tiny number of schools. And so, development at that level is really important, that once you start talking about how much people are being paid and what the ratio is, you're already too late to kind of address the issue in a lot of ways in terms of society's investment in these things. Noah Belly has a unbelievably important question that I hope that she can pop in and ask, or else I'll ask on her behalf. But I hope she's here and can ask the question, because it ties into so much that we connect to, especially with women's sports.
Yeah, thanks, Prof. My question is actually directed to Khatija. And Khatija, I just want to check if I heard you correctly, that in your study, 3/4 of the participants were men. And you also then spoke about one of the factors that hindered them from committing time and effort for women's football also involved the idea of physical appearance of the players. Was that correct? Did I hear you right?
So it was 60% of the respondents were male, and then from the 60%, 40% of them stated that women's appearance will help them or influence them or make them more likely to watch women's football. But from that 40%, a large majority were male.
So I'm haunted by that, because it brings into the discussion then the conversation around the appearance of the female athletic body, and that it constantly has to be for men. It's never the body for the self. So obviously you compare it to sports that were designed to be socially acceptable for men, like netball, for example. But football being quintessentially a space that's masculine and designed for men, and women coming into that space and having to emulate men in order to be to be interesting in terms of the kind of skills that they need to display. But in doing that, you forfeit then the rights and the claim to being a socially accepted feminine woman. So when do we start changing the mindsets of men around how women need to appear in sport, that we're not there then as objects of sexual desire and consumption for them? Any thoughts around that?
I feel like this is a battle that we've been discussing for so long, and every time you feel that you're making some progress, we see something where it's just like reversed again. I see your example with like the banana girls being told to wear skirts. Sepp Blatter famously gave the idea that women should wear shorter shorts so that people would start watching the sport more. You know, when it was the Ballon d'Or, Ada Helderberg was asked whether she could twerk on stage. And this is not just restricted to football, because we see it when it comes to like Serena Williams, and you saw the big discrepancy when it came to sponsorships that she got versus someone like Maria Sharapova, despite her successes. So it's like the first fight you're fighting is, first of all, people expect women to have this idea of attractive physical appearance. And this is not just when they like going to an event or it's like a dress-up event kind of thing. It's even when they're on the field or on the court, they still expect it to look a certain way. But it's also then linked with the money that they're able then to generate. And our idea of the sporting body for men, we look at, okay, if you're muscular, it's something positive, it's going to help you with your performance or things like that. But if you look at Serena Williams for years, I mean, till now, despite the successes, she's still faced with so much criticism because people feel she doesn't look like a woman should. And so it's actually seen as a plight against her abilities. It's something that needs to change, and it's something that it's not just linked with sports. I think it's linked with society as a whole, where women are often expected to look a certain way. You have this idea that a more attractive woman is more likely to get a job, or is a TV presenter, or despite knowledge, or things like that. So it's not just restricted to sport alone. But the idea is we need to start focusing on performance. It can't just be women need to look the way you expect them to look. We need to expect or understand that different body shapes and sizes can help be successful in sport. We see the criticism of Caster Semenya, for example, when it comes to her appearance. And it's something that socially needs to change. I wish I could go, here's a solution, and this is what will help change the way people look or look at female athletes. But I feel it's a broader socialization issue, and sport is just like a macrocosm of what we're seeing generally. I can just agree that things need to change. We can't be judging people based on physical appearance. And within that, the idea of physical appearance is also not just being attractive, but it's being attractive based on this preconceived idea of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, really pale person. So, it's not just the way you look, but, we're seeing racial injustices when it comes to the perception and judgment of appearance. We're seeing people who are more muscular, females who are more muscular being termed as, oh no, but you look like a man. And that's going to impact the training and development of such players, because female players might go, I'd rather not go to the gym because I don't want to be judged based on my appearance, even if it might compromise my performance. It's just a society issue that needs to be changed as a whole. I genuinely don't know the pure solution to it.
Right. Well, and then on top of it, right, the element of heteronormativity, and then it never stops, right? Because think about women who go into sports media. And I'll tell you, I mean, you don't have to look far. I mean, some, women's Twitter feeds, exceptional women's journalists in sports, many of whom themselves have sports pedigrees. And then on top of it, the omnipresent rape threat, violence threat that comes for women who speak out in sports, whether they're current athletes or whether they are in sports journalism. So it's a never ending. And yeah, there's violent subtext to pretty much all of social media, but women in sports media, women in sports commentary, women academics face the sorts of things that others don't have to, as well as just simply credential, right? So you almost never hear in the same way men's qualifications to judge, as opposed to, say, Sarah Spain, who was a Division I heptathlete, constantly hearing, well, what have you accomplished in sports by some guy eating Cheetos off his belly in front of his television, So it becomes one of those situations where women have this extra burden, not only on the pitch, but well beyond it. Hendrik Snijders had a comment about the prisons. I know you all can read the comments, but I thought it's worth pointing out if he's there. Plus, I'm always going to give a privilege to anyone who's willing to write a blurb for my book. So Hendrik Snijders, are you out there? Let me find his comment then, because I think it ties into the Standing Orders of Correctional Services provides for sport as part of the formal recreation program. So, for example, within the Bowling Rugby Union, a number of prison clubs participate. So that appears to be built in now in a way that certainly in Robben Island, it was, withheld more than allowed. And when it was allowed, it was with very clear strings attached. Vanessa Mitchell, you had another question that you did both in the comments and in the question. So are you there? And do you want to toss that into Lyndon and to Professor Keim? Okay, I'll read her question. You highlight the triumph of the human spirit over adversity. Besides the obvious physical adversity to hard labor, et cetera, did you come across any acrimonious relationships or arguments or tension in the archives?
Thanks, Vanessa, for the question. And yes, there were actually some disputes. There were also some disciplinary matters. And one of the interesting things that I found was that a lot of these things were written up, because the guys were sticklers to rules. They made sure that if somebody had transgressed on the weekend, there would be some sort of inquiry, and something would be written up. So there's a lot of those type of things as well. Not a lot, of course, because they needed to play and work and obviously share in the same cells as well. But not too much, Vanessa. And it's something that, Chair, that it's at the Mayibuye Center, and if any of the visitors ever have an opportunity to visit Cape Town and the University of the Western Cape, you have all these boxes of records. So depending on what your area of expertise, your interests are, you could actually go and have a look there. But I think there were some great arguments within the football sector. And I think that would be something where they interviewed a number of the prisoners, and Prof. Peter Legge alluded to the book More Than Just a Game. And some of the prisoners even spoke about some of the arguments that happened during that time. So yes, some tension, not a lot. But what was interesting is, for instance, to also find Mr. Jacob Zuma was number 6 in his chess team. He was playing board 6 there for his chess team that was at the prison at the particular time. And they also give the names of other prisoners that were that became prominent in South Africa later. So I think a lot of things, and yes, as Vanessa points out, the Atlantic Raiders affair, that was quite a big one. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Vanessa. Also from my side, nice to see you. I haven't seen you for a long time ago. Yes, just also to in addition to what Lyndon just said, so the accountability was very big, and so that was there was tension on that, holding people really accountable to the rules, because I mean these were the few rules that one established, and one wanted to make sure to really hold people up to standard and accountable to that to the written. And then, as we mentioned before, and between the authorities and the different representatives of the different teams, when it came to taking privileges away, obviously there was a lot of tensions around that. And then we also picked up some, because obviously with soccer also the competitive teams, the competitiveness came also through, which was a little bit tension, but not not too much on that. Thank you.
Excellent. Sikumbuzo, you had a comment that I thought was really good. Do you want to lay that out? People can read it in the chat, but it might engender some conversation.
Hello.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to raise a couple of practical issues when it comes to the comparisons that people generally raise when we discuss the wage disparities. In football, especially soccer, where I'm involved, the driving force behind some of the wage scales that we see, for instance, I'll give you the case of the highly paid Messi. There has been what we call third-party ownership investments starting from the year when he was 8 years in Argentina. And he moved to Barcelona from that year, and people were busy investing in him. And when the time of maturity came, that's when the balloon salary that we see now, which is close to 800,000 or something like that, it doesn't make sense to someone who looks at it from the comparison angle where we say him against his near teammate. But the point I'm trying to raise is that with the sport and competitions like football, there is what we call an intrinsic competition nature of things, if I can make it even more. It is the value of that competition that certain individuals invest in per player. So for us to look at it in the context of having an equal distribution of wage bills, to me, I think it kills the competitiveness of the game. So instead of trying to pick and say women should be pushed up in this wage scenario, let's first understand the nature of the remuneration in the men's game, and then we transfer it to the ladies' game, not necessarily to campaign for the lateral transfer where the wages are said to be they have to be made equal, because that in itself is not practical when it considers the nature of sport. So my point in all this is that there are some other strategies that are being put in place to bring forth the spice of competitiveness in the game. That's why Ronaldo is asking for a different wage compared to Messi, a different wage compared to Beckham. It's the impact that they bring as athlete individuals, but most of them are owned by corporate backing before we see the final signature on their club contracts. Probably, I wanted to raise that fact, such that some of these points that we are raising also take into consideration the nature of our football when we are marketing it out there.
Thank you. Anybody have any commentary as we begin to wrap up?
Yes, Chair, can I comment on that?
Please do.
Yeah, I'm going to throw back the comments to Skhumbuzo to say, does it mean that if a player like Messi, there is a huge investment on him, does it mean that other players who were also raised from different backgrounds must suffer the consequences because there was no investment on their side? So that is an unfair assessment to say if a player like Messi, Ronaldo, there's been an investment at the tender age. As well, other players who grew up in rural or maybe disadvantaged communities, in a way, there was investment as well to them. So we cannot argue that because there was a huge investment on such players, therefore the salary scale must be bigger than other players. Soccer, for example, it's a competitive team effort, and therefore players should be treated equally going forward. That is my view. I reject the notion that there was an investment to players such as Messi, Ronaldo, etc., and others should be paid less. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I think this is a reasonably good place to wrap up in order to stay on time and give the break that's coming and everything else. So I want to thank everybody for participating. I particularly want to thank the panelists who contributed to a really lively panel, I think, and did a really nice job also of staying on time to give us this opportunity to discuss. And as a point of personal privilege, I'm simply going to say that I am tentatively supposed to go to South Africa in a few weeks. I'll be in Cape Town and Johannesburg. I hope to get to see some of you in person, though we'll see what happens with regard to decisions from Ramaphosa and others. But I've really appreciated getting to see your faces anyways and hear some of your work. And I hope the next Sports Africa conference is certainly held with all of us in rooms together. I want to thank everybody, thank the panel, thank the conference organizers, and we will sign off on this panel, and we'll see you next time around. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Prof, for that panel. I think it was a lovely discussion that we had there.
Yeah, I thought it went well.
So we're just going to take a break, colleagues. Now, stretch break, grab some coffee, water, whatever it is that you need to do. And let's meet back here again at 16:30 South African time. So any 10 minutes from your time. And we are back, colleagues. Thank you so much for entertaining our small break that we needed. We're also just trying to get in touch with Elamon Sakala. You're still on the attendees side, so we're trying to promote you to the panelist side, but there seems to be some kind of network issue that's limiting us from bringing you over. But what we've done is that we've enabled your microphone on that side, so whenever you're ready, you can move over to the panelist side. All right. So let me hand over then to the chair for panel 8 on inclusiveness and decolonized spaces, Somwa Musunsa.
Thank you so much, Nobu. I'm afraid I can't see myself. Maybe I can start my video. There we go. Yeah. So thank you so much, Nobu, and I'm happy to be the chair for this session. So to everyone, welcome to session 8 of day 3 of this wonderful conference that we've been enjoying for 2-3 days now. I've got an interesting panel composed of 5 presenters. My name is Somwa Musunsa. I'm the country director for Play It Forward here in Zambia, and it's a privilege really to be part of the of this year's conference. Quickly, I will introduce the panelists that we have today. And to start with, we have Francois Clofas, Janik Schlewing, Kion Richardson, Elimon Sakala Jr., and Desire Chwandire. So all the panelists will be looking at one topic, which is inclusiveness and decolonized spaces. So we'll have 15 minutes for each panelist or presenter, and then we have a Q&A session for 15 minutes after everyone has presented. So to start with, I'll hand over to Francois, as well as Janik to start with the first presentation. Thank you.
Dr. Cleophas, good day. Would you like to introduce us?
Yes, Janik, I'm trying to get my screen on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't seem to get my screen on here, my video on. But
yeah, we can see you, Doctor.
Hi, can you?
We can see you, Doctor.
Doctor, we can see you clearly. Thank you.
Okay,
Please go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, sorry.
Right.
Thank you, guys. So it's a great privilege for me just to introduce a master's student of ours at Stellenbosch University, Janik Schlewing. He's going to be presenting a paper that is in print. It's about the South Africa's first Olympic lightweight weightlifter who strangely enough could not compete for his own country. He was then selected to compete against his own country. Janik has already presented this paper before, and he has adapted it for today's conference. So, Janik, I'll now give over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much, panel. I really appreciate that you accepted us for this presentation, and I'm looking forward to discuss this topic further later on. There have been a few conversations yesterday already about the influence of weightlifters in South Africa and in Olympic sport, so I'm looking forward to expand on this discourse with this presentation. As Dr. Cleophas mentioned, this article was part of my honors thesis from last year, and I thoroughly enjoyed working on this piece. I'm originally from Germany, so to also discover new things about the country that I'm now glad to be able to call my home for 6 years now has been a very interesting journey for me, and I'm very grateful that I'm able to contribute to the scientific literature and to sport history in this way. So thank you again to Dr. Cleophas for the supervision. And yeah, here we go. So our article is called 5,000 Miles to Lift Against South Africa, a critical overview of the Olympic experiences of Ron Eland. When we speak about inclusiveness in sport, it starts with identity. We are often so caught up with records and chasing the next big numbers that we forget that there's actually people with stories behind. And the identity of the individual that we're going to discuss today is the South African Olympic weightlifter in the lightweight category, William Ronald Eland. He was born on the 28th of February in 1923 in Port Elizabeth, and he passed away on the 12th of February 2003 in Cape Town. The reason why I chose this topic in the first place as part of my honors thesis was because it reminded me of one of the quotes from one of my lecturers: "We are in the people business." So I would like to encourage with this research as well to look more into the direction of uncovering identities and the stories of individuals and not just chasing numbers and so forth. All right, our research falls under archival research. The archives of Ron Eland have been handed over to us by his family. Archival research we follow the historical narrative style. This means that we're trying to transform our research findings into a storyline. And this is a historical scientific methodology with critical analysis. So we're not just simply describing what we see, but we're trying to critically put it into a socio-political context. Why is this important for our specific research? Because there's paucity of formal and informal literature on South African Olympic weightlifting history and weightlifting in South Africa's Black communities. Therefore, important contributors and socio-political contexts are missing, and we're trying to play an active role in rectifying this. Ron Eland was excluded from the 1948 South African Olympic team due to socio-political circumstances and not due to his performance. He went on to represent Britain at the London Olympics in 1948. So we ask, did he travel 5,000 miles to lift against his home country, South Africa? We must state that Britain had a much more developed Olympic weightlifting culture, so it was very significant compared to South Africa. So it was very significant for him to be able to achieve this in the first place and competing for Britain. The storyline and the narrative that we are creating is along the lines of what were Eland's social and political experiences, and what do they tell us about the context of his Olympic participation? And secondly, are private archives useful to create South African weightlifting narratives? Now, Ron Eland was the best, but the South African Olympic British Empire and Games Association rejected a bid to nominate Eland for the South African Olympic team. This was quoted as not having jurisdiction over non-European sport. This is from a text from the minutes of the Executive Committee of the South African Olympic and British Empire Games Association held in Johannesburg. This response was very similar to a bid by the South African Coloured Rugby and Football Board in 1906, who wanted to send Black athletes overseas to New Zealand following a Springbok tour to Great Britain and France, which was obviously also denied. This is in direct contrast to the intentions, supposedly intentions, of the chairman of the Saubega, R. Honey, who said that a tremendous effort is required to ensure that South Africa gets the chance to send the best possible team. Therefore, what was said and how Black athletes were supported did not match. Eland should have represented South Africa to be able to say that they indeed sent the best possible team. Ron Eland was subsequently invited by Oscar State, the British weightlifting manager, where he became lightweight champion at the Scala Theatre in London on 8th May 1948. He unfortunately only placed 13th at the Olympic Games and had to drop out prematurely due to an appendix injury. However, his weightlifting journey in Britain and for the British team didn't end there, because he placed second overall at the British Empire Championships that were held in conjunction with the Olympic Games, and that leading to Britain placing third overall. Now, some of the prominent newspaper articles read Colour Bed, but not for Britain, from the Daily Mirror, as well as Health and Strength magazine titled 5,000 Miles to Lift for Britain. What we found in his archives were several newspapers, several pictures, and as well as the manual for the for the British weightlifting team that clearly included Eland's name in the bottom left corner, as well as the team manager Oscar State. And the team on the right side, that was the Olympic weightlifting team from 1948, Eland, the second from the right at the top. Now, to be able to conduct a critical analysis, we aim to contextualize socio and political circumstances surrounding Eland's participation. An article by Shirley that was released in the Iron Game History Journal stated that Shirley highlighted prevailing racial stereotypes in American society during the 1940s and reported on social and political exploitation of Black male bodies in printed media. What makes John Davis significant in this context is that he actually took home the gold medal in the heavyweight category at the same 1948 Olympic Games that Ron Eland participated in. Prominent racial stereotypes in American media were that his physical giftedness was attributed because he was less removed, quote unquote, from his savage ancestors. Shirley goes on to argue that he was used by the government to prove social and political superiority during the Cold War. Now, prevalent in media articles about Ron Eland was that he was described as a dark horse and the colored teacher that equals the Empire record. So we tried to investigate whether he was used by British politics in a similar way that John Davis was used. Was Britain the savior, quote unquote, in the story of Ron Eland? According to a reporter, Fabi Di Stefano, who conducted an interview with Eland in 1999, he labeled Britain as intervening on Eland's behalf. In this context, we can say that the Games, the Olympic Games, were never just games, but always had political implications. According to the Prime Minister, Clement Attlee, Great Britain needed the Olympics to prove political leadership post-Second World War. And according to him, the 1948 Olympics must not only go on, but also reflect well on Britain. So a clear political intention to politicize the Olympic Games. Was the explicit invitation by Oscar State to Eland therefore politically driven? This is actually answered by Ron Eland himself in a interview from 1987 titled "This Is Your Life, Fitness, Fact and Fiction," where he stated, "It was very convenient for Britain to have me. It was very convenient that I was so strong and capable. Britain could still say that she is still the master of the world." This leads to the question whether he actually acted out of personal drive or was he merely a political tool. This leads down to the question of agency. Did he have agency over his own actions? This depends on how Eland himself describes his experiences. Eland described both the honor and pride to represent Britain. He praises his treatment by the team and the media, as well as his awareness of the political convenience, as mentioned in the previous slide. But he expressed even greater pride in beating the odds of inclusion from his home country as the, in his words, first Black South African to represent Great Britain. He also mentioned that the Daily Mirror's article titled "Collar Bed, but Not for Britain" went a long way with him, that British media acknowledged his journey as a Black South African to represent Britain. What does this tell us now? What does the private archives reveal about Ron Eland and in broader his role as a weightlifter in South African weightlifting history? First, he took great pride in making it to the Olympics. But secondly, the sociocultural role he wished to have played for Black South African youth. This can be deducted from a statement from an interview in 2000 where Eland said that South Africa missed a critical opportunity to include Blacks as citizens who could make great contributions to their country and become positive role models for its youth. But then he might have had the impact overall. Dennis Brutus, a prominent South African poet and anti-apartheid activist, named Eland and his coach Pelé as the first major contributors to South African non-racial sport movement. This sport movement led to the campaign and banning of South Africa between 1964 and 1992. This statement was further taken by Christo Broglio, the General Secretary of the South African Non-Racial Olympic Committee, who wrote in 1982 that Eland's determination and initiative created a new situation in the fight against racial discrimination in sport in South Africa, laying the foundation for the challenge to the system of sports apartheid. Ron Eland was not alone in his role, and we call it the Ron Eland type. Precious McKenzie also went on to compete for Great Britain. He actually won gold at the Commonwealth Games in 1966, 70, and 74, and became a 3-time Olympian. In the picture on the right, we can see him standing at 1.45 meters, and on his shoulders, the late Muhammad Ali at 1.91 meters. That's where he got his nickname, the Pocket Hercules. In this quote is taken from our article, and based on the Ron Eland type and the history that we outlined, we raised the question: if two marginalized athletes competed in countries different to their own and under more difficult competitive circumstances, how many more had the potential to make it? We can now look at 3 major contributions to the missing Black weightlifting literature. Number 1 is that private archives are important sources to tell the stories and experiences of marginalized athletes, because it allows us to contextualize socio-political circumstances. However, it must be noted that the subjectivity of these archives needs to be considered. Secondly, in the case of Ron Eland himself, Eland maneuvered within political constraints to achieve his personal mission, and he was quoted as a significant contributor to South African sport history. And thirdly, we're trying to create a discourse and we raise the question: how are sport historical narratives created in the first place? Are private archives? We argue that private archives are necessary to consider, but we don't simply try to add names and stories, but rather ask, going forward, that we include such archives to start a conversation about differently creating these stories in the first place. Now, adding to this notion, the next step is not just retrospective inclusion, but rather we need to consider how we currently and in the future write history altogether. Now, I believe this picture was shown yesterday already in a presentation. We can actually see Ron Eland in the bottom left corner. This was the British weightlifting and bodybuilding team that was sent to the Olympic Games in 1948, and Ron Eland sitting in the bottom left corner. Ron Eland, did he actually live in Britain to compete against South Africa and traveled 5,000 miles to do so? Or did he ultimately end up lifting for South Africa? I believe that is something that we can touch on in our conversation afterwards. Thank you very much for your attention, and we really appreciate being able to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janika, for that wonderful presentation. And just to remind you, we still have a moment for question and answer at the end of the presentations. So I'll be noting down any questions that will be coming through and relay them to all the panelists. So the next one that, if I'm not mistaken, I think I'll be going to the next panelist, and we'll talk about presenting on blind football and sporting capital, participation among youth blind football players in Zimbabwe. Kion, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. So my name is Kim. I'd like to present my paper, which has been sent for review, which is entitled Blind Football and Sporting Capital, Managing Participation Amongst Youth Blind Footballers in Zimbabwe. So just to give some context, growing as one of the popular sports for people with visual impairments. It's played in all 5 continents, and to support this statement, in 2019, 40 national teams competed in 5 regional championships held by the International Blind Sport Federation, which is based in participation nations by 9% from 2017, 42% from 2015, and 90% from 2015. In terms of Africa, there's currently 22 countries who participate to elite international competition. Despite the evident growth of blind football, there's a gap in research in terms of blind football players' attributes, their socialization experiences, and their social cultural environment, and how this helps manage their participation. Although there is some new news articles which highlight certain players, it lacks theoretical underpinning. And Rowe's theory of sporting capital offers a suitable framework to understand how the rationale behind participation and non-participation. So this study I'm currently presenting is the first to examine blind football in this 14 youth blind football players from 9 provinces in Zimbabwe. So in terms of sporting capital, it argues in order for the individual to be successful participation and progress in sport from grassroots all the way to elite, over a sustained period of time, they require what he terms as sporting capital. So sporting capital has a stock of physical, social, and psychological attributes of individuals' motivation to participate in sport and sustain that time. So on the left hand side, the theoretical sport, the theory argues that the highest scores the individual has on the 3 domains of sport, so psychological, physiological, the more likely they are to sustain their participation. Equally, a person who scores lower on these domains are less likely to have a lower probability of future and current sustained participation. And he also goes on to say that the key components of sporting capital, such as physical competency and self-efficacy, are developed at a very young age through education and experience, and is influenced by social cultural norms, which are set by family, peers, teachers, coaches, and the media. So in terms of how sporting capital, the level of sporting capital the individual holds and maintains throughout their life is a direct result of their socialization process. So that impacts the 3 domains which I mentioned, which in turn builds their stock of sporting capital and can lead to developing other forms of capital. These forms of capital can include social capital, human capital, and cultural capital. Participation experiences can build and increase sporting capital, whereas negative experiences can lead to inactivity and drop out over time, and also decrease sporting capital. Rowe acknowledges that there are inequality gaps between the distribution of sporting capital between men and women, the more and less affluent, and those with and without disabilities. And sporting capital, similar to human capital, is inseparable from the individual. So it's something that the individual has within them. So that can be transferred across to different sports and different environments. And despite sporting capital having a strong application in terms of sustaining participation, as a standalone theory still in its infancy, Rowe argues that sporting capital is internationally transferable across high-income countries, but we don't know how transferable it is across low and middle-income countries and with marginalized groups. So that's been the rationale for my study. In terms of how I went about the research, I employed a mixed methods approach and use semi-structured interviews, participant observation, photographs and questionnaires to get a holistic understanding of youth blind football players' sporting capital development. And the research focuses on participation experiences from October 2019 to March 2020, with players and coaches from 9 provinces. So the interviews were conducted with 7 male players, 7 female players, 2 male coaches, 2 female coaches, and the Zimbabwe National Paralympic Committee president. In addition to participant observations, I also use Real Sporting Capital Index score, index questionnaire to produce a 10-point Sporting Capital Index score for all this. And the questions are structured to mark players' position on each domain. So the psychological domain has the highest weighting at 36%, followed by the physiological domain at 35%, and the social domain at 25%. So in terms of the findings, one of the key findings was that sporting capital was developed through early socialization. So the mean score was, or the sporting capital index score was 7.79. So if we round that up to a whole figure, that's 8, which is a high level of sporting capital. So on average, the highest was the social domain, followed by the physiological domain and the psychological. But through further examination, I found the element of cultural bias within the questions for the psychological domain, because there was one question about if players were still confident to participate when it's raining, snowing, rain or snowing. And most of the players answered negatively, but is more reflecting of geography more than anything, because Zimbabwe is a country with a single rainfall, which is characterized by tropical downpour and floods in river catchment areas. So ignoring these sort of cultural nuances have a detrimental impact on players' supporting capital score, as the psychological domain has the highest weighting. In terms of how players are socialized and who are the key agents, we found that the school environment, family and peers, as well as organizations for the blind, whether sport-related or non-sport-related, were critical in developing players' supporting capital during their early years. So all the 14 players except one were socialized in primary school as young as 9 years old. So players who lost their sight in their later years were initially socialized into mainstream sports like football, volleyball, and netball, and then after they lost their sight, they were socialized into goalball athletics by their peers or their coaches at school. And players who are born blind were socialized into athletics or goalball. And we found that establishing peer relationships through sampling these range of different sports, as well as competition, engagement in competition, improved players' motivation to participate in sport, as well as the social domain and psychological domain of sporting capital. So one of the players here talks about his experience at a competition and how he was kind of nervous that he'd never seen anyone who was blind run before, but having seen someone there, that improved his confidence and his peer relationships. Equally, I found that teachers' style and quality of coaching, as well as their knowledge and experience of coaching a range of different sports, you can either mediate or negate the sporting capital development. So here we have 2 sort of contrasting quotes from 2 different players. So one talks about his experience competing in athletics and being embarrassed that he came in last place, but his teacher gave him more confidence and was patient with him. Whereas he found on that, and he eventually went to compete at district level. Whereas you have a contrast where a different player didn't play sport at all. There wasn't anyone who had any coaching, and people before, which can obviously lead to having a sport capital deficit later on. Another key findings were our positive experiences of blind, with players already having a high level of sporting capital before being introduced to football through schools, different communities. We found that it led to the development of other forms of capital. So this player here talks about I weren't really interested when they met with involved in got to play and form a team so that they eventually ambitions to play a country. And, these experiences were all seen as the reason for their improved resilience to recover from that adverse challenge, the physical competency required for blind football. So these two players here talk about how dribbling was quite difficult for them. It were quite poor. And having an interpersonal relationship with teachers and sighted students was critical. And their quality to recurring in terms of the development of supporting capital for players and their reason for continuing to participate. And finally, the context of players' experiences supported Rowe's argument that there's an interdependence between sporting capital levels, available opportunities, positive experiences, and sustained participation. So there's one player here talks about how when they were at primary school, they didn't play much. They didn't have much of an opportunity to continue their participation, as it was their last term at primary school. But there was an available opportunity at the secondary school they went to at the established football team with experienced players. So we see here it's not just about the level of sporting capital, but the opportunities that are available that suit the players' level of sporting capital. And where formal opportunities such as this were limited, players were able to sustain their participation by using their high level or sporting capital to create informal participation opportunities that they manage themselves and were able to introduce others into the sport. So we can see here this players have their socializing agents initially when they're quite young, but when they develop their sporting capital and a range of other forms of capital, so then their network with peers who are interested in football, the players themselves are able to become key socializing agents to introduce their family or their friends to the sport. So to conclude, I feel that from the research and the main findings, there needs to be more training to build coaches, sport-specific human capital, so that they can maximize the sporting capital development during players' early years. So when they're as young as 5 years old, they're able to have positive participation experiences thanks to their coaches and sustain that participation over time. And equally, we also need sport organizations and coaches to empower players, create strategies to manage their participation, because a lot of this participation was in educational institutions, but we also need to look at how players manage their participation away from school. So during the holidays or when they leave school, when they transition from school to university or from school to college and college to university. In terms of my research, although we interviewed four coaches, their voices wasn't really represented. So there needs to be more research from the perspective of sport organizations and coaches who manage participation opportunities and longitudinal study to provide a greater depiction of sporting capital as a development process. Because I sort of locked in participation for about a year and a half, whereas sporting capital development is supposed to be seen as a long-term development process. And I mentioned this, most of this research was conducted before the pandemic and all the lockdowns happening. So we don't really know how players have been able to negotiate their participation during this pandemic. So thank you for listening, and I'm welcome to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Kion, for the presentation. we observed that there was some connection problems here and there, but I think most of the presentation was okay. And hopeful that those who are attending this session took some notes and obviously got a lot of insightful information regarding your presentation. We will move to the next presentation, but Keon, just be reminded that we still have 15 minutes of Q&A at the end of this, towards the end of this session. But we'll move on now to Ilimon Sakala, who will be presenting on the value and influence of chaplaincy in the holistic development of athletes. Ilimon, are you there?
I am here, thank you. I hope you can clearly hear me.
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Natasha Mkwai. Oh, I'm presenting on the value and influence of chaplains in the holistic development of athletes. And this is a very dear topic to me because I've been a footballer. I've done athletics as well. I've been involved with different sporting disciplines. And after my tragic end to football, I became a chaplain. So what is the value and what is the influence of chaplains in the holistic development of athletes? I hope, can everyone see my presentation?
Not yet, Ilimon. You probably need to share your screen.
I did share, sorry, just a minute. Is it visible now?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, moderator. Yeah, so the topic is the value and influence of chaplains in the holistic development of athletes. So this is my overview: introduction, background and purpose, methodology, research findings, conclusions, and recommendations. That is a picture of the Copper Queens. I think the moderator and others might know very well who the Copper Queens are. The Copper Queens are the Zambia senior women national team, who are the only African team who will be participating at the Tokyo Olympics. It's a privilege for Zambia. It's for the first time, but I'm also privileged that I think you can see the orange that I'm wearing now. It is the orange appearing in the photo because a chaplain for the Zambia national soccer teams. And you might be interested to know, I'm talking about sports chaplaincy. So what is this sports chaplaincy? So sports chaplaincy, this is my own definition. It's the provision of holistic pastoral and spiritual guidance and care for those of all faiths and none, for the well-being of all those involved in sports, their families, and the networks. And so who is a chaplain? A chaplain is an appointed minister who provides pastoral care and spiritual guidance to people involved in sports and their loved ones, who serves the sports person holistically. And it's not just in a certain way, but it should be holistic, which is in body, soul, and spirit. For example, in Olympism, we discuss mostly the body, mind, and will. So it should also be spiritually, personally, and athletically. And so what is the background and purpose of this research? This research is a research that I've been doing for a number of years now. It's for PhD, so just waiting for submission. I'm a PhD candidate. And so this research is a follow-up research for my master's, which was in 2015. And during my master's thesis, it was discovered that there was a huge pastoral gap in sports. And as one who has theological training and also sporting background, I was much interested in researching this topic, and also because this is my passion and the vision that God has given me. And so after realizing the pastoral gap in sports, I designed interventions that were to respond to that gap, to bridge the gap that was in sports. And so for those who are Zambians and those that follow Zambian football, for example, will remember that in 2013, introduced favor at Nkana, waving their hands over the head as they enter the pitch, as they celebrate goals, as one way of serving the sports well. And so in 2016, after the research in 2016, we designed an intervention called Bola Nalesa, which is football with God, bringing God to sports and seeing what value and influence can it have on sports, but also the holistic development of athletes. And so Bola Nalesa, for example, the famous Patson Daka, Enoch Fashion Sakala, and their friends are part of that Bola Nalesa generation who were recipients of the Bola Nalesa philosophy, which was designed out of the 2015 research. And I think it's in public domains to see how far it has contributed to their successes. Well, so it is about understanding the value, understanding that influence. And then I hope that this research will also ignite further research from other interested parties. And of course, it is to add knowledge to academia. That's one of the purposes. And this is a case study because I'm looking particularly at Zambia. And while we have different sporting disciplines in Zambia, I'm focusing on football on account that football is a huge sport worldwide, globally. It's one main sporting discipline, so it is easy to do it. And so my research population actually, this is a mixed method research. So the qualitative aspect is huge. So I've not included it in this presentation. So I'll only present the quantitative data, and it was 205 respondents that responded to the qualitative. The gender distribution, we have 58.5% were males and 41.5% female, which is not bad. So wanted to find out whether, chaplains has been influential in the holistic development of athletes. And so it was all inclusive. And remember that this also research is focusing on football. So it's those that are in Zambia, but also Zambian footballers that might be outside Zambia. So I needed to clarify on that one. And so over 80%, as you can see, apologies for those notifications if they can be visible where you are. Apologies for that. I'm using phone, my laptop refused to work. So of 82%, 82.9% of respondents actually stated that chaplaincy was very influential, highly influential in their holistic development. And apart from that, we have over 13% that also just indicated that it was influential. And so with these statistics, it is obviously clear how influential sports chaplains has been in their lives. And then what kind of, I wanted to find out what kind of influence does a chaplain have on their personal lives and also in their careers, because these are two different aspects, especially for those that have been in sports as practitioners may understand better. And so 84.4% of respondents responded that it was the chaplain or chaplaincy was very, very positive, had very positive influence in their personal lives, but also in their careers. And apart from that, just a positive influence was also larger, and that was very, very profound for a researcher like me. And then wanted also to find out, because as in professional sports, there is an issue of trust. You know, professionals don't easily trust, because a lot of times people go to beg, to ask. And so wanted to find out who is the person within the sports setting that they would rather confide in. And so you can see that a chaplain has got over 90% that of respondents did indicate that they would rather confide in a chaplain. And also about 83.4% indicated that they felt safest to speak to or to confide in a chaplain. And further wanted to find out whether those that have received chaplains would recommend the same sports chaplain to others involved in sports. And over 87% indicated that they would recommend and they can recommend chaplaincy to others. Further to this, I wanted to find out what would you like to be present? Would you like a chaplain to be present? Because chaplains is also referred to as the ministry of the presence, meaning that you are always present. Whether you're speaking to someone or not, you are always present to help as needs arise. So I wanted to find out whether the athletes also view that to be an important aspect, and there was overwhelming response, as you can see on the graph. And so out of these results, there are many results. I just have to bring a limited to the table. But out of all these results, we can conclude that the chaplain is one of the most trustworthy people within the sports setting. And it's important to have a trustworthy person in the sports setting, because I can give you a quick example. Why is it that an athlete would rather confide in a chaplain than in a coach? It's because if I am a coach and the player comes to inform me about their issues, it might affect my view on them and also even their number, the position in the team. So the athletes would rather, even the very coaches have issues. So it's everyone involved in sports. So a chaplain there becomes the most trustworthy person for everyone involved in sports. And also that chaplains have very positive influence on athletes, as we have seen in the results. It is also an issue that can be concluded that athletes whose needs were holistically met and flourished more than others. Those of whom are from Zambia, they might have observed that there was a special performance from the Bola Naresa generation, the Football with God generation, than a common performances that maybe might have been witnessed, but also the character, the discipline aspect, it is visible in the way that these athletes that have been through the hands of chaplains have actually sold themselves. And so I recommend that clubs and teams should adopt sports chaplaincy, associations, federations to embrace sports chaplaincy, but also policymakers. It's time that they stop copying and pasting from what other nations globally are doing. What is Africa doing? What is working for us as Africa? So we need to be creative. We need to create our own spaces. We need to create our own content. We need to lead. And then African universities as well must take a lead. There is this tried and tested tool called sports chaplaincy in sports, which is helping in developing athletes holistically. It's time that universities within the African continent begin to offer courses in sports chaplaincy. I say so because we have the curriculums that we can give, and that's what Alex Ferguson says about sports chaplaincy, and also for Elliot that says in the 21st century, it's a must for athletes to have sports chaplaincy. And with that, I say we've come to an end, and I'll be ready at the end to take any questions that may come. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you so much, Ilimon, for that presentation. Like you rightly said it, we still have a Q&A session right at the end of this session. We'll go straight into our last presenter, who is Desire Chwandire, and you'll be presenting on students with disabilities, lack of opportunity for sport and recreational activities, the case of South African universities. Desire?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Desire, as the Chair said. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at Nelson Mandela University, where I'm doing research focused on disability inclusion and transformation. I'm just gonna share my slides with you here. Can you all see them?
We are able to see your screen, but not your presentation.
Not my presentation. Can you see them now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So the title of my presentation is Students with Disabilities, Lack of Opportunity for Sport and Recreational Activities, the case of South African universities. So basically the study draws on my doctoral studies, which focused on social inclusion of students with disabilities at South African universities. So I conducted qualitative interviews with disability unit staff members, students with disabilities, as well as residence staff members who are often referred to as residence managers in the South African context. So basically the study focused broadly on social inclusion. So I was trying to move away from the dominant understanding of of issues of inclusive education in the South African context, whereby emphasis is only on academic inclusion, which is more of like a conventional approach. So I wanted to explore as to what are universities doing in order to include students beyond academic inclusion, which is social inclusion, extracurricular activities, and issues of sports, participation in sports and recreational activities emerged as a dominant theme from most of my participants who spoke about issues of sports as how their universities were making concerted efforts or were failing to address the issues of sports inclusion. So basically my research falls within the field of critical disability studies, and I think it's important to begin this presentation by defining what a disability is from the conventional document definition. So to begin with this presentation, I draw on the definition provided by the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which defines disability broadly from a perspective of visible and invisible disability. And persons with disabilities are referred to as including those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, sensory, which in interaction of various barriers may hinder the full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with their non-disabled peers. So basically the definition emphasizes the fact that, having a disability can impose limitations on an individual, especially if the environment is not conducive for their full participation or if there are any barriers. So when we talk about the fields of critical disability studies, it's important to understand the two dominant models of disabilities, which include the medical model of disability and the social model of disability. So beginning with the medical model of disability, so this model actually puts the blame on an individual with a disability or on an individual with an impairment, and more attention is paid on trying to fix the individual, to say there's something problematic with the individual. So more emphasis is kind of placed on trying to fix or curing the disability. So in many countries which applied this medical model of disability, this is often, in legal terms, it's often referred to as the non-binding era. So there was no specific supportive legislation which was aimed at facilitating the inclusion of persons with disabilities in the mainstream society. So very often it was always the charity organizations. In the African context, it was mainly the missionaries which provided education for persons with disabilities. And sometimes if there was employment, it was not like open labor market, it was mainly in the form of what you call sheltered employment. Then in the 70s or in the early 80s, we see a radical shift, a radical move away from medical model to the social model of disability. So this was mainly through the contribution of disability academics and disability activists in the UK and in the US, who contributed mainly in these initiatives, and they started to question the way how they've been written about or constructed in the mainstream literature. So by so doing, they kind of constructed themselves as people with impairments, people with limitations. So what then causes a disability is the oppressive environment, if I can put it that way. So disability, they saw disability as being caused by an oppressive social environment, like let's say the inaccessibility of buildings for persons with physical disabilities, attitudinal barriers for learners with disabilities in educational institutions. So this, we see disability being constructed as a developmental and a human rights approach. This is where we also see the introduction of binding legislation, whereby governments had an obligation to fulfill their responsibilities towards persons with disabilities. So basically my research is rooted broadly in inclusive education. You know, when we talk about the inclusion of students or learners with disabilities in mainstream educational institutions, we talk about inclusive education. So what is inclusive education? This is an educational approach which promotes supporting learners or students with disabilities to be involved with their non-disabled peers to the maximum extent possible. So what maximizes the participation of students with disabilities is normally through the provision of additional support in the case of other students. And this often takes the form of providing reasonable accommodations. So let's say for a student with a specific learning disability like dyslexia, so a reasonable accommodation will be provided in the form of extra time, right? So in the South African context, as I said before, that during apartheid, there was there was sort of like a non-binding era. So most of the policies which were there were discriminatory towards persons with disabilities, especially Black people with disabilities. So in 1994, you know, we see a radical shift by the ANC government, which then introduced supportive inclusive education policies, which were aimed at facilitating disability inclusion. So the policies also include like the constitution, you know, the legislation, which has a provision on the right to education for every citizen, including persons with disabilities. And it also outlaws the discrimination of persons with disabilities on the ground of disability. And then in 1997, we see the passing of the first legislation, which is often referred to as the White Paper 6. Then recently in 2018, we see the National Disability Policy Framework. And then in 2007, South Africa was actually one of the first countries to ratify the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, you know, which was a significant milestone. And then we see the country, you know, enacting different disability policies on an annual basis, and universities also implementing, you know, institutional disability policies, whether these were many students' disability policies, which were in line with the Constitution, you know, national disability legislation, as well as the international human rights instruments, like the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So now that I've defined inclusive education, I want to define social inclusion. So we see that recently there's been a lot of disability policies which have been passed by the Department of Higher Education and Training, which also now there's now a drive towards social inclusion to say, yes, it's important to give students bursaries, making the classrooms accessible so that they can access the classrooms, and promoting positive attitudes towards disability inclusion amongst lecturers. But then we are neglecting one important aspect, which is social inclusion, to say, if you only focus on academic inclusion, you know, students don't spend 100% of the time in the classroom, but they also spend some of the time in their residence. They also, like when it's weekend, they also want to go out, things like sport, now they come into the play. So what is social inclusion? Social inclusion is more about supporting the needs of students broadly, holistically, if I can put it that way, so that students can have a sense of belonging when they are in educational institutions. So it has more to do about a sense of belonging, feeling respected, valued, feeling a level of support, energy, commitment from others, so that, you know, the disabled students can best fully participate in society with no restrictions. So this is actually the disability policy framework, which provides that broad definition. So I think it's important to also talk about the enablers and disablers of social inclusion in the higher education context, or in the mainstream society in general. So what facilitates social inclusion? What facilitates social inclusion is to be accepted by others, including peers or anyone in the community if you have a disability, having friends, being part of social relationships, networks, and any activities, including sport, for purposes of this presentation. So then what is a barrier to, social inclusion? This could be exclusionary policies institutional oppressive practices and politics and policies which excludes persons with disabilities on the grounds of their disability. So then when it comes to social inclusion, so the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, there's Article 30, which was sort of the pillar of this article of my chapter, which speaks about the need for states parties, signatory states parties, including South Africa, to promote the participation of persons with disabilities in cultural life, recreation, leisure, and sport. So South Africa, as a signatory to this convention, has an obligation to ensure that it provides a conducive environment for persons with disabilities to take part in sporting and recreational activities. So, and this has been emphasized by the National Disability Strategy that I've already alluded to. So when it comes to methodology of these studies, that I was mainly interested in describing and assessing the measures that are being taken by South African universities to promote the participation of students with disabilities in sports and recreational activities. So by so doing, I analyzed from my doctoral thesis, I focused mainly on 28 face-to-face interviews that I conducted with disability unit staff members. So for those who are not familiar about disability unit staff members are university staff or personnel which focuses on the inclusion of, facilitating the inclusion of students with disabilities. They liaise with lecturers and relevant departments to ensure that the inclusive education is facilitated in the universities. So the data was analyzed theoretically using a theoretically derived qualitative content analysis, and othering was employed as a theoretical lens. So just to define my theoretical lens, othering is defined as an exclusion and marginalization of a particular group from mainstream educational or mainstream society due to projected differences. And you realize that persons with disabilities, they are very often othered because they look different, from the eyes of non-disabled people, right? So in my findings, there were two broad findings, three actually. So from the findings, so you find out that in the first category, so these were participants who objected strongly to the participation of students with disabilities in sport. So basically for these participants, because of time constraints, I won't put like excerpts, like put the interview responses. But most of these participants, they actually equated disability with vulnerability, especially when they spoke about students with physical disabilities, to say students with disabilities can't participate in sport because they can feel the pain, and also they can't balance academic responsibilities with sport, because after knocking off from the university, they will be tired. They just want to go home and sleep and prepare for the next day, So from my analysis of the data, I realized that most of these participants, they actually had little knowledge about the benefits of sport for everyone, including persons with disability. So it was basically more of like generalizing without actually interacting with students, how they feel and whether or not they want to participate in sport. And then the second finding, these were participants who wanted to see students participating in sports and recreational activities, but they expressed various concerns. So when you look at the university, you find out that my participants, the disability unit staff members, very often they don't have like so much power to influence the university's decision making, which is so much wielded in the management, who like determine the budget allocation and all that. So they kind of hold like sort of like a powerless or inferior position. So even though they know that like certain students would like to participate in sport, but they found out that there are still barriers, which include the lack of wheelchair adjusted transport. So you find out that transport plays an important role, especially for students with physical disabilities. You realize that most of the participants spoke from the universities which had like adjusted transport for wheelchair users, you find out that their students were more able to participate in sport, going to different provinces. But for other campuses, smaller campuses, they were not able to have their students, travel around, because then transport, it was expensive to hire the appropriate transport. Then others believe that participation in sports was more of an individual choice, So these were participants who were saying like, yeah, of course, I have a responsibility to facilitate inclusive education, but I don't think it's kind of none of my business to try and look around and see if students are taking part in sport. So if a student wants to take part in sport, they have to find out where the information, join a club. So it was not so much about how accessible the environment is. Then other participants, especially those who are from institutions which didn't have appropriate facilities, they were collaborating with other regional universities with advanced sports infrastructure, especially in the Gauteng. Most of the universities were collaborating with UJ because it had like advanced sports infrastructure. Then I think I've already spoken about this, that it was mainly smaller universities which didn't have the appropriate infrastructure. And some universities also, they spoke about the lack of professional sport trainers in these universities, to say most universities don't invest in sports professionals who know how to train students with disabilities. This could be, blind cricket and other sports, and also lack of funding, national or institutional funding, tailored towards disability inclusion sport. Then the other participants also spoke about, there were also other participants who were very proactive in terms of ensuring that their students take part in sport. And these were participants who spoke about, when I still remember, they spoke about that the university should create a sense of belonging for students. University should be like sort of like second home. And in order for you to make a university a second home for an individual with a disability, it's not only about addressing academic inclusion needs, but it's also about addressing social inclusion needs, So they spoke positively about participation in sport, and most of them argued that, promoting sports participation also has a positive academic outcomes for students with disabilities. I remember one of my participants at UJ, she said that most of the students with disabilities who participate in sport, they also succeed. They also succeed academically because sports helps with self-discipline, So some of them, they also constructed participating in sports as a basic right, for students, to say it's actually their right when they get to university. When you talk about the right to education, it's not only about the right to be, to participate in the class, but it's also about participating holistically, including sport. And some of them, they spoke about how participating in sport is part of a healthy lifestyle for students with disabilities, which is actually good for their well-being. So these participants, for me, they were open-minded. They looked at inclusive education broadly, and they actually supported the idea of social inclusion. So I think that was the last finding. And when it comes to recommendation, from the study, I recommended that, there is a need for South African universities to also prioritize equal participation of students with disabilities in sports and recreational activities, as a holistic way of creating an enabling environment for these students to thrive, not only academically, as it has often been constructed in inclusive education debates, but also socially. And I also spoke about the need for South African universities to collaborate with regional universities, with good infrastructure, and nationally, even regionally, in order to share best practices about how, participation in sports for students with disabilities can be promoted. Then lastly, I just want to say thank you for your attention. Basically, this presentation is based on a chapter which has recently been published by Rochester University. The edited volume is called Disability in Africa. Thank you.
Hi, Sambo, are you there?
Hi, I had some internet issues at the point when I wanted to tell Desire to end his presentation, but
Okay,
thank God
sure.
I'm back. Yes, I think we have run out of time, but I have one question which was posed for Ilimon. Ilimon, are you there?
I'm here.
There is a question which was posed for you regarding chaplains. I'm trying to get that question because I think when I logged off, I think I lost the question. But I forwarded it to you, Ilimon.
Okay.
If you are you able to read it now?
I can get it. It seems to the send of the message, Simon actually, that a chaplain in essence plays the role of a psychologist or mentor in a team. Does he or she have to come from a religious denomination? So then further, if she or he does, what if a team is composed of people of various and sometimes conflicting religious groups? Yeah, basically to respond to this question, it is important to understand that a sports chaplain is not a sports psychologist. I've done the, I know the theories of sports psychology, so I can work as a sports psychologist, but mostly psychology bandages. Chaplains, is more preventive and also looks at the total person because, in other words, in my understanding, I would say chaplains is not transacting, and chaplains is not looking at okay, you have this issue, just focus on the game now. So we are looking at the whole person. So sometimes even psychos come to a chaplain because they have issues. And so there is a distinctive, there is a big difference between a sports chaplain and a psycho, but also, of course, the work is a bit similar. And of course, like here, when I say here, I'm in the Netherlands currently. So here in Europe, to talk about a chaplain in other countries, it's unheard of. But when you talk about the UK, for example, or Australia, Scotland, the US, it's a common thing to talk about a chaplain because we have chaplains in the English Premier League. Manchester United, Sir Alex Ferguson worked with chaplain Boyas since 1992. The class of 92, the Beckhams, all those went through the hands of a chaplain. And so coming to the aspect of does she or he have to come to from a religious denomination? It is because if it is a Christian chaplain, they need to understand what it is to be a Christian chaplain to a team. So, but we have special trainings also that we offer in order to prepare people to serve as chaplains. And then we have also chaplains from different faiths. For example, Muslims have started also to introduce chaplaincy. And there are different forms of, different chaplains from different faiths that we can talk about. And then the other question is, what if a team is composed of people of various and sometimes conflicting religious groups? If you followed me from the beginning, in my definition of what sports chaplains is or who a sports chaplain is, I did mention that a chaplain works with people of all faiths and none, meaning that regardless of your religious background, or if you don't believe like an atheist, we as chaplains still have room to serve these people. And we serve people, we help people with different sexual orientations. We are chaplains, we do not discriminate. And our purpose was mostly people think if I'm a Christian chaplain and Bafana, South African national team wants me to help them, that I'll be saying, hey, repent, come to Jesus. You know, there is that.
Sorry, Elimon, could you wind up with your answer? We're running out of time. Actually,
okay,
we have run out of time.
Yeah. So a chaplain is not there to convert people. A chaplain is there to serve, regardless of one's spiritual background. I hope I've answered Simon. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you so much, Elimon. Are there any other questions from the attendees? I don't have any. I'm not able to see any, but there is another question from Dr. Kindes, to all the panelists. I think this one is directed to Elimon. And the question is, how can a chaplain cohabit with a traditional doctor? Elimon, are you able to take that?
How can a chaplain cohabit with a traditional doctor?
Yes, so in this case, probably Dr. Kindes is trying to ask how can a chaplain work in relation to a traditional doctor?
Yes,
able to take that in a few seconds.
Very clear, because cohabiting might mean that it's two unmarried people living together as husband and wife. So I just wanted to get that clearly. But if it is working together, I think working with traditional doctors and chaplaincy, there is not really any relation. We have not had any of that experience of working with traditional doctors. Neither is it my desire personally to work with a traditional doctor, because we have different beliefs. And though I can work with a Muslim chaplain, it's because I understand what a chaplain does. But when we talk about traditional doctors, they have also their own focus. And I can argue actually that traditional doctors working with teams, though science might not prove it, it's gaining an advantage over your opponents, which is something that is also can be, of course, argued, but that is my approach to it. So, Dr. Akindes, in response to you, I don't think that it would be very possible, but if there is one willing to work with me, we can sit down and see where do we create jurisdictions. Thank you. I hope I've answered.
Thank you so much, Elimon. Not seeing any other questions from the attendees. Are there any questions from the panelists? Is there anyone with a question before I hand over to Nobu? All right. Is there anyone that would like to probably from the panelists that we have probably able to ask or contribute or provide feedback related to all the presentations that we have had?
I don't know if the others are active. I can't see whose mic is on or off. But it.
Can I
I'll
maybe
say something.
Just Dr. Cleophas, you have a question? You have an input?
Yes, maybe so. Our presentation deals with a subject that is called physical culture. And physical culture studies is not very much developed on the continent, African continent. So we're hoping that our work will expand and explore physical cultural studies going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cleophas. I'm reminded by Nobu that you still have a few minutes to go. And if there's anyone that would like to contribute to this session in relation to the wonderful presentations that we had from the different presenters, please go ahead. You can post a question. You can raise your hand and ask a question or provide any contribution. I have a hand from, yeah, I'm trying to see. I think I'm seeing a hand, but I can't tell exactly who it is. But please go ahead and ask a question.
Okay, thank you, Chair. It's Desire.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Desire.
Yes, yeah. My question is actually directed to Sakala. And I just wanted to ask, of course, this was, his presentation was quite interesting. It was an eye-opener for me because the only knowledge that I had about chaplain is mainly about chaplain being the, chaplain for the military. In my country's context, that was where my knowledge was limited. So thank you for the presentation. So I just want to know that can someone without a sporting background also be a chaplain for a football team? What's the importance of sport background here, or anyone in general? Is it about sports background or it's about passion in sport? How does the selection, Okay, thank you.
Elimon, you have another question. Please take time to respond to that one.
Ndatenda. Yeah, it's a beautiful question. We do not necessarily need people that have played football like myself to be chaplains in sports. We basically need people that have genuine interest to serve the sporting public, because it's a challenging atmosphere to work in sports. There are a lot of issues, but also with high level of confidentiality, because we are dealing with very sensitive issues as chaplains, and so we need people that are dedicated, people that, as long as they want to serve in sports, they are welcome, and the trainings are there. And yeah, we have others that have never kicked even a ball, but we also have people that have played a different sport, but they are maybe former rugby player working as a chaplain in soccer. So we have all those variations, but there is not really a limitation to that. Thank you. And also thank you for your compliment on the presentation being an eye-opener. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Elimon, for that response, and also Desire for that question. If there's any other question or input from the attendees and panelists, please go ahead. Otherwise, if there's no question or feedback, I'll be handing over to Nobu. But before I hand over to Nobu, I'd like to really.
Yeah, I have a question for Keon.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Keon, with the blind football, how popular is it? How in Zimbabwe you managed to get a team together with the support of Paralympics? How are you managing it, and how many people do you get involved if you want to keep some numbers in Zimbabwe, total Zimbabwe?
Yeah, it's quite, because 11-a-side football is quite popular in Zimbabwe. Across all different populations or subpopulations, blind football's been quite an attraction in Zimbabwe. So it's been implemented in different schools, universities, colleges, community settings, across all 10 provinces. So I'd say there's around at least 150 players minimum.
Dr. Kindis, was that clear?
Yeah, it's clear. My concern all the time, I want to scale this to a nation when we have 150 players in a certain category. It means that we have a large number of people who are left out. Are they not in contact with the game? Are they not available? It's a capacity to reach out to them is not there. If Keon can explain a little bit the challenges he has to get more people involved.
Yeah, so there's quite a number of challenges that fall inside of sport and outside of sport. So one of the main challenges is that it's similar to like what Desire touched on in South Africa. There's still an element of discrimination amongst people who are blind and have other disabilities. So in Zimbabwe, there's inclusive education, but some parents, because of some of the geographical location of where these schools are versus where students live, it's not always financially feasible for them to attend these schools. So some of them don't go to school at all, or they're quite hesitant to get involved in sport. And also there's certain settlement areas where blind people live where we don't have contact, or we don't know that they live there. So we've had to depend on other coaches' network to get us to introduce to sport. So it's kind of challenging to know where is. So there's some rural areas in Zimbabwe like Binga, Lusape, Maue, where it's quite difficult to travel there to implement training and introduce to sport.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Keon, for the response, and also to Dr. Kindis for the question. Still give a chance if there's any question, please do ask. Do we have any contributions before I hand over to Nobu? Right, I can't see any anyone that is trying to ask any questions, but I think before I hand over to Nobu, may I be allowed to thank the panelists. I think they have done a great job in terms of providing us with great information relating to their presentations. But also I'd like to appreciate all those that were in attendance, and hoping that you've picked one or two beneficial aspects of the presentations. But also I'd like to thank the organizers of this wonderful conference for allowing me to be one of the chairs of the panels, and hoping to see you soon also at the next conference, hopefully to be held next year. Over to you, Nobu, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Somba, for chairing that panel. I think some of the insights that we got there are really quite eye-opening around inclusivity in sport. So thank you so much for sharing that so wonderfully for us. And let me echo as well your words about thanking the panelists as well, who's done such a great job with sharing their insights. Colleagues, I'm just going to test it here. Are we okay with moving on to the next panel without a break? And then we'll then have a short break. Then after we have session 9. I think we still have a little bit more energy to keep going. And then, as I say, I'm proposing that we have the break after session 9. Can I get one person just to agree with me?
I agree. Great,
awesome, okay. All right, so we're moving on to session 9. We have checked the panelists for session 9. Everyone is ready. So if I could call up then Professor David Bohopa, who's chairing then the panel on racialism and the construction of athlete bodies. So if you could just give us a second to get Prof. Bohopa connected again. Prof, you'll just signal when you're ready.
Yeah, thanks, Nobu.
Awesome.
I'm ready. Can I go ahead? Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm going to be the chair for this session or panel 9, session 9, racialism and the construction of athletes' bodies. All in all, we have 4 presentations. The first one is a joint paper by Elamon Sakala and Christine Sakala. And then the second presentation is by Mari from Norwegian University of Science and Technology. The third presentation is by Tyler Fleming from University of Louisville. And the last presentation, it's a joint paper as well by Amy, Hank, and Franjos from the University of Stellenbosch. We are going to follow the same pattern of having a 15 minutes presentation first, and then we'll have a second presentation as well, 15 minutes, third one and fourth one. And after that, we'll have questions and answers. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present to you Elamon and Christine to present their paper. Over to you, Elamon. Nice to meet you again. I think I met you in Zambia 2018. Nice to meet you again. Thanks, Elamon and Christine. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And I request also if my video can be on so that I can share. My mic is on, but not the video. Oh, thank you. The notification has come finally. So I'll quickly share the screen. Chair, can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So it's a privilege once more to be on the on this panel, to be presenting, and Christine is sending her apologies for failing to be part of this presentation because she's been called at her workplace. She's a nurse, and I think we all know how important health workers are in these times. So she's been called at work. So apologies on her behalf. Yeah, we're tackling racism in sports, especially professional football, to be specific. And yeah, it's very important to understand this. I had a video which cannot play, unfortunately. I'll just share a little bit about the video. The video is about JJ Okocha, the great Nigerian and African footballer. And when he was playing in the Bundesliga in Germany, there is a clip that I prepared that says he dribbled quite a lot. He dribbled a lot of players, and when he was asked, say, why, he says, because he faced racism, and so he was looking for a better way to repay the people for their racist actions against him. And so he says he never knew he was Black until he played football in Germany. Yes, pause for a minute and think about that. He never knew he was Black until he went to Germany to play football. It's a serious issue of racism in sports. In this paper, we're talking about how African players, African footballers have reached the highest level of success in football. His Excellency President George Weah, the president of Liberia, was the first and probably the only African footballer to be crowned World Footballer of the Year, Ballon d'Or winner in 1995. We have had our own Great Karu, for example, in Zambia, making the top 12 list of best footballers in the world. We have had big names, Samuel Eto'o. We have had the Didier Drogbas. We have had big names, the Mo Salahs, the Sadio Manes now, Aubameyang, the Patson Dakas, the Mwepus, the Fashion Sakalas. They, talk about the Itumeren Kunes. We have an endless list. El Hadji Diouf, we can name them, Nwanko Kanu. But these people had to deal with a lot of pressure. And that is because of the cancer of racism in sports. Now, it is important that we also look at these facts. Nigeria have been champions at under 17 World Cup level for 5 times. And also Ghana, they have won it twice. Altogether, we see that Africa at under 17 level and under 20 level of the under 17 level have got 19 medals. It is a great result, but there are issues of racism. And so from the UK Premier League, for example, says in the 1970s and 80s, professional Black players faced severe discrimination by fans simply because of their color, the skin color. In the last 6 weeks, or the last 6 weeks of the last season, a study of online content identified more than 3,000 abusive messages aimed at Premier League players, the Sadio Manes, of which were racist. Of the players surveyed, 43 said they had experienced targeted racist abuse. And here's a survey by, this survey was done by Sky Sports. And when you see these statistics, they are quite high. They're quite high. And these racist remarks actually, says 86% of football fans who regularly attend matches in the UK have witnessed a racist incident at a game, a Sky data poll for Sky Sports News revealed more than 1,000 football fans took part in that survey, and it had found that 93% of Black, Asian, and minority ethnic groups, that is of supporters, had seen racism at UK football matches. Now, these statistics are basically in UK. Not that we don't have racist remarks or racist behavior. We don't face racism in Africa. One of the footballer that I know, I don't have permission to reveal their name, was being called Chinese, but he was not Chinese, but he was playing in the Zambian league. Now, that is also racism. It was just one, but it is racism. So racism is huge. Now we need to look at what could be the solution and how are we dealing with racism in sports. So this presentation is actually part of the main presentation I did earlier, and it's part of the study that I've been doing, and through sports chaplaincy, because sports chaplaincy is all inclusive. Through sports chaplaincy, we've been able to look at, to get to the bottom of things and really create a clean space within the sporting setting, creating an atmosphere of oneness, of unity, of love, of looking at each other as one, people under one God, created by our Maker, not out of Big Bang. And so we cannot get rid of racism in sports completely. And that is why others are of the view, like some pundits are of the view that if FIFA was to seriously look into racism and bring in punitive measures as they have done, for example, for the rainbow movement, probably racism could have long ended in sport. It is something that can be contested, but it's something that also is not completely right or completely wrong. So it's something that can be learned and see how best it can be helped. However, as sports chaplains, our goal is that we provide sports chaplaincy in sports and help athletes to overcome. So we do the preparation part. We prepare athletes. Those that have gone through our hands, we have prepared them in advance on what is ahead of them. Hence, when it comes, it has got less effects to no effects on them because they know what is expected of it. And for the time that they face it, we also work with the people, the victims that are facing racist remarks. And so we also see that we are developing a global sports chaplaincy as an antidote to racism. It's more, as I said, in preventive care, but also, of course, caring for victims. And then normally what causes racism in sports, just like any other, whether it is xenophobia or anything else, it begins with stereotyping, prejudice, and the like. And so these are issues that we as sports chaplains globally are teaming up to work into preventing, and we begin because we are within the sports setting, we are within the clubs, we are within the associations. So in those settings that we serve, we have made sure that these things, even among fans, can become a thing of the past. So that is our role as chaplains. That's how we are handling it. That's a solution. for us. And so, of course, I would love to get the questions. I tried to make it brief to see if we could get questions and the like, but I know questions are coming at the end. But briefly, this is about racism. It is real. It is real, and it's not just Europeans, for example, making racist remarks against Africans or Asians. It can also be vice versa. And so what we ought to do now is look at how do we prevent it? How do we get rid of it? What other interventions, apart from us tackling it through sports chaplaincy? How can you, in your field, help to tackle racism in sports? God richly bless you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Elamon. I'm sure members of the audience are preparing their questions, and they'll be sending those questions through. Without wasting any more time, I would like to present to you Mari from Norwegian University of Science and Technology to present the paper. And the title of the paper is The Myth of Average Women, Racial Practices and the White Gaze in Elite Sport. Over to you, Mari.
Thank you, Chair. Let me see if I can just share my screen here. There we go. First, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation. It's kind of based on an article that I recently published in Norwegian. So I'm trying to take some pieces of this published article and sort of rework it into a piece that has, I guess, more specific relevance to and considers in more detail the implications of gender testing for African sportswomen in particular. So I'm really looking forward to hearing your comments and your feedback on this work in progress. Right, so in my presentation, I'm going to focus on the practice of so-called gender testing in pro-Olympic sports. And I'm going to argue that the assessments of sex and gender that make up this practice are foundationally discriminatory in gendered and in racial terms. I'm going to argue that rather than being a practice that ensures fair competition or inclusion, as is sometimes argued, for women in pro-Olympic sports, so-called gender testing institutionalizes a white and imperial gaze. And in this sense, it's a racial practice that draws its power from and reinforces white normativity and supremacy in pro-Olympic or international elite sports, if you will. So I argue that this happens through the construction and maintenance of this myth of an average woman. So I argue that she's this mythical figure against which the bodies and performances of all women athletes are measured and assessed, and that she in this sense embodies the white norm of acceptable womanhood. So gender testing is not a new practice or a recent phenomenon. It's been a regular practice in pro-Olympic sports since women were first included in the competition. So here you'll see a list of the different terms that have been used to refer to this testing or verification in the Olympics. Yeah. So this practice is based in the idea of a binary system of gender, right, in which women, woman or man, female or male are the only two gender positions available, and wherein those two are presumed to be biologically dichotomous. Right? So the gender testing system rests on the, I would argue, false assumption that men and women are biologically and bodily distinct entities, and that the difference between these two human forms can be observed from or read from the surface of the body, and that it can be measured through scientific tests. So in the 1930s, the testing happened on an ad hoc basis, and it was presumably to ensure that men wouldn't dress up like women in order to win the competitions. So over the course of the next few decades, the tests became increasingly standardized and scientific before they eventually became a universal and formal practice in the 1960s, as you can see in the list here. So these formalized and universal practices included naked parades in front of medical personnel, gynecological examinations, and the evaluations of the secondary sex characteristics, such as hair growth, for all women athletes. So in the 1990s, an end was put to the standardized and universal testing or verification of all women athletes. Right? So in favor of, again, an ad hoc system where medical personnel can evaluate those athletes that they consider suspicious. Right? So what is tested and considered a signifier of gender, sex, and femininity is now hormones, and specifically testosterone. Right? And so in the current sort of regulations and the current form of this gender testing practice, it's presumed that testosterone can somehow be read from the surface of the body and that it reveals the true gender of the woman athletes. So bodies like the IAAF or World Athletics and the IOC would like to suggest that the tests have become increasingly scientifically accurate. Right? They would argue that they've moved from mere assessments of what a woman looks like, so her gender performance or identity, to somehow much more scientific assessments of her true biological sex. However, as many scholars in the field have pointed out, the change in name, as you can see on the previous slide, right, the change in the name given to these tests and the target criteria for the test indicate the opposite, right? It indicates a slippage in assigning gender variously to physiology, identity, or aesthetic performances of gender, as well as the impossibility of narrowing sex down to a single determining factor. Right, so this is what this quote from Besnier, Brownell, and Carter's book says. And they write that the science of sex testing, as developed in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, demonstrated that there is no single biological marker of sex that can straightforwardly categorize all humans as male or female. Rather, there are many markers, none of which are found in all people, either label either male or female. Sex then should be considered a statistical average or combined effect of a variety of factors that change over time, that mutually influence each other in a complex feedback loop, and that respond to environment and to lifestyle. Yet, despite this, the practice of gender testing in its historical and current forms is based on this foundational commitment to a binary system of gender. It's a model of gender that presumes human bodies can be divided into these categories, and that it's fairly easy to somehow determine which category all bodies belong in. Right? So the boundaries for which bodies can be categorized as female bodies, right, are determined on the basis of how much this sportswoman's body deviates from the presumed average for the general category woman. Right? This is what gives rise to the mythical figure of the average woman. She is the embodiment, the imaginary average woman that all women athletes are measured against and held accountable for. They cannot deviate too much from whatever characteristics this figure of the average woman is presumed to have. Right? So in visual and scientific tests, in assessments of how feminine or good she is when she runs, or what amount of testosterone circulates in her body in the mornings between 8 and 10, sportswomen are required to not deviate from what is considered average and normal. Women athletes are figuratively and literally held accountable for the average woman. She must look like, perform like, and have the testosterone levels not too much in excess of what is considered normal for women. If she deviates, she is in the best case viewed with suspicion, and in the worst case, she's surgically altered. So the myth and figure of this average woman forms the basis then for visual and scientific evaluations of the sex/gender of women athletes, right, and which bodies qualify as female bodies. Although no similar evaluation is made of which bodies qualify as male, nor are male athletes held accountable for the average man, which, holding elite athletes accountable for the average and the general population seems to be a fairly obvious logical flaw to begin with, even for women. So the myth and figure of the average woman. So according to Dawn Babington, it's been especially women of color from the post-colonial South that have been identified as suspicious and potentially deviant in terms of these sex and gender tests. They argue that the gender regulations in pro-Olympic sport were tightened at exactly the same time that the white dominance in international athletics and Olympic competitions were challenged in the 1960s. So Babington writes that it was the athletic dominance of African American and Soviet women seen through the white Western gaze as two symbols of mannishness that prompted sport governing bodies to develop formal regulations, that is, of gender testing. So as I mentioned, in the current iteration or form of the practice, gender testing is done on the basis of hormonal measurements. And whether or not an athlete can compete in the women's competition is dependent on her testosterone levels, as well as the presumed effect of those levels of testosterone. Right, so linked to this, the testing has also, like the IOC and the IAAF have tried to rebrand it, and they no longer refer to the test as sex verification or gender testing, but as assessments of eligibility to compete in the women's category. So in fact, in the recent court cases in the Court of Arbitration for Sports involving Duty Chan from India and Kasta Semenya, both the IAAF and the court itself have argued that what is being tested or verified is no longer the athlete's gender, but whether she has so-called differences of sexual development and associated physical characteristics that they presume give her an unfair advantage over other competitors. Right, so in order to do this, the IAAF has also started making a distinction between social and cultural gender as identity and sex as a biological fact. Now, this distinction between sex and gender has historically been made by feminist scholars, right, in order to make the point that biology isn't destiny and that gender is not a biomedical fact, but a socially, culturally, historically specific construct. Right? But now it's put to use by the IAAF to legitimate the practice of gender testing, right? Even though, and then somehow referring it, they also keep referring to it as a mechanism for gender equality. So the current regulations are based on the assumption that testosterone has a performance enhancing effect for a particular group of women, those women that are presumably identified as having differences of sexual development, although remembering that sex is not like gender is not a simple binary. Right? Although the scientific evidence to support this claim that testosterone has a performance enhancing effect for these particular athletes is highly contested. So in 2019, the president of the World Medical Association said that we have strong reservations about the ethical validity of these regulations. They are based on weak evidence from a single study, which is currently being viewed or widely debated by the scientific community. So nevertheless, and despite the fact that the human hormonal system is neither dichotomous nor stable, the current regulations suppose that male and female hormonal systems and levels can be neatly grouped into gendered ranges and that these ranges remain stable throughout life. So according to Katrina Karkazes and Rebecca Jordan-Young, who've done, also written this book that there's a picture of here that I recommend to those of you who are interested, especially in the science of testosterone. This is a false assumption that ignores human diversity and variety, and it gives rise to a range of gendered myths about the meaning and importance of testosterone for gendered and athletic performances. So they talk about these myths of testosterone as T-talk. But in the current sort of IAAF or World Athletics regulations, they demand medical treatment and have previously enforced surgical interventions for women who they argue are eligible according to the following criteria. So women who have been described as having one of 5 so-called differences of sexual development. So deviations from the statistical average of characteristics that they use to categorize sex. So, and being a DSD athlete who, as a result, has a high circulating testosterone level, so in excess of 5 nanomoles per liter, and that this level of circulating testosterone causes what is called a material androgenizing effect. Now, these first 2 criteria can't be documented without clinical tests, and they aren't observable from the body. Right? This is where the 3rd criteria here comes in. So it plays this idea about material androgenizing effect, or masculinization, plays a very important role. Right? So it's the only qualifying criteria for suspicion and diagnosis. Although the name alone can lead one to think that, this is an actual diagnosis in itself. Rather, the extent to which a woman athlete exhibits a material androgenizing effect that as a result of high circulating testosterone levels that is caused now only by a so-called difference of sexual development, not other types of sort of diagnosis that have nothing to do with sexual development, right? They can also cause high circulating testosterone levels. So there are many reasons for high circulating testosterone levels, not all of which are tied to sex. Anyway, so this last criteria, it's not an objective medical diagnosis, but a subjective and visual assessment of how masculine an athlete's body appears to be to whoever is doing the assessment, right? How much does she deviate from this figure of the average woman? So in 2011, the IAAF had an actual list of indicators of this material androgenizing effects that they used to help sort of their medical personnel, or that they had doctors argue would be, you know, the list of criteria that would help determine who fits these criteria. Right. So this list was the basis for identifying suspicious athletes, but it was also used to determine the masculinization following from high testosterone levels. Right. So this list wasn't used alongside some other objective medical test for women's physical sensitivity to this high circulating testosterone. This list in itself was the test. So the list includes markers that are dark voice, male type body hair, small breasts, large muscles, no menstruation, and enlarged clitoris, and no uterus. So the first 5 of these are relative characteristics. There are no either or, right? It's all on a scale. Number 6 and 7 are fairly common side effects of being an elite athlete. So having muscles and no menstruation, at least for certain periods of time. And the final 2, a butt, an enlarged clitoris, and no uterus cannot be observed from the surface of the body and can therefore only be assessed through a clinical examination. But even so, there are also relative traits for which there is no either or yes or no. So the list and the practice of assessing text that this is part of emerges from research on what is sometimes in the medical literature referred to as intersex diagnosis, right? So it's another term for what the IAAF is currently referring to as differences of sexual development. So this field of research on intersex has, since its emergence, been foundationally shaped by racialized interpretations and evaluations of gender. So in her extensive analysis of intersex research and treatment of intersex variations, Zina Magubani has illustrated that as early as in the 1600s, the ideas about race determined which bodies were considered to be suspicious and deviant in gender terms. She shows that although there were differences in the identification and the treatment of people identified as intersex in the US, in Europe, and in South Africa in the 1800s, researchers nevertheless agreed on one specific aspect, and that was that atypical genitals in particular were especially common among African women. Right? So Katrina Kerkazes and Rebecca Jordan-Young, they draw on Magubani's work, and they argue that the same racist imaginaries of the deviant genders and genitals of African women has had a direct effect on the evaluation criteria and praxis of gender testing in the IAAF. Right, so this praxis presumes that atypical sexual development is more common in underdeveloped parts of the world, and it has caused, and here I quote Kerkazes and Jordan-Young, a targeted concern about Black and brown women from the global South. Right, so rather than being a purely objective and clinical assessment of human physiology, the practice of gender testing, in fact, rests on subjective and visual assessments of female athletic bodies and evaluations of gendered averages and deviances that have its roots in imperial and in racist science. Right? So there's a long and violent history of white science, seeing and assessing the Black, and in particular, perhaps the Black African female body, as foundationally different from the white Western woman's body. Right? So this has been illustrated by Anne Fausto-Sterling, by Anne McClintock, and like I mentioned about Zina Magubani. So in this white imperial science, there's been a particular concern with genitals as constituting external signs of deviant and excessive sexuality. And so this is what has led the South African feminist scholar Beth Abrahams to use the term genital encounters to signal the weaving together of racial and sexual logics in imperial science, but also in the wider imperial project. In addition to this, Black feminist scholarship in sports has shown and analyzed how the myth of Black athletic superiority persists and contributes to the framing of Black women as naturally more masculine and physically superior to white women. And so Ben Carrington writes that the masculine coded representation of the Black athlete heightened these centuries-old discourses in which Black females were considered mannish Amazons or potential, if not actual, intersex individuals. Right? So he argues that when Black male athletes came to be seen as hyper-masculine, Black female athletes were seen as not female at all. Right? So what Carrington does here is highlight the historically. Yeah?
Would you like to wrap up?
Yeah, I have 2 minutes left. Is that okay, Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right. Right, so Carrington here points out this paradoxical visibility, right? And I think this is something that him and also in his work with Anima Ajapong, they've pointed out very clearly. So I mean, skip a little bit. All right, so the point that I'm trying to make in this presentation is that the figure of the average woman is reproduced through this white, and as you can see in the slide, can also be termed an unrelenting gaze, right? Which is a gaze that, according to George Yancey, doesn't only observe, but that has effects, right? It's a gaze that constructs the Black body into its own colonial imaginary. Right, so from this perspective, when you use this perspective, it's possible to argue that a white gaze constitutes the process through which the myth of Black athletic superiority is produced and naturalized. Right? I argue that this white gaze is institutionalized precisely through gender testing practice, that it produces and naturalizes the gendered excess and deviance that is projected onto the bodies of women like Caster Semenya. So in this sense, the white gaze is also what bell hooks characterize as an imperial gaze. It's a gaze that dominates, controls, and colonizes. It doesn't merely observe and attribute deviance to certain bodies, but it dominates and disciplines them. It enables and rationalizes the biomedical violence and public scrutiny, sport exclusion. Yeah, so I'm just gonna, this is my slide attempting to make some kind of a conclusion. Where my point is that the figure of the average woman is put to use and reproduced through a white colonial gaze that is then institutionalized in the practice of gender testing. And I'll stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mari. We wish we could give you an hour to present, but due to time constraint, we need to proceed to other presenters. Would you like to stop sharing, Mari?
I'm trying to work out where to click.
Okay. Colleagues, audience, wherever you are, could you please prepare those questions and send them through so that right away after the last presentation, we can deal with those questions. Without wasting any more time, I'd like to present to you Tyler Fleming, from University of Louisville, and the title of the paper is The Place of a Pool, St. Cyprian Swimming Pool in Memories of Sophiatown. Over to you, Tyler.
Perfect. I figured out how to unmute myself. Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can you all hear me? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen and we can see you and can see your presentation.
Perfect, perfect. My project is a little bit different than the other panelists in that it's very much like a micro history. And particularly it's focused around one swimming pool, a school swimming pool in Sophiatown, which was a freehold center in Greater Johannesburg It is now a neighborhood in Johannesburg, but I can talk about that in a little bit. Just to give you a little bit of background, that time and time again in my research, I work on Black popular cultures in South Africa, but particularly in Joburg during the 1950s, 1960s. And it was always profound to me just how much kind of the dryness or the lack of water and the lack of access to water was within the historical record, particularly by Black South Africans in their descriptions of Joburg. And so here you have Lewis Nkosi, one of the famous drum riders, right? Talking about Joburg, and kind of, it's very much about city urbanity, but at the end, scarcely any parks or water in sight, right? Now, and that is particularly true for the Black experience of those in Joburg throughout the 1950s and 1960s. Put that up against the famous anti-apartheid activist, Father Trevor Huddleston, who is a white British religious figure that is a missionary based partially in Joburg, but also kind of around what is known as the Rand during this period of time, or the greater Joburg area. And he writes in his famous book, Not for Your Comfort, my recollection of Sophia Town will always be set in the context of the laughter of children, the swimming pool on a summer day, with a mass of glistening brown bodies and the noise of them splashing in the water like pea soup, so thick you could not see the bottom. It was a good sight and a good sound to come back to when one had been walking the streets of the city or attending some dreary committee on church finance. And so kind of my project was kind of born out of seeing these references about lack of swimming spaces, but constantly descriptions of Sophia Town and the presence of the St. Cyprian swimming pool, which was predominantly used by children of Sophia Town, but also larger areas within Black Joburg. So the background on this paper is that this is very much still a work in progress, and I'm kind of a little bit unsure of where it's going. It started off as a project, going to be a standalone article about the building of the first swimming pool in Soweto in the 1950s, which Trevor Huddleston had a huge hand in, but also many of the residents of Sophia Town had a huge hand in as well. And basically the paper got too long, too meandering, and so I was like, let me split it in two. And so this is sort of like my first stab at trying to figure out the second paper that's out of this project. It may be part of a larger book project on Black swimming spaces and Black access and Black activism regarding swimming spaces in South Africa, but I'm still kind of playing around with it. Just to give you a little bit of my background, I'm more of a popular culture historian at this point. My most recent, my book, examining the history of the King Kong jazz musical and its larger kind of histories within or impacts within South African cultural history at home and abroad, was just published this past fall. And so I'm coming, this is sort of, I've done some dalliances of sports history, but this is sort of my full attempt to kind of make the transition to a sports historian, or at least a historian of sporting spaces. Again, it's still very much a work in project, and if folks have ideas of directions or aspects of this, I'm greatly appreciative to hear feedback along those lines as well. So the main aims of this particular essay, or what I'll be kind of describing in my PowerPoint presentation, are examining kind of how one specific site of sport and leisure fundamentally shapes memory and notions of space and belonging or community within Sophiatown. That I'm going to make the argument to you that the St. Cyprian's pool is going to eventually become a key aspect in popular memory of Sophiatown and of Black Joburg itself. And so alongside that, Sophiatown is oftentimes idealized, exceptionalized, and that the swimming pool is used as a tool within that. Oh, and perhaps more importantly, this project seeks to kind of explore how Black Johannesburg used leisure spaces and advocated for them. This is building on the work of many scholars, both within sports studies and elsewhere. And so not that I'm not making that my claims are completely original in any sort of way or function. So just to give you a sense of where Sophiatown is located, if you, down here is downtown Johannesburg, and Sophiatown is a suburb of Johannesburg. This is an image from 1933 of Sophiatown as the neighborhood or the freehold area is growing quite rapidly. A brief history of Sophiatown, particularly for non-South Africanists in the audience. I know many South Africanists can recite many South Africanists, but also South Africans can recite this history by memory in many ways because it's used so much in historical discussions in the post-apartheid era. But a quick, brief history was in 1897, a white speculator, Herman Tobianski, purchased land about 4 miles away from downtown Johannesburg with the idea of developing it into a suburb, a residential area, or potentially selling it to commercial interests. And because of a bunch of different amenity problems, drainage problems, water access, etc., there was a struggle to sell this land to white settlers. And so what eventually happens is this area becomes a Black freehold area, meaning that land could be held by folks of all races. And out of that, we get these different kind of neighborhoods or suburbs of Sophiatown, Martindale, and New Clare. Oftentimes these three are kind of blurred together within popular memory and are kind of seen as all Sophiatown in some regards. Also, sometimes you'll see Western Native Township, which was a nearby Black township in this area that was not freehold, but oftentimes was close enough proximity that it was, W&T was oftentimes kind of grouped into kind of the public memory of Sophiatown. But Sophiatown itself kind of is kind of the hub that emerges around kind of the Western areas for Black Johannesburg. And so just to give you a sense of kind of its popularity in that this is one of the few areas in Greater Johannesburg that Black South Africans are able to buy land. It struggles to kind of gain much popularity for the first couple decades. But basically, as Johannesburg's population booms and Johannesburg is becoming a site of employment and pursuit of wealth, it starts to shift quite a bit. I notice I'm running really behind. Sophiatown itself becomes a cultural hub. Oftentimes, it's known as or described during the 1950s as the Chicago of South Africa. It's brash, it's urbane, it's cosmopolitan. It's described as kind of an African Greenwich Village or Soho, or South Africa's version of Harlem, right? The Sophiatown Renaissance, as the term gets coined, gets tossed around there. And that, but also it's one of activism, cultural kind of anti-apartheid lifestyles or anti-apartheid politics, depending on who you ask. And so you see a member of one of the Sophiatown gangs, the Americans, in the top right. Down here, you see a meeting that happened in the Odeon Cinema, which was one of the cinemas, was the only cinema in Sophiatown, and oftentimes was a site of anti-apartheid politics. When the removals begin in 1955, there's a lot of a galvanization effort in Johannesburg to kind of push back against the removals, but ultimately the removals do happen. This is an image from 1959, one of the rare color photos we have from this period. And you see St. Cyprian's, or the Church of Resurrection and St. Cyprian's in this image, but you also see the destroyed houses and homes. Now, very short, very quickly, kind of Sophiatown's history is often told through historic sites. Whether it's A.B. Nkrumah's home, who was an ANC president, medical doctor, and who has one of the only houses that survived the destruction of Sophiatown. And in the telling the tales of Sophiatown and its history, specific sites are constantly invoked, and St. Cyprian's Pool is one of those. Now, to give you a sense on how pools and swimming spaces in, or swimming space in Sophiatown are invoked, we've got the Cuddleston quote about the pea soup, right? But also you see, even in very politicized, very like a text like Long Walk to Freedom, which is designed to kind of tell the history of the nation in many ways, you see Sophiatown's swimming pool being invoked that to kind of mark its exceptionality. To give you a sense of when it's founded, when it's built, the swimming pool, St. Cyprian's Pool in 1939, we've got a report of from Father Rains, head of the Community of Resurrection Missions in Sophiatown in Orlando. And he's kind of, when he's remarking about the construction of the pool itself, you can see it very much is a pool just sort of driven by, a project driven by a white donor who's quite consistent, quite persistent in kind of constructing a pool when many people in the area have some doubts about it, and that that this is a luxury that is not necessarily needed in this area compared to other projects. But with that said, the popularity of the pool and its use in the significance of telling Sophiatown's story really blows up. And so here we see just a kind of quote from the 1939 report, talking about how popular this is. I didn't realize I was going to talk so much at the beginning. Let me kind of push on a little bit. Here we see one of the most famous residents of Sophiatown, famed poet and author Don Matera, who is oftentimes kind of seen as one of kind of the historical vanguard kind of members of Sophiatown's popular memory. And this is what he writes in Sophiatown Coming of Age in South Africa. The pool at the Anglican Church's St. Cyprian's Primary School in Meyer Street attracted children from far and wide. All hues, all shapes and sizes flocked faithfully, like war-torn and weather-beaten refugees to San Sipi, as the school was called. Dipping pool would have been more appropriate because overcrowding made swimming virtually impossible. Diving also had its risks. You would be waiting on top of somebody, and the next minute, another dark body would dive on you as if you were invisible. But the pool brought us together, children of the rich and the poor and the orphans, to expend our energies and renew those links that the group areas laws had severed through forced separation. Just to give you a sense of kind of what my findings are, and I can talk about this a little bit more in the Q&A, that these, you see time and time again throughout narratives, autobiographical narratives, but also recorded interviews of former Sophia Town residents, as well as documents from the period, whether in the Black press or elsewhere, that certain themes emerge, particularly that are championed not just by white donors or white missionaries, but from Black communities themselves. And that the demand for swimming spaces in particular become part of a larger agenda to kind of provide betterment for children, a space of recreation, but also to kind of establish a place like Sophia Town and other Black spaces as being permanent and respectable in a way that many white suburbs oftentimes had their own community pools. I can talk a little bit more about kind of political efforts or grassroots efforts from Black communities during the Q&A. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tyler. Would you like to stop?
Yeah, I
sharing,
gotta
Tyler?
figure out. Let me. Let's see. I do not want to share. How do I stop sharing? And
Thank you very much, Tyler. Yeah, thanks. Our last presentation for this session by Amy, Hank, and Francios, I think they've changed their topic slightly. Now their topic is the non-racial school sport movement in the Western Cape during the 1990s, a critical literature review. Colleagues and the audience, please try to send through those questions so that after this presentation, we should right away to pose those questions and get responses. Over to you, Amy, Hank, and Francios. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for taking time to listen and participate here with us today. We'd like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the organizers for the opportunity we have to present at this, the 14th Annual Sports Africa Conference. I am Amy Apollos, joined by my colleague Henk Conradi and our supervisor, Dr. Francois Cleophas, in presenting our research, the non-racial school sport movement in the Western Cape during the 1990s, a critical literature review. Henk and I are honors students in the Department of Sports Science at Stellenbosch University, and this study forms part of our research. We will begin by reading an extract from our research proposal. Sport forms an integral part of South Africa's unequal past and present society, and functions according to societal constructs of class, race, and gender. During the apartheid era, that is 1948 to 1994, sport activists resisted these constructions organizationally. From 1973 onwards, under the direction of the South African Council on Sport, also known as SACOS, the SACOS fought for non-racial society that was free of race, class, and gender constructions. It was a movement with structures from community to national levels and influenced international opinion at the United Nations Organization and Organization of African Unity. One of the major affiliates of the SACOS was the South African Senior School Sports Association, better known as SASA. In turn, the Western Province School Sport Union, Senior School Sport Union, was affiliated to the SASA, who fought for the same cause as the SACOS. During the transition from apartheid to democracy, that is 1986 to around 1993, organizations like the WPSSSU were tactically negotiated out of existence. This study will present a literature review, which considers the social and political context of non-racial school sport in South Africa during the 1990s. The WPSSSU was established in 1956 and evolved into a provincial non-racial school sport movement that resisted both racism and capitalism. The non-racial school sport movement was an important pillar of SACOS. It, however, proved to be more than a school sport movement and provided a political home for the broader anti-apartheid movement. This non-racial sport movement under the aegis of the SACOS was, however, outmaneuvered in the 90s by forces under the influence of neoliberal social and economic structures. In the process, established non-racial school sport structures that existed since the 50s and based on the principles of non-racialism and anti-capitalism were also maneuvered out of existence. Neoliberal agencies, such as media houses and post-apartheid sport structures, were part of this. They did so by creating sport historical narratives that eradicated non-racial school sport history, or at the very best, presented it as a minor supplement to apartheid sport. In the process, apartheid school sport structures became sanitized and palatable for post-apartheid society. What is needed now is a scholarly overhaul of the current dominant historical narrative of South African school sport history through a critical analysis. This study is a work in progress and as such is still in its exploratory phase. South African school sport history in the 1990s is a contested and contentious space where modern day historians are left with a narrow definition of this transition period. It is a period that is often presented without the complications of politics and society. The period thus needs an alternative narrative to the dominant storyline of the time. This study is therefore motivated by a desire to provide a critical analysis of the literature around the organization of school sport and the transition from apartheid to democracy during the period of 1990 to 2000. Driven by this, we aim to identify and present a critical analysis of non-racial school sport literature to recover the untold histories of sport in the Western Cape, thereby creating a broader and more complete historical recollection of sport history. The study will, however, be limited to works of a formal nature, such as academic publications and published works. Identifying the literature. The non-racial school sport literature we have identified thus far are the works of Thomas, Archer and Bellon, Hendricks, and Cleophas and van der Merwe, as pictured on this slide. As far as establishment school sport is concerned, we have identified history books of Bishops and Sachs. These literature sources will be read with the intent of creating a critical perspective of school sport.
The scientific historical method, or traditional method, also known as the Van Ranke method, has significantly shaped in the field of writing histories. Van Ranke was a leading German historian in the 19th century, writing in the aims of achieving objectivity. The act of being objective, in its simplest description, can be defined as the deliberate attempt of excluding the influence of an individual's ideas and personal beliefs in the means of delivering factual information. According to this method, reports had to be generated from the primary source to eliminate the subjective influence of a researcher. The problem with this was the primary historical sources are often one-sided in perspective due to the dominant narrative of the time period. For example, the apartheid narrative spoke heavily on white sport but neglected the non-racial narrative of South African sport. On the other hand, a critical literature review employs a comprehensive analysis structure which considers a variety of sources relevant to a topic to create a contextuality relevant collection of history. Critical theory is an approach to social philosophy that focuses on reflective assessment and critique of society and culture in order to reveal the challenge power structures.
A critical analysis of the literature will thus be done to create a meta-narrative of sport in the Western Cape. We aim to publish in the Sport in Society journal to gain an international audience. We welcome any suggestions relating to our research. We'd like to end by reading a quote from Adam Small. If your aim is universality as an artist, it can only be achieved through locality and time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy, and your group members, Hank and Franchos. Thank you very much to all the presenters in this section or in this panel. Please keep on sending the questions. I've got questions already with me. To Mari, there's one question which goes as follows. Are you aware of a journal article of 2019 that described as colored women with low education cognitive levels? If so, what is your opinion on that? Have you captured that question, Mari?
Yes, I have. I have to say I'm not familiar with that particular study or the article, but I did see that it was part of a debate, about publishing. I can't say anything about like what's actually in the article, but from the title and from what I've seen elsewhere, it seems to be, a deployment of kind of a similar sort of imperial and racist scientific history, right? Like, so this attempt to locate difference and deviance, and in this case, cognitive functioning, right, in colonized groups, or in whoever's constructed as the racial other. So in that sense, it's I'm not, as far as I know, I think the paper was pulled. So I'm not surprised that it was a paper that then eventually I think it was labeled racist and retracted or withdrawn eventually. But from what I know, it draws on a similar history of racial and racial science.
Yeah, thanks, Mari. As you are thinking again about the next question, if you have seen it, I'd like to move on to Tyler. Tyler, the question is there a history of organized swimming clubs in Sophia town? If so, were they political connections?
So I have found evidence of some competitive swimming clubs throughout the 1950s, particularly after the construction of the swimming pool in Orlando. You have kind of these competitive swimming clubs kind of popping up in various parts of the RAN. I need to do more research on it with the political connections, but you see kind of these connections pop up all over the place where when it comes to sporting circles on the RAN, as many people probably know, where it's Robert Reisha writing for African sports or folks participating in various projects. I do see time and time what I've seen, what I've documented in this project as well, is that you see the Bantu world, later on known as the world, will be stresses the importance of swimming pools time and time again. And there, at one point in time, I'll just read it from my PowerPoint if I can, was at one point in time, so in 1947, the newspaper chides the Johannesburg City Council for its failure to not do more for African populations on the RAN. In particular, they do the photo of the swimming pool, and the caption reads, 2 years ago, we published this picture of the only swimming bath for Africans in Johannesburg, African townships. 2 years have passed, and capitalized, and it is still the only swimming bath. So that both formally and informally, you're seeing kind of this advocacy for swimming spaces. And particularly when it comes to competitive clubs, one thing I'll also add is you see a championing of Black folks, but particularly Africans, becoming lifeguards, and that being seen as a major win for Black equality.
Thanks, Tyler. The next question is also directed to Mari. It goes as follows. In boxing, judo, or weightlifting categories are the basis for athletes to be allowed to compete against each other, which makes the competition less unequal. The playing field is unequal among men and women too. Should we create categories other than gender for athletics, for example? What is your view? And the last question, I think it's to all the presenters, and it goes as follows. We have the white colonial gaze, which is rooted in class power, the power to map, represent, and construct. Do you know what has been the dominant gazes among non-white cultures, and more particularly African polities? So those are the two questions. The first one directed to Mari, and the second one directed to all of you presenters. We'll start first with Mari.
Thank you, Chair, and Simon. So, yeah, I do think, for certain sport codes, it'd be really interesting to explore like what other sort of criteria could and can best be used in order to ensure some level of fair competition. I certainly think that would be a really interesting aspect to explore, and not always just presume that it's necessarily gender, at least not in the physiological or biological imaginaries of what gender is. So I certainly think that's an interesting line of argument, right? Like some people in discussion of the so-called Caster Semenya case, some people have made the argument that, if the distinguishing criteria between women and men is testosterone, as the IAAF argues, then why don't we just make testosterone levels the basis for, distinguishing who gets to compete with whom and against whom, right? Like, so theoretically or conceptually, I think that'd be interesting. I think the point that I'm trying to make in the presentation and what I want to say is that just because I'm critiquing sort of the testing and the policing of the boundaries of the category woman doesn't mean that you necessarily, right, have to do away with gendered categorizations altogether, right? So I think kind of the primary point of my presentation is to say that it's the policing of the boundaries of who gets to compete as a woman that is problematic, and that policing has, for several decades, right, targeted particular women, right? So Eastern European women, and now since the 1990s especially, it's been women from the post-colonial South, right? And so I think the ways in which they police has effects for certain kinds of women, right? And with the regulations, the way that they look now, they target women that they argue have sort of these differences in sexual development, or that are so-called intersex, or have hyperandrogenism, even though there is very sort of little scientific evidence to show that testosterone has an effect on these women, right? So there might be papers that argue that testosterone does make a difference between people who do not have the same kind of medical diagnosis. But I certainly think it'd be interesting to explore other potentially more fair ways of categorizing competitors into groups. Although, you know, we've had a conversation today about what constitutes fair and whether the idea of fairness is you know, how relevant or useful that is when it comes to elite sports, right? And the way that global power is distributed at the moment.
Thanks, Marie. I just got a confirmation from Simone that the next question is also directed to you. I thought it's directed to all of you panelists, but he just confirmed that it's directed to you, Marie.
Thank you, Chair. I suspected that may have been the case. So this white colonial gaze, you know, the way that I'm working with it in this paper, and I think in a lot of sort of applications of the term, it's seen as an attribute specifically kind of Western Enlightenment and imperial projects, right? So this kind of gazing, this kind of not just seeing, but assessing, dominating, controlling, right? Like is in itself like an imperial practice. So in that sense, it doesn't have an equivalence in other sort of civilizations or in other locales, right? In that specific way. But I think if you're talking about sort of as ways of seeing or thinking about or imagining gender, then I think certainly there's scholarship, and it's been discussed here as well in the conference, that there are certainly other ways of thinking about gender, right? And of imagining gender. Bobele was talking on the first day about, you know, taking a sort of an African perspective, right, which refutes the idea that gender is always the primary way in which we make distinctions between human persons, right? And she was talking about thinking about gender from the perspective of the sporting perspective of Black male athletes. No, Anima Ajapong has also argued that, you know, using Caster Semenya and her sort of performance of Black masculinity also opens opportunities for like queering how we think about gender. And so I certainly think there are many other ways in which to think about gender, to imagine it, and to find more liberatory ways and more inclusive ways of thinking about gender. And I don't think that the gaze that I've described is necessarily, or at all, the only gaze that exists in modern sports, right? Like I'm arguing that this imperial, this white gaze gets institutionalized precisely because of how sort of gender testing operates, and because the continued insistence on gender testing. But there's certainly, you know, and if you're not looking at the IAAF or the IOC as sort of the bodies that have the right to determine what gender is in sport competition, then there's certainly many other ways of imagining and viewing and seeing and being gender that go way beyond and are far more liberatory than this white colonial gaze. And I guess that's the problem that I'm trying to identify, right? Like that there are other possibilities for thinking differently and imagining differently. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mari. The next question is directed to Emmy and Henk. The question is, the WPSSU was a multi-coded union. How will your study reflect this? Emmy and Henk, any thought?
Okay, I think I will come in there for them.
Thanks.
Is it okay? Yes. Yes, I think the focus of the study is not so much on the multi-codedness of the study, but it is a way to show that there is an alternative gaze to this notion of sport unites all, and there's a triumph of the spirit, there's a triumph over adversity through the spirit, human spirit. The purpose of the study is to show that there is an alternative narrative, to show that there's a common humanity that has been lost from our sport history that we've had from the 1950s onwards. So the school sport structural institutions is somewhat downplayed. It's more to capture the political developments that has been distorted since the 1990s.
Thanks very much, Francis.
Is that okay, Mr. Apollos and Henk?
Yes, Doctor, that is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. We've got 4 minutes to wrap it up. So I'm going to give each panelist 30 seconds or a minute to make their concluding remarks. Starting first with Elemon. Elemon, what is your concluding remarks?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to add on response to, I believe it's Professor Simon, the question that was directed to Mari, but if time is not there, it's okay, I cannot respond, but I wanted to add on what Mari had mentioned.
Can you briefly add in 1 minute?
Yeah, it's basically on an issue she mentioned about policing, and mostly when these issues are being done, there is an inclusion and exclusion criteria that is involved, and it is a form of discrimination. And moreover, like the IAF, they are discriminating against Caster Semenya, for example. Meanwhile, they are promoting the LGBT. And so we don't know where they stand. And, it is a contested space, but they're actually not showing where are they standing. Why is it that African athletes are the ones that are mostly discriminated against? And so we need also to understand, us as Africans, that this is all systems that have been created to disadvantage certain places. And in international relations, we can understand it better because it's an issue of capacity and capability, getting control. And so this is what the international system is doing. However, coming to my closing remarks, I would like to also, on behalf of Christine, who is not here, I'd like to appreciate you, Chair, and the organizers of this wonderful conference and all the participants that have taken time to participate in this wonderful academic conference. And it's a privilege to be part of it, and it's for a right cause. God richly bless each one of you. And if at all you have any further questions that might not be allowed here, please feel free to get in touch with the team, and they can always direct those questions to us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alamon. Mari, your concluding remarks?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to take the opportunity because I saw Zakaya, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, put a comment in the chat, so saying that, you know, there's a relevant discussion when it comes to the inclusion or the participation of Laurel Hubbard, the weightlifter in the upcoming Olympics, right? And I think that's precisely the point, right? So this conception of gender that is policed or enforced through the gender testing system also, you know, excludes and discriminates against specifically trans women athletes, right? And it has to do, you know, in the feminist scholarship with suspicion towards women athletes in general, but it's certainly a regulation that has, you know, severe limitations for trans inclusion. So, but also just want to warn against, you know, setting up this idea where these regulations are primarily racist. And I think Anima Ajapong mentioned this yesterday, in a warning against setting up sort of a false dichotomy between African or Black athletes and queer or trans or gender non-conforming athletes, right? And representing these as if they are entirely different struggles, right? And I think the point that I'm also trying to make is the necessity to think differently about gender and to sort of break free from this imperial dehumanizing, disciplining, and controlling way of determining and deciding gender. And I think, you know, the solutions for thinking differently can precisely be located in, you know, in African traditions or epistemologies or ways of thinking about gender. So I'm going to end there. Thank you.
Thanks, Mari. Tyler, your parting shot.
I don't think I'm smart enough to have a parting shot, but I appreciate everybody coming to and listening to me. When I first presented this, like the first part of this project, I presented in a water panel, and it was all about like boreholes and water rights on the Nile, and people just looked at me like I was sort of a crazy person working on swimming pools, and so. It's very nice to kind of be welcomed with this project into such a vibrant community like the African Support Africa Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Amy, Hank and Francis, your concluding remarks.
Thank you, Chair. We would just like to conclude by saying that there is an alternative to the dominant narrative of apartheid sport and the narrative that sport unites like nothing else. That there is still a lot of work to be done in the field of uniting, really uniting sport instead of just still presenting it as a separate thing. And we need to recover a distorted and lost non-racial school sport history, and we hope we can do that through the research that will be conducted. If anyone still has contributions, please let us know. We are excited with getting to do the dirty work with creating this research study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amy, Hank, and Francis, Tyler, Mari, and Elamont. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll hand over now to Nobu. Thank you very much. Nobu, over to you.
Thanks, Prof. I think I just had all my settings then off. Thanks so much then for that discussion, a really, really informative discussion, point of interest for me as well, especially with some of the topics that were being discussed. So before we move on to session 10, if we could just take a 10-minute break and meet again, colleagues, at about 7:45 South African time, so 10 minutes from whatever time it is where you are. So we'll meet back in 10 minutes. Thanks so much. All right. So moving right along, and as Prof. Bogopa would say, without wasting any more time, I'd like to bring up then the last and final panel for the conference. Dr. Benedine Azanu will be the chair of that panel, and it's on public policy in action.
Hello from Ghana. I hope everybody can hear me clearly. It's been raining really hard since 4 hours ago, and I hope that the sound is not disturbing the audio or preventing you from hearing me. Thanks so much for the opportunity to chair the panel titled Public Policy in Action. And for this panel, we have 4 papers and to be presented by Paul Hendricks. And please forgive me if I butcher your names, who would be from Cape Town, South Africa, and will be presenting on the paper reflecting on an alternative sports praxis, the Teachers League of South Africa and non-racial school sports in the Western Cape, 1950s to 1990s. Then we have Olufemi Agwasisan, I hope I got that right, from the Department of Human Kinetics, University of Ibadan, Nigeria. And his paper is titled Relationship of Self-Regulatory Efficacy on Doping Likelihood of Secondary School Sport Athletes in Nigeria. Then after that, we'll have Gustavo Paipi and Maria Cavallo presenting 2 papers. And the first one is Public Sports Policies, a tool for characterization of municipal sports services in Mozambique. And then the next paper is Sports Policies in Mozambique, Challenges and Perspectives for Sports Development. And so a little bit of housekeeping. So far, I think we've been good with keeping up with the time. And as usual, it's going to be 15 minutes per panelists or per paper, and then we will spend another 15 minutes for questions and answers. Without much ado, if you're ready, please let's have Paul Hendricks with his paper reflecting on an alternative sports praxis, the Teachers League of South Africa and non-racial school sports in the Western Cape, 1950s to 1990s.
Can you hear me?
Is Paul ready? Yes,
Yes.
We can hear you, Paul. Yes.
Okay, I cannot get my camera on though, by the looks of it. So I'm just going to, okay. Thank you. Okay, you can see me now. Firstly, I just want to thank you for introducing us and being the mediator for this session. I'm just going to be touching on a very localized history in a very broad way, looking at an organization and of course a sports movement within the Western Cape that covers 40 years. So in the short period I have, I'm going to be covering a long period, and I just want to make sure that in doing so, I take people with me. So my presentation is going to be very pointed, and I'll try and make sure that people can follow me in a very clear narrative. So with that, let me just see if I can get to my my screen. I think you can see that.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So as the title was mentioned there, thanks, Benedine, you got it accurately. So I just want to point out that the aim of this paper is to explore the resonance of the Teachers League of South Africa's ideas on non-racialism and non-collaboration within the Western Cape anti-establishment school sports movement. And as I said, it's between the 1950s and 1990s, a period over about 40 years. There is a working question that goes with this, and it's simply that I'm wanting to look at the contribution of the Teachers League of South Africa to the non-racial school sports movement in the Western Cape specifically. This is a unique development, I think, thus far in reading, going through the literature. So hopefully there'll be a few questions on that particular issue about whether it is an exceptional movement. To motivate the study, I've just made about 4 bullet points here. It's to point out the ideological differences and sectarianism that has been a hamper, if not a hurdle, to the development of a particular tendency or tendencies to put forward the ideas within the new millennium. And that is organizations that were outside of the mainstream of the ANC, for instance, and establishment sport. So in a sense, this is an uncovering of a hidden or forgotten history on teacher activism and politics that's been around for some time, but has been under-researched. And in that sense as well, it intersects with a theme around non-racial sport, politics, and education, an area which is specifically one that has been under-researched over a period of time. Now, to make the relevance of this study clear to everyone, I've taken an extract from an organizer within the Western Province Senior School Sports. And he asserted in 2005, when I interviewed him, very clearly the importance of the Teachers' League to school sport. And he said that people always queried, why was it that Western Province became so powerful in sport? Or why was it that the Western Cape became the heart of SACOS, in fact? It was because of the influence of the Western Province Senior School Sports Union, because of the influence of the Teachers' League and the teachers in the Western Province. And no matter how much people would like to deny it, that was the fact of the situation, because the Teachers' League was very much a powerful force within the schools. I think that is an apt quote to raise this particular area of study. And so in doing so, I just want to touch on the beginnings really of some of this development around the Teachers' League and senior school sports. So Western Province Senior Schools, the Western Province Senior School Sports Union, I also refer to it as the Senior School Sports Union, was founded officially in 1956 by teacher activists. Here are 2 examples of them. The one is Harry Hendricks, who was a TLSA teacher, a very prominent one, and the other is a literature from South Africa and was a teacher at the time at South Peninsula High, Richard Reeve. They and amongst others were at the forefront of the formation of the Western Province Senior School Sports Union. Here I want to particularly also mention Pat van Poor, who was then teaching within the Vasco, the Gama area. Now, Western Province was at the forefront with the Transvaal and the Tel High schools in the formation of SASA, which Amy referred to in a previous presentation. And SASA was formed in 1961. That is the South African School Sports Association. Along with them, of course, we also had the formation of the much earlier, though, the Western Province Senior School, Western Province School Sports Board, which founded SAPSA, the South African Primary Schools Association, in 1965. And through SAPSA...
Paul, can you kindly switch your modes, because we're seeing the presenter mode, so we're seeing 2 slides at the same time. If you could just...
Apology.
Yeah. Not a problem at all.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So in 1979, SAPSA, Primary School Sports, affiliated to SACOS, and SASA, in a much earlier period, affiliated to SACOS as well. As a matter of fact, Senior Schools was one of the founder members of SACOS. Just to go back to the 1950s and earlier period around the Primary School Sports Board, to give everyone greater context, the Western Province School Sports Board was established in 46. It catered for high schools and primary schools. And by 1955, because of the unwieldy nature of organizing, the 2 split. They were separated, senior schools and primary schools. I mentioned the formation of Western Province Senior School Sports Union, senior schools, and then a year later, the formation of the Western Province Primary School Sports Board. Then, of course, still referred to as the Western Province Senior Schools, Western Province Sports Board. Sports Schools Board. There's a bit of confusion around this because the primary school seems to be missing at the very beginning from the formation. By 1973, interestingly, primary schools consisted of 13 affiliates. And here I've got a diagram of how the primary schools affiliated to the larger regional provincial body. And that was through geographical regions or geographical areas called unions. And through the unions, they affiliated to the board. So hence we had the School Sports Board. On the other hand, unlike the School Sports Board, we had the Western Province Senior School Sports Union, which was a unitary, a multi-code sports structure. And I know there was a question to Amy on this earlier. So just to explain that, here we have individual schools affiliating to Senior School Sports Union, to the Senior School Sports Union, which was dissimilar to the primary schools. SASA, Senior Schools, as I mentioned, became an affiliate, became a founder member of the South African Council on Sport later. And I'll speak more about that in a few moments. But by the early 1970s, SAPSA and SASA represented about 200,000 school children throughout the country. Here is an image or picture of SASA at the Athlone Stadium in Cape Town. One of its, and of course, SASA there represents the various provinces. This is a picture of Natal, the Eastern Province, Holland, and the Western Province. And since we are in the and this conference is located within the Eastern Cape, I thought that the picture on top right-hand corner of the Eastern Cape athlete winning event would be an appropriate one. Within Western Province, of course, it received a tremendous amount of support and coverage in the media. And here we have two pages from community newspapers that covered, for instance, the Champs of Champs, what they call the Champions of Champions, where all the schools participated, and some of the interprovincial school sports events. And this is just to focus in on the school sports movement, senior school sports. And we have the event of 100 meters starting here, over 800 meters. The high jump record set by Patrick Doman in the 1970s. And then, of course, top right-hand corner, a picture of Cecil Blows winning the 100 meters at the Greenpoint track in the 1950s. These events were tremendously supported. And here we have an image of the Champs of Champs and people watching the event on a Saturday. Now, just quickly to come to the Teachers League and where did they fit into this picture in a more specific sense. Firstly, it was established in 1913, a predominantly reformist and an accommodating organization, and published then already from 1915 the Educational Journal, and adopted its phrase that became the vision and the philosophy of the Teachers League: let us live for our children. By the late 1930s, 1940s, a split emerged within the Teachers League, and they were influenced very much by the Russian Revolution, and through the Workers' Party, the division resulted in a radical section moving off. And I simply put in the Abdurrahman, a picture of Abdurrahman, who represented the more conservative, moderate elements, and Ben Keys, who was a prominent teacher within the Teachers League. And of course, a cover of the Spark, which was the mouthpiece then of the Workers' Party. The TLSA became a member of what was called then the Anti-Colored Affairs Department, anti-CAD. And here is a pamphlet of what it meant. It was an attack on the development of segregation within the country and within schooling and education specifically. And the Teachers League was part of the anti-CAD formation of then the umbrella body, which was called the Non-European Unity Movement, that was formed in 1943. Now, as part of the Unity Movement, the TLSA adopts the 10-point program, non-collaboration. I'll take questions on that if need be later, not to go into it in detail, and non-racism. And by the late 1940s, 50s, the Unity Movement then embarks on what it sees as a program of intensive education to promote its ideas around non-racism and non-collaboration. This particular program or educational strategy was viewed by a person within the ranks as Hosea Jaffe as the most intensive educational strategy in Africa. This is just simply some of the literature that was published by the Unity Movement, the TLSA, in that period. And you can see it paid a lot of attention to the educational struggle historically, and of course, the struggle in general society. The Educational Journal, of course, was the main mouthpiece of the TLSA. And here, just the older copy and a more recent copy. Today, it is still published, as a matter of fact, but under the National Union of Public Servants and Allied Workers. So it's under a different organization, but it remains a journal that gets brought out regularly. By the early 50s, the TLSA had already established a contact with the Cape African Teachers Association, CATA, which was a radical grouping within the Eastern Cape of teachers. However, because of its radicalism, the CATA was destroyed by the apartheid regime through the banning of its members and eventually of the organization. And here we have an image of some of the CATA members with the TLSA members in the Eastern Cape under the Cape Teachers Federal Council, Cape African Teachers Cape Teachers Federal Council, sorry. And because of these banning orders, the TLSA then decides that it cannot go it simply alone by operating in the public domain. Remember, it's also a period of the Anti-Suppression of Communism Act, or the Suppression of Communism Act. Of course, by the 1960s, with the banning of various political organizations within the liberation movement, the TLSA decides to operate in underground until the 1990s. And it therefore moves into organizations like the School Sports Movement, and it organizes under a range of other organizations. I've just mentioned a few of them over here. And of course, its main aim was to oppose what it saw as inferior, debased education. Some images to go with that understanding of it. On the sports field, it viewed its philosophy as an important one to extend beyond the classroom and to capture what it called the minds of the youth, and to break down what it referred to as a slave mentality that it developed within the ranks of the oppressed, and to promote the idea of the development of independent thinking and independent organizations. And it is within this thinking, particular line of thinking, that we see the formation of the South African Council of Sport as well. Now, through the South African Council on Sport, by the 1970s, just to jump ahead slightly, sport and politics became inseparable. And as a matter of fact, Sakos coined its most famous aphorism in this period, or slogan, "No normal sport in an abnormal society." And Sakos, as well as its exile wing, the South African Non-Racial Olympic Committee, successfully called for a boycott of South African sport, and was able to push through in the United Nations the Glen Eagles Agreement of 1977, which prevented sports people overseas from participating in South African sport. By doing so, it also internally developed what we call the double standards resolution to oppose the multinational policies of what was happening in the country. And people have put the development of the double standards resolution at the door of the Black Consciousness movement and the Unity movement and TLSA people. Of course, the idea behind the DSR was to ensure that the permit system was opposed. The permit system was an attempt by the National Party, the apartheid regime, to ensure the integration of sport, but only on the sports field, not in society generally. So the non-racial sports movement by the 80s places racial capitalism at the center of its campaign. It becomes more radicalized. And also want to point out that DSR, of course, follows in the wake of the African countries boycotting the 1976 Olympics because of the participation of the All Blacks in South Africa against the Springbok, this racist Springbok team. Of course, there were also developments in the other parts of Africa as well. Okay? Critical, however, to the DSR's development in the 1980s was the changing political landscape. And by the 1980s, sorry, unlike the 1950s, The SACOS came, the Teachers League of South African individual activists within SACOS came under attack from within the ranks of SACOS for its promotion of the double standards resolution, which essentially was viewed by certain elements within the SACOS, which was a non-aligned organization at the time, but elements within them from the ANC were in support of a merger of what it saw as white sport and the readmission and South Africa's readmission to international sport. It has to be pointed out, of course, that this is the period of negotiations behind the scene from the mid-1980s. And of course, the development of what we call a toenadering, a coming together of entities within the Congress Alliance and establishment sport. By the 1990s, of course, therefore, with negotiations well on the way, political events overtook SACOS and the double standards resolution. By then, of course, SACOS had already organized what we could call the Olympics of the Oppressed in 1982 and 1988. These are just 4 images or pictures I've picked, 5 of them that are picked from a book on the SACOS festivals at the time. And you can see it covered various codes. So with the politics of transition in the 1990s and the unbanning of the liberation movement, and of course the dropping of certain apartheid laws such as forced removals, the Group Areas Act, and so on, the diminishing of the influx control measures, the international sports arena softened its position with regards to the boycott of South African sport. And by 1992, South Africa was readmitted into the Olympic movement. However, by then the TLSA had emerged as a public organization once again, and as an entity attempted to take forward its ideas almost 30 years later, after it went underground in 1963. And here, of course, I've just taken 2 clips from the newspaper with Ivan Abrams, the president then of the Teachers League, and the importance of putting teachers at the forefront of struggle and the essential necessity of education. As I mentioned, South Africa had entered the international arena. By 1992, it had received readmission, and of course, the boycott had collapsed. The need for a Western Province Senior School Sports Union and Western Province Primary School Sports Board seemed to be now no longer essential. And we have what we call the last of the interprovincial athletic events in 1994 with the unification of sport in South Africa. I put a pamphlet there in terms of explaining what this meant for the TLSA at the time. And this pamphlet, of course, clearly indicates that it saw non-racialism as a fraud in the early 1990s and not true non-racialism, and that it was a fake unity in school sport. And that it opposed, therefore, what it called a fraud in the negotiation process and the development of a new South Africa. Thank you. Thanking course.
Thank you so much, Paul, for the insightful and interesting presentation. Please, for our audience, don't forget to keep your questions coming in the chat or the Q&A forum. And then after all the presentations, I'll read the questions out. Okay, thank you so much, Paul, again. Let's have Olufemi from University of Ibadan, Nigeria, presenting public sports policies, a tool for characterization of municipal, the relationship of self-regulatory efficacy on doping, likelihood of secondary school sport athletes in Nigeria. Olufemi, please take over.
Thank you very much. I don't know where I can't share, but I think the last speaker should allow me to share. My screen is saying that I cannot share screen share.
Paul, can you stop sharing, please, so we can have Olufemi share his screen?
Sorry, is that good? Have I cleared myself? Am I clear?
I can't see your presentation now though. So
okay.
Can you Olufemi, can you try sharing so we see?
Yeah, I think, can you see it now?
Yes. Yeah, we can see your.
Okay. Thank you very much. You didn't pronounce my surname very well.
At all.
It's Adegbeson. It's
Adegbeson.
Adegbeson, Adegbe and SAN. You know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Adegbeson. Okay. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this conference. This will be my third or so participation in Sport Africa conference. This, our study is a micro part of an enlarged study that is currently being funded in Nigeria. And the study looked holistically at an integrated social investigation of socio-cognitive and medical mechanism of doping prevention in sport in Nigeria. You know, I'm looking at the a mixed narrative approach, and we started to look at this area mostly among young school children who we believe are a major target to take very good care of in terms of doping education before they get elevated to elite level of sport participation. As we all know, doping is an issue that is that requires urgent attention, and many sporting bodies are battling to solve the problem of doping. And we know that so much has been done by the World Anti-Doping Agency, and the result so far is still worrisome. Worrisome in the sense that despite the investment of the World Anti-Doping Agency, we still have cases of athletes, you know, at various levels being found to have been involved in doping behavior. And I want to ask a question: why is this problem still persisting, despite the fact that WADA, you know, which is the acronym of Water and Doping Agency, has a representative at the regional level, representative body at the regional level, which is known as the RADO, Regional Anti-Doping Agency, and countries' national anti-doping agency and or the countries' national anti-doping committees. You know, we see our problem. You know, people are still being tested, positive with doping. Then we started to look at
Olufemi, let me cut in a bit.
Okay.
Are you able to put your presentation in presentation mode so that we can see your slides more clearly?
I thought I can see my slide.
Yeah. Yes. This is better now. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So I said, despite the investment of the World Anti-Doping Agency, we still found out that there is still problem with this phenomenon called doping. Then we felt, okay, let's look at what has been done in the past. Let's see what we can find out from our own study. Now we looked at one key area that is very common in terms of doping research, which is known as self-regulatory efficacy and doping likelihood. And we found out that different models have been used to explain the action of doping vis-a-vis these two variables. That's the self-regulatory efficacy and doping likelihood. Models such as social ecological theory theories like breeding of plant behavior have been used to explain self-regulatory efficacy and doping likelihood. But one thing that is central to all these models are the issue of morality. And morality is key, right? I mean, if one want to look at it from the socialization point of view, I mean, from the family being the first agent of children's socialization, you know, generally and specifically socialization into sport. We found out that the same thing that is key, like I said, is morality. And we looked at literature and we started to look at one major author who has really done so much work along this line, and that is Albert Bandura, that we all know, you know, as the father of self-efficacy theory. And we look at the theory of Albert Bandura vis-a-vis these variables that we research upon, and we will look at the theory of moral thought and action, and we also look at the tenets, you know, guiding this Bandura theory of moral thought and action. We looked at the individual development of moral standards, you know, from different sources, and sources such as direct instruction, you know, from home, from school, from the media, and we also look at, you know, sources through observation, you know, and sources through reinforcement and punishment. In fact, we also looked at this theory from the perspective that individual athletes, you know, specifically, you know, adolescents in secondary school now, you know, we feel good when actions taken by them match their moral standard, and they also feel so bad, you know, when you know, the action violates, you know, the standards that is that one expects, you know, from them. We also look at this. We also look at this theory, you know, and that's Bandura's social cognitive theory of moral thought and action, and from perspective of moral disengagement. Why do athletes disengage from what is moral? You know, we looked at athletes being under pressure. We also look at athletes being engaged in doping behavior for higher purposes. We also look at, you know, the athlete looking at them not being caught, you know, even when they engage in doping, and athletes not even bothered about the consequences that, you know, that can arise from, you know, the actions of, you know, being involved in doping. So we looked at this theory and decided to explain these two relationships and see that these secondary school athletes, whether directly or indirectly, I mean, still involved in this phenomenon, whether through what is known as athlete support personnel, and which can be coaches, which can be medical doctors, their trainers, and, you know, their managers, and you know, we found out that directly or indirectly, literature has looked at their action to have been as a result of their intermingling with their environment, and we now decided to exploit how these two variables, are really in terms of getting empirical data that will make us to look at what we can do in terms of intervention at a later stage, which is also the part of what we are engaging at the large level currently. So we looked at this study from a descriptive survey research point of view, and we have athletes numbering about 150 who participate in secondary sport, but only 145 of these of the responses gathered were used for our analysis. These athletes are engaging sports that we know that are very athletes are largely going to be engaged in doping activity. So the two instruments used are doping self-regulatory efficacy scale, which has been used, extensively by researchers, and I also looked at the doping likelihood questionnaire to gather data in this regard. And we, as you can see on my screen, we did we applied the Cronbach alpha methods to ascertain the reliability of this study. Let me also say that these three instruments, we had to structure it to fit into the in which this study was carried out, and if you can look at the coefficient value, you can see that the two scales meet what is known statistically as null criteria of 0.70 above 0.70 for you to say that your instrument is very reliable. Now, let me also say something about the instrument before I discuss my results. The self-regulatory efficacy actually measures confidence of athletes to say no to doping, to avoid being involved in doping despite pressure of any form. Then the doping likelihood questionnaire looked at two variables which capture the performance enhancement and injury recovery. Why do we say injury recovery? We found out that even from a list of banned substances of World Anti-Doping Agency, there are some of these substances that are allowed in a smaller quantity to aid injury recovery. But before an athlete can engage themselves in the usage of such drug, it must be medically prescribed, and there must have been a written information to informing the World Anti-Doping Agency through the National Anti-Doping Committee that an athlete is currently using a substantial part of a particular banned substances as recommended by the physicians for injury recovery. Now, so we calculated the mean of these variables, and as you can see on the screen, the mean and standard deviation are displayed. They also looked at the relationship, whether a relationship exists between these two major variables. And also, as you can see on the screen, we found out that we have relationship, existing, and which is very positive at 0.01 level of significance. Then we also look at the differences of this relationship among by gender, looking at the male and female athletes. We also found out that we also have a significant difference, and we found out that this working relationship is more obvious with the male athletes, compared with the female athletes. When we want to look at the main values as our basis for interpretation, then we looking at the results, we found out that there's a significant relationship or positive relationship between sport confidence and doping likelihood. Like I said, confidence, self-regulatory efficacy is measured through confidence. And let me also say that there are some athletes who have positive moral background right from their childhood stage, and no matter what you tell them, they also want to discuss with their parents or their guidance, to see whether what what the coach or the doctor is telling them to do is what is ideal. Through that, many athletes from our focus group session that we did in earlier study have been able to resist the temptation, for being engaged in performance enhancement drugs. Then we also found out from our result that 5% of these athletes are completely confident in their ability to avoid using banned substances, and 45% of them are not sure of themselves. We have been able to, we did a follow-up through an interview to find out from some of these athletes why they are not confident of their ability to say no, to avoid ban performance enhancement substances. But that's going to be explained in another study. But what our study shows that 5% of the athletes youth are not confident enough in their ability to say no to drugs. Then, like I said, there is a significant difference in that relationship, between the male and female athletes. Then we also found out that this social cognitive theory of thought or moral thought and action is a very useful tool that can be used to look at the ability of these athletes or to describe the action, whether they want to engage in the use of banned enhancement substances or not. And when athletes develop personal efficacy, there is that high possibility to say no to what you feel it is not. Can bring some kind of level of disgrace to your career and even to your family and even to your nation. Then our studies have provided evidence to support a model of doping based on social cognitive paradigm. And based on this study, we have been able to develop a training package for an intervention program, to see how we can engage different teachers on how they can educate their not only the school athletes now, students generally in secondary school, why they should not be involved in doping. So it's like we have already developed an anti-doping material that we are going to use to train some secondary school games masters and coaches. And when they at the end of the day, when they get down to their video school, they will step down the training and look at the possibility of eradicating doping. I mean, if not completely, at least to a very large extent in secondary schools in Nigeria. Let me also add this to why we decided to use this category of participants. Sometimes in 2019, during the pre-COVID period, that we conducted a urine test in a competition meant for secondary school students between the age junior. We say junior secondary school students because in Nigeria we have a junior secondary school between age 10 to age 13.
Are you able to, Olivia, are you able to wrap up in about a minute or so we can have the other two presenters?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I will. To our surprise, 17 of the samples that came back positive, and that is a competition meant for ages between 10 to 12. Now, so that is worrisome to us, or that was worrisome to us. So that's why we said, okay, this study has to be done, so that at the end of the day, we can come up with something that will be a form of an intervention program, to reduce this phenomenon. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Olufemi. And so again, please remember to type your questions in the chat or the question and answer forum. Our next presenter is Gustavo, and he's presenting a paper that is co-authored with Maria. And the title of the first, indeed, they're presenting two papers. The first one is Public Sports Policies, a tool for characterization of municipal sports services in Mozambique. And the second one is Sports Policies in Mozambique, Challenges and Perspectives for Sports Development. So what I'll do is I'll let you, when the 15 minutes is over for the first presentation, so you can switch to the next one. I don't know if you're going to have both you and Maria present. So please, Gustavo, the floor is yours. Olufemi, can you stop sharing so we can have the next presenter? I think you're still sharing your screen.
I think I've done that. Hello?
Yeah, you seem to still be sharing your screen. If you can stop sharing, and then we'll have the next presenter.
Dr. Benedine,
yes.
Gustavo's also unresponsive in the chat, so maybe we can give it a few minutes while we try and organize Gustavo then technically. So maybe taking a couple of questions while we do that.
Yes, that works. So please, if there are any questions, let's go ahead and have them for both Paul and Olufemi.
Sorry, Benedine, I cannot see any of the questions.
Yes, I'm also trying to. Okay, so I see. Let's see. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see any questions, but for the audience, please, if you have any questions, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll still allow comments or some areas that were not covered by the presenters. Let's have Olufemi, since he just finished, make a brief comment on maybe some important things, because he was trying to explain more on his instruments and how he designed them. So if you could have some comment from Olufemi or Paul concerning things that were not covered.
Okay. Like I said.
Okay, so we have a question. Will from Baba Femi. Will Olufemi's study give a psychological intervention for the problem of the study? And he says that this is a great study. Olufemi, this question is to you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. We know what, but maybe the question, the person who asked the question didn't hear me well. I said this, what we have done happens to be a descriptive study, and it enabled us to develop an intervention training manual, that will be used as an educational intervention program on self-regulatory efficacy vis-a-vis doping likelihood. How would at the end of the day, we expected our audience or participants to have a kind of a behavioral modification of not being prone to, doping, whatever pressure they find themselves in. So, in other words, we have developed a manual that can be used as an intervention program for participants to develop that self-confidence, that self-control, to resist any form of pressure to engage in doping. So I think that should explain this question. So it is not, what I presented is not an experimental study. It's just a survey that allows us to look at the possibility of developing a psychological intervention package that can be used as training, a training manual.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your extensive answer. Okay, just checking if we have Gustavo available yet. Okay, so it seems we still do not have that. So I think I'm just going to keep the forum open. Still any questions or answers, any or comments or any additions that someone might like to make, then we'll hopefully have Gustavo present his paper. And Paul, are you still with us? If there's anything that you could not cover in your presentation, I think this is a great time for you to please give us a bit more of what you had.
Okay, thank you, Benedine. I think one of the points I left out at the end, simply because of time, was to point out that the unity process that took place in South African sport, in school sport in particular. Sorry, let me put my camera on here.
Yes.
Yeah. the unity process that took place in South African sport was not welcomed, I think, by a large section of not only the Teachers League of South Africa, but activists in general within this non-racial sporting arena, particularly those who came from the SACOS tradition. They saw it as basically a sellout that resulted in only the privileged athletes that came from the what was called former Model C schools having access to the sports activities, especially the interprovincial and the national sporting arena, having access to that simply because sport had become now more of a commodity in the post-94 period. I think Amy, to a degree, and Hank touched on this, and that is the new period, neoliberal period that sport found itself in the post-94 period. So in many ways, the TLSA and the SACOS arguments became enmeshed in a new period that he couldn't respond to because it was no longer an organized force to be reckoned with. And so we have disparate voices, almost voices, I think, that came in incoherent form sometimes to the fore within the sports movement. And I think that was the weakness of the oppositional politics in the post-94 period. The lack of a SACOS and the lack of a senior school sports as it was during the apartheid period.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I think we have Gustavo. So please, Gustavo, if you're here, let's have your presentation. I don't know if you'll be doing that together with Maria or you'll be doing that by yourself. So please take the floor.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay.
So what we'll do is that I'll just notify you when the 15 minutes is up for the first presentation so that you know to go on to the next one if you're able to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. I don't know if you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can see it. But if you could put it in the presentation mode, that would be great.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Awesome. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm really sorry to join very late with you. I'm having a difficulty with my internet here because I'm out of home. So my presentation, I will do it alone, but I'm sure that Maria Pepe is with us because she's living in Portugal in this moment. I'm really sorry because of my English. It is not very good as yours, but I will try to do my best. I have a PhD in sports science from the University of Porto in Portugal, and I also did my master's degree there in sports management in the University of Porto too. Now I'm working at the Pedagogical University of Mozambique, of Maputo, sorry. I'm a lecturer there, and I continue with my research there. So starting my presentation, it is sports policy in Mozambique, challenges and perspective for sports development. So this presentation is a part of my PhD thesis, which I presented in 2017 when I was ending my PhD degree. So it's we are talking here about sport policies. So sport policies, we think that this is the way which governments design guidelines and objectives for sport development. I think that everybody here knows where is Mozambique. It is unnecessary to present where is Mozambique. But continue with my presentation. It's why we did this presentation. It's because in Mozambique we have we are administratively organizing our sports with national sports policies, regional sports policies, and local sports policies. But this has a history in our country. Why it has history in our country? It's because we had our independence in 25th of June. Before that, we have been colonized by Portuguese people. So at that time, the sport policies has been for the racial segregation. That is why we fought to bring this analysis to this conference, to Sport Conference of Africa. It could be useful for another method of another country to know our actual state of sports in Mozambique. So the proposal of our studies to analyze the evolution of sport policy and government intervention in Mozambique. As a methodology, we use the content analysis. We made an analysis of sport policies, documents, national strategy for development of sport, and all legislation that drives goals to develop sport in Mozambique. So, as a main result, we found that sports policies can be divided into three moments in Mozambique. Before 1975, after 1976, and from 2009. What happened at this time? We found a colonial period before 1975, and we find sports policy driven after the independence in 1976, and we found sports policies to develop sports from 2009 until the present day. So what happened in the colonial period? Sports policies were based on sports parties to the elite linked to professional occupation at that time. And after the independence, after the independence in 1976 till 1995, we can find that sports policies in Mozambique based in the integration of the clubs in the state situation and the productive sector. As ferroviary, this is our railways in Mozambique. Coastal, this is the air company which is financing this club, and the electricity of Mozambique. They are the main stakeholders of those clubs in my country. These had the main goal to stimulate and massify sports at the school and in the communities in my country, in that area. But what happened? This sport has been focused on promoting sports for all, improving performance in elite sports. As an example of that, it's that the government has tried to bring up the national national games or national games of schoolers on the secondary school, national game of the secondary school. So that was one example that when we bring out this festival, we can improve sports for all, and we can try to improve the performance in sports early to improve the performance in elite sport nowadays. But what is happening for present day? When I say that present day, I'm speaking about from 2009 until nowadays. So today, the government is trying to develop sports on all sectors. I mean, when I say on all sectors, I'm speaking about in the school, high level, at the community, and at the neighborhood. And the government is trying to support the associative movement to develop sport in our country. And this has allowed our government to create two professional leagues, a basketball league and a football league. So those two leagues are professionals in my country. And recently has been created a National Sports Institute. This national sport has the main goal to design and implement the sport policies in all countries. So it's a gain to my country because after the independence, we didn't have a national institute to promote sports in all the country. And this institute is bringing is bringing a chance to change our sport, to create an opportunity to develop sport in all levels. So, but this is not enough for us. I mean, this is not enough for me as an academic, because a great advancement from the colonial period to the current days has been achieved. However, I think that the main challenge to develop sport in Mozambique are mainly in definition of the strategy to enable great involvement and accountability of the public and the private sector. Creation of the synergies between the central institution and municipality. Why I'm thinking this is very important? Because the municipality and the central government, they are not working together to develop sport in the country. So I think when we join we join these institutions together, we can find their ways to develop sports at the community, at the clubs, at the school, and at a high level. Because, why that? Because I think that the municipalities are the main entities which are near of the citizens, and they know what are the real problems of the sports at the community level. That doesn't happen at the central level. So I think that they to join these entities together, maybe we can find a solution to the problem what we are having in our sport. I think that it's very important to a definition of a specific program for disadvantaged and discriminated groups. When I'm speaking about disadvantaged and discriminated group, I'm speaking about people with disabilities. I think that one of you maybe have been in Maputo. We can see that we're having a problem. We are having a really problem with the mobility of the normal citizen. I think normal citizen, those people who don't have a disabilities. We are facing many problems to the mobility. Imagine for those people without with disability, and we are seeing that many programs of the sports development have many focus on those who we call normal people, not for disadvantaged people. Even the elders, there are no program, specific program for those group of the citizens. But I'm not here to give the recommendation of my government to the municipality, but I think that we can contribute to the real challenge for the future of sports, and it requires that government must surround good practice in those sport organizations that show organizational effectiveness and innovation. I'm speaking about volleyball, basketball, taekwondo. These entities have win medals at the international level. So I think that the government can try to bring this experience to develop another sport at another federations in my country. And another suggestion is that administrators may not only comply with the requirements of the law, but also analyzing which area of the sport needs more support. Because our administrators here, our studies shows that my PhD thesis shows that many administrators of sport are saying that the law are not very good for sport development. But that is not enough to say the law is not enough. It is not good. We should, as an administrator, analyze with our research which area of sports need more support can be driven, can be developed, can support those areas. But really, I think that the challenges and the future perspectives in sport can fall on these questions. How much resources the government allocate to sport for all and to high performance? How much should the public budget for sports grow, particularly in a country where education and public health are not only still demand attention, but also deserve priority from the government? So we are facing those problems in the education and the health environment. Can the government raise budgets to sport development? And this is the big question which an academic, the sport administrator can have to think about. I'm not saying that the sport is not priority. Actually, the COVID-19 shows that the sport is very important in any public policies to be ready. We have to observe that sports have to be there. So this is our first story, and I will present the main results of our second paper.
Okay, that's fine. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So our second paper is public sports policies, a tool for characterization of municipal sports services. This paper has been published in an international journal advanced in social science and humanities. Why I'm presenting this paper in the African Sports Conference? We are presenting this paper in this conference because we think that it can bring a big change to how our president of the municipality sees sports, because this paper has been focused on the creation of a tool which permits to characterize the municipal sports service in my country. But when we made the literature review, we found that the municipality of Mozambique have the same problem with the municipality of South Africa, Nigeria, Mali, Angola, but they have the same problem in the area of sport. In those municipalities, we found that the sport is linked with another area. There's no specific area of sports in these municipalities. So this tool brings a new view to this area of sport in the municipality. This tool has been submitted to experts in the area of municipality sports from Spain, from Portugal, from Mozambique, and from Angola to be validated. After that, after the written review, after the submission of this tool at the experts, we found 9 dimensions of 9 dimensions which can permit to characterize the sports at the municipal level. The creation of the service is the first of dimension, human resource, sport and environment, sport facilities, and the management. Municipal sports offers, relation with other entities, financial management, informational management and communication, and the organizational culture. This paper, this tool, after the validation from the experts, the instrument showed a good validity index of icon and a good level of reliability of candle. We can situate it in 0.85 and 0.82. So these results allowed us to say that the tool can help and guide the policymakers for best practice and sports programs in their municipality, because it provides feedback about the overall development of the sports service, the development
I think we may have lost Gustavo for a bit. Let's see if he reconnects with us. Okay, we seem to have Gustavo back. Gustavo, can you hear us? We
yeah,
lost you for a bit. Yes.
Yeah, Nobel, I'm really sorry because I'm facing a problem with my internet here. But I was ending my presentation.
Okay.
Yes, I was ending my presentation. I don't know where I stopped it. Okay, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm really sorry for about my English. Okay, I'm really sorry.
That's fine.
My English is not very good. I'm trying to do my best here, so I'm really sorry.
Oh,
so
you're doing fine, Gustavo.
Thank you. So I was saying that this tool is very important because it will help and guide the policymakers for best practice in sport programs in their municipality. Since it provides feedback about the overall development of sport service and identifies what resources they have and which are needed in each municipality to ensure that all activities can be successfully delivered and respond to the real demands of the citizens. Why we decide to design this tool for the municipality of Mozambique? The municipalities of Mozambique are all different. They have many differences between them. We have the municipality of level A, B, C, D. And this tool is allowed all of them to analyze the real problem of each of them, taking into account their level. So it's why we thought that this tool can help the municipality to really build a program of sport that will respond to the real needs of the city. If you want, if anyone who wants, you can find this paper in the international journal and can read it. So thank you very much, and I'm really sorry for my difficulty with my English. So I will give you back the phone, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gustavo, for your presentations. We have just about 5 minutes or so, a little under 5 minutes, and we have one question already in the chat. And this goes to Adegbeson. How prevalent is doping as well as testing in Nigerian sport, especially at institutional level?
Yes, I saw the question. Well, I may not categorically give a precise figure, but I'll just say that testing at the institutional level is not too common. It's not too common, except if an athlete at that level of institutional sports competes in a major competition and a random sample collection is done to test them for any banned legal substance. But I can say categorically that the prevalence is from our survey point of view, it's below 50% time, and but the vulnerability is very high. That is what one of the data that we collected recently reviewed, that the vulnerability is high, but the prevalence is below 50% time, and testing because we don't have a WADA accredited lab in Nigeria, and most of the tests that is done during high-profile competition, and it can rather be very expensive, you know. So, but testing is not common, so to say, except the one that is made mandatory by WADA for high-profile athletes in Nigeria?
Thank you.
I think I have answered that question. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there any other question from audience? I don't see any. No. No other question. So if there's no question, then I'd like to thank our panelists, Paul, Olufemi, and Gustavo for such insightful presentations. And as Gustavo indicated, the last paper I presented is online, so please check it out. So at this point, I'd like to thank the organizers for allowing me to chair this panel. And we look forward to the next. Nothing else that I'm required to do, I would hand over to Nobu. Nobu, is my job done now?
Thank you, Benedine. Much appreciated for your mediation.
Welcome. So at this point, I'd like to hand over to Nobu. Please take over.
Can you hear me, Dr. Azanu?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Is that the end of the panel? Thank you so much, Dr. Zano, for facilitating. Thank you so much for facilitating the last part of the conference. It's such a pleasure to have had such interesting conversations right at the end of the conference. From Nelson Mandela University's side, I'd like to thank everyone for their participation throughout the conference from the 24th all the way to today. Really appreciated the opportunity to be able to host colleagues from the continent and abroad to discuss such important issues on sport. It's always wonderful for us to fellowship in this way together and to be able to discuss our scholarship, our thoughts, our hearts as well, because these are also issues that are very dear and close to our hearts. So thank you so much for everyone, to everyone who was able to join us. Thank you to the organizing team as well, who supported Nelson Mandela University. And that included Nelson Mandela University Dean, Director of School as well, Professor Nomalanga Mkhize, and also the HOD, Dr. Kerry Dlamini. Gerard, can I call you up then to do some closing remarks, vote of thanks from Sport Africa Network?
Oh, okay. I think the plan was to have Martha. I don't know if Martha is around. No, I don't see her. Yes. Okay. But I'll do this. Oh, Martha is around. I'll pass the mic to Martha. But before I pass it to Martha, I just want to thank everybody who's been working on this so hard for so long. And mostly for me is to thank Nobu and Bose for their constant support to put all this together, and the tech team behind everything that happened for the past 3 days and way before to prepare for it. It's been a great pleasure for me to work with you, and we are looking forward for more. And then I pass it to Martha to come with a more structured closing remark. Thank you, Martha. Thank you, Nobu. Thank you, everyone.
Hello again, everyone, from California here. And I want to, it's amazing, 3 days of this, and we did it online. In person, of course, there's always lots of details. Online, there is too, of a different nature. And given the connectivity problems that we always face, even here in the United States, but particularly when trying to connect everybody from around the world, I think we did pretty well. Yes, there were some little glitches here and there, but the messages got across, the conversations happened, and people have made connections. And I've been watching on the side. I myself have been doing WhatsApp and LinkedIn connections with people or chatting with people. So I think much of our goal has been accomplished by connecting and conversating and learning from each other. So yes, this is the end. I think we want to try to do a little braai at the end, a virtual braai at the end, maybe, if for anybody who could stick around, if that may or may not be possible, given I know that there's a curfew in South Africa and people have to be heading home. But I do want to point out that this is an ongoing, even though this is the end of the conference today, this will be ongoing. First of all, we have our this social site, and really Gerard has done so much to work on the website and make sure that we could stay connected. So I'm going to put this in the chat right now. I think other people have already, but here is let's see, and make sure I get it to everybody. So you can sign up on the website, the Sports Africa website, with your profile, and then start talking to people there. Obviously, there's lots of ways to talk, but this is one way to concentrate it. Another thing that we really encourage everybody to do is to become a member of Sports Africa. And yes, there's a cost, but the cost is actually quite reasonable for everyone. And it's particularly geared if you're on the continent. There's a different price than if you're in the global north. But in any case, it's reasonable. So definitely go to the link. I just put it again in the chat, and you'll be able to connect there. And just one of the little technicalities is that to sign up as a member of Sports Africa, we are a coordinate organization of the African Studies Association. And so the memberships go through that. You don't have to be a member of the African Studies Association to become a member of Sports Africa. We encourage you to do that. Like us, the African Studies Association has very reasonable membership fees for people that are on the continent. And for us, it's actually really helpful if you're both a member of the African Studies Association and Sports Africa, but again, you don't have to be. One reason to become a member is that at the annual conference for the African Studies Association, which will be this year, November 16th through the 20th, and it will be online again, we will have at least one panel, if not more, that there will be on sport in Africa again. So to build our networks across disciplines, across places, having this online, different points of online meetings is a place. So again, look towards that November 16th to 20th, the African Studies meetings, and you can register for the meetings and be there online. And also, let's see, Bose has put in some of the books that are available, and we encourage you to read each other's material and buy each other's material for yourself or for your libraries, and continue the conversations also through that. We don't have the exact details on our next conference, but we are planning, there's discussions of it happening in Morocco. So if you want to continue this in some format, hopefully by then it could be in person. Now everybody is talking about doing hybrids, and so that's another level of technical skill. But so that if maybe, who knows if it'll be hybrid, but that's a way of trying to both have people in person and for people that can't travel to connect them. So maybe something like that will be out there, but we are planning that our next conference will be in Morocco. But we should not wait for conferences to connect. And we hope that, again, through the social networking site or through one-on-ones, that we continue our collaborations, our discussions, and really further the work of the study of sport in Africa. And today and yesterday, the day before, there's been so much shared already that I know that we're we're actually doing this, and we will continue to make it happen. So I think at this point, do I hand it back to David, who has been our wonderful host at Nelson Mandela University? I think maybe I can say thank you from the Sports Africa organization to everyone at, oh, right, Simon also wants me to promote Africa Sports Live. And that is, we do have things online throughout the year, and we will, if you go to the website, you can also see, we have recordings of things that we've done in the past. Roughly this time last year, we did something on Sadio Mane. We've done things on African basketball and on disability in sport. And so definitely online is something that we will continue. Lots of things happening, lots of things. So I almost hate to say that this is near the end, but I think is David still there? Okay, it's me. Okay, thank you, Nobu. So it is just me at this point, and I want to wish everyone well. I know that this has been such a difficult year and a half, and who knows how much longer it will go on. Between the pandemic and the struggle over Black Lives Matter, we are making progress, but it is slow, and we definitely have struggled as a people on this planet. But is there a possibility of the social braai at the end? I see more people joining, so maybe at this point we can do that for a little bit until we have to let the connection go.
Yes,
there's more people coming on. So
yes.
If you are, I'm going to step back from my official duties of closing the conference at this point, but then open it up. Yes, the recording stopped, and now we can, people can chat. If people have more to say, you can raise your hand or put something in the chat. I think we all are now, yes, pretty much everybody is a panelist now. There's one person left on the attendee side, but everybody, if you're welcome to join in and say anything. And I'm going to stop talking for a minute and anybody jump in.
Yes, the floor is open.
Yeah, thank you. It was a wonderful experience. Thank you to all the organizers. And we look forward to the next one. Also want to say thank you on behalf of giving the Stellenbosch University students the opportunity to expose themselves. They all told me how very nervous they were and how scared they were when they started. And when they were finished presenting, how good they felt afterwards. So thank you. Thank you for all the work that you are doing.
Francois, we are the one who should thank you for bringing the student on board. We have a few students who are connected right now. I see those of Olufemi from the Pan-African University in Nigeria. Yes, I hope they will be presenting next one. Babafemi, Francois, Lorna. One of the objectives is to have the young scholars join the field. And many more. That's what we need to keep the field going and to keep studying what we all love, and which is sport and Africa. Thank you, Francois.
Thank you. Thank you.
It is open, no formality. If you have a comment, open your mic and just be very short to give the opportunity to everyone to say something. And we can have a full tour of everybody who is right now on the panel.
Okay, sir. Good evening to everyone from Nigeria here, Baba Femi here from the Pan African University. It's been a privilege, a very good one at that, to attend this conference and to listen to all of the panelists and presenters say something about their research and interests. Mine also has served in this field of sport, and it's really a privilege for me and my classmates to have the opportunity to listen to this conference, to attend this conference. And I want to say a very big thank you to the organizers, Professor Akindes, thank you very much, and to every other person here, and also special appreciation to Professor Olufemi Adeweso for the opportunity as well. Thank you very much. And that was a very good presentation, Professor Olufemi. Thank you.
Thank you, Femi.
Hi, Gerard, can I ask you to stop the YouTube streaming, please?